So I did that
Colossus.
Colossus in there, yeah, and I was like, it's alright, it's just me, but fuck me, if you had someone else in there, it's just impossible.
Me and Finton did 4 weeks straight, and I mean, when I say 4 weeks straight, we had 1 day off during the World Series 2018 together in that booth, and Finton's not a small lad. And it wasn't short streams as well, it was like main event, fucking 100k high roller, we're talking like 12, 15 hour streams on average. It was fucking horrible, mate. But that was when I like didn't have any power here. Now I've been doing it for a bit, they're like, yeah, you guys get the big booth. I was like, yeah, I mean, I practically lived in there last year.
That is disgusting, isn't it? It's quite weird, it's like such a good setup in here.
Be the king at King's is the leading slogan found on the website for this casino, restaurant and hotel resort. King's Resort offers poker, dining, entertainment and relaxation. Found in Rozvadov, Czech Republic, it holds the largest poker room in the whole of Europe, as well as 400 hotel rooms. King's Resort has hosted some of the largest poker events over the years and offers poker facilities which can be matched by very few casinos. Having taken inspiration from the casino hotels in Las Vegas, it has fondly adopted the name Ros Vegas. One can find the opulent Fabergé-inspired interior decor with high ceilings, stripes of royal blue, gold and white, and decorative lighting. King's Resort holds 2 restaurants, including the famous Radynsky restaurant, named after the 19th century impressionist Vakhalov Radynsky, who was an integral inspiration for the original vision of this resort. And many of his original art pieces can be found decorating the restaurant. Leon Zukanik is a big art collector and has actually displayed some of his private collection across the resort. One of the exhibition's centerpieces is this Andy Warhol original. And of course, not forgetting the 24-hour free buffet, which includes a wide range of meals and a regularly changing menu. On the top floor, you can find the new Spa and Wellness Center with a fitness studio, swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, and a Thai massage parlor. And after 3 years, we are so happy to be back here in this beautiful resort in partnership with Party Poker Live. And we hope to see you here for the next events. For more information on WPT Deep Stacks Germany, of course, just head to WPT.com.
All right, and there we have it. Welcome to the WPT main event, day 2 here from King's Casino in Rozvadov. Here we are inside. I'm struggling, Henry. I'm not sure if we're actually
I believe,
coming
James,
through. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I believe we're live.
There we go. Yeah, that's a bit better. Sorry about that, folks. I am James Dempsey, joined by the man in his local almost. I know you don't live anywhere near here either. Henry Corbin, certainly the man who knows everything about King's Casino.
It's like my my home away from home, James, and I'm glad to be joined by yourself in the booth for, I mean, 1.5 million guaranteed 3K. You don't get many of them year round, so super excited to be with you over the next few days. Hopefully, you know, by the end of it, we're not at each other's throats, but I'm sure.
What was able we start off with here? I mean, we were sort of looking around the tables before we got going. There are some big names in the field, as you'd expect, as WPT, but this one very interesting. As you see, the man atop the counts there, Roman Timogazin, was a 6th place finisher in Sochi just a few weeks ago. But that man with 22 bigs, Alexei Badulin, was the winner of that event. So these guys, fresh off their final table in Sochi, back at it again here in King's.
Yeah, a long way to go, obviously, until we get to the money. But hey, I'm at 164 big blinds on like this deep into the tournament. Must feel nice. I don't think I've ever been in a tournament where I've had 164 big blinds, even when
on level 1, Henry.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it when I've started. And
yeah, well, this is of course day 2. We just come back from the dinner break, and registration has now closed. You can register up, I believe, until that dinner break. So we are now in the purest point. There's no way back now. If you bust out, you're out. So that maybe you may see some sort of stacks around a tournament like this when you've got that late entry again, people buying back on day 2, but things will certainly deepen out a little bit as we go along.
I believe there were 4 levels of late reg today, so people who had busted on day 1s or, you know, just wanted to try and spin up a stack, come back today with 50 big blinds, and yeah, I believe we're about, what, 75 spots or so away from the money, so plenty of play to be had today.
Obviously, these events are a little different because of the aspect of split online day 2 and day 1s. So some people are already through to day 3 from online. I gather there are 12 of those.
Yeah, locked up that €6,000 min cash.
Yeah. And then you have there's obviously battling it out today. And I believe just reached the guarantee, I think, right? What were we looking at?
Needed 500. Yeah, got 510. So always nice, you know, to see poker players actually turning up to support events like these, because otherwise...
Well, they're ambitious guarantees, aren't they?
Yeah.
They really are.
You do sweat it sometimes as a commentator. You're like, oh, is there going to be an overlay? But
it's one of those double-edged things, I think, for poker players. You want big guarantees, and you want there to be overlay. But the problem is, if there's always overlay, the guarantees come down. So it's kind of nice for these to hit just pretty much on the number.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I recognise C6, Christopher. Bit of an Omaha beast,
right,
if I may say so myself.
And you were saying he picked up second place, right, in World Tours Poker Europe.
He did indeed. Couldn't quite close out the 1650 mixed event, but you regularly see him battling it out in the high stakes pot limit Omaha cash games here, which I believe you're quite fond of yourself.
I love a little Omaha spin up.
4 cards rather than 2, but today, tomorrow, and Sunday, we're going to be bringing you 2-card action.
Yeah, I mean, Hold'em is just the purest tournament game, isn't it? I mean, all joking aside, I love Omaha, but when it comes to tournaments, it's just got to be Hold'em.
I'm not sure, man. I don't know if I mean, obviously, it's easier for me to agree with you now after the other day, but I think I need to, you know, catch up with your hand and mob a little bit before I agree with you on that one. So you can see in the top left-hand corner, blinds 1K, 2K with the 2K big blind ante. So average stack still 70 big blinds. 139 players remain, which means we're actually close to the money than we originally thought. About 80 spots away or so. So plenty of play to be had today. Have you had any deep runs in WPT mains? Go on.
Just the one.
Go on, you win it, did you?
Yeah. Just the one. My first ever WPT, rocked up, won it, completed that, on to the next thing.
You're like, next.
Yeah, easy game.
Was this back in the day where a 3-bet meant your opponent had aces?
No, it was back in the day when everyone was like 5-betting and 6-betting.
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
So, you know, it was the gangster days.
Reminds me of Benny Spindler. I remember seeing that kid clicking buttons back in the day before it was cool.
Well, Benny Spindler played one of my favourite hands, I think, ever. It was against a good friend of mine, Paul Fulton. I don't know if you ever saw this one, but
I saw it. Yeah.
But he's like 6-bet jammed. It was just beautiful. I mean, I'm no doubt you can find it on YouTube. But he just, I mean, Paul or Pab, as we all know him, it wasn't the player to get out of line. It was like probably his first ever like 5-bet in his life.
Wow.
And he just got it ripped him. He had ace-6 off. He's actually ahead. Like, yeah, those were the days.
I do miss them days.
Now you guys have got these, you know, you sit there studying, you got your solvers. You ruin it for us. You're all too good.
Yes. You know, there's a lot of like solver authority going about now, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's like, how many hours have you put in this last month? Not more than me, kind of thing. It does. It makes for interesting poker, I must say. Like you look at hand histories from 10 years ago compared to today, and you know, sometimes you question the plays that people make, and then it turns out that the solvers are doing the same thing. So
it is interesting the transition the game's gone through. In that sense, all the pre-flop wars aren't really a thing so much anymore, and also just the sizings. Everyone's so much more aware of their sizings.
Yeah,
didn't really used to be the case, especially pre-flop. I remember, you know, people used to 3-bet just 2.2x, and people would fold.
Yeah.
Like, now everyone knows that's wrong. It was quite remarkable. Even back then, everyone thought, oh, we're like getting to the point where everyone's good at poker, but actually we weren't. Everyone's still making all these mistakes. As well,
it's saying that Jaromir has opened 20 bigs.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's a jam, right?
He's kind of just putting himself in effectively.
Yeah, I didn't catch his...
But he's 40 odd big blinds deep.
Yeah, he's got 52 back, if that's right. That's
Interesting line. I think what Jeremy's basically done is he's told his parents and his friends that he's on stream. He's like, right, first hand, going to prove a point.
No, I think this must be just a mistake, because here's a peel from the 4-5 suit in the cup. So it's obviously a raise less than that. I mean, it must be.
About to find out. I'm assuming it's been open to what, like 4.8k, big blind 2k.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
And I believe he's been 3-bet, James.
Yeah. It looks like Roman's 3-bet. I mean, yeah, I'm guessing it's. Well, what blinds are we? I mean, well, I should know this. What blinds are at, but is it 3.8k instead of?
We're at big blind 2k at the moment.
So
yeah.
Maybe it must be 4.8, and somehow it's come out as. I don't know what's gone on there, but we can be sure that isn't correct.
Well, apologies for that one, guys, but it looks like the ace-jack of spades on the button. Going to take down the first hand of the stream. And talking about streams, I've got a couple of players on this table, as you mentioned. Not only do we have a final table finisher, but we actually have a WPT champion. They're rocking, I believe, the Barcelona hoodie. So our man Alexei. Yeah, he was rocking some Barca gear in Sochi. I may have been the same jacket, the lucky jacket. The lucky jacket.
He played really well on that final. It was pretty cool. Unfortunately, for those of you watching it, you'll know that my coverage of the event abruptly finished around about the final 6.
No way.
Due to some technical issues, Jamie Staples stepped in. Luckily, it came around the dinner break, so not too much action went without commentary. But unfortunately, I didn't get to see him close it out. But he was playing really well up until that point. He actually went on a bit of a downswing on the final at that point as well. So I thought, oh, maybe he's gone away. But I was glad to see he came back and won it, because it was pretty impressive.
Do you have any like superstitions when it comes like when you've won a tournament in the past wearing a certain sweater and you're like, right, next tournament I'm gonna rock the same look kind of thing?
I try and make out sometimes I'm superstitious, but I'm really not. I had some supposedly lucky yellow sweatpants at one point for playing online. And they stopped being lucky. They were never lucky. I just claimed they were my lucky sweatpants. I like wearing them.
And you thought, you know what, I can never be seen in public with those, so I'll just keep them for the online grind.
Yeah, they were pretty horrible, I'm not going to lie. All right, so Christopher's open up ace-4 suit +1. Roman with a 3-bet yet again.
Back-to-back 3-bets.
And with that table chip lead is really abusing it. But these two are super deep, so 7k more. Expect Christopher to proceed here. The question is, I guess opening from +1, he can only call here. Really?
Yeah, nice to see Chris just opening the min when he knows there's a couple of 20 big blind rejamming stacks behind. And obviously Roman over 160 big blinds effective, wants to put on as much pressure as possible.
Christopher does just peel again. I say they only really proceed with a call, but I mean you can 4-bet. There just aren't many hands you're going to be 4-bet wanting to get in when these guys are this deep in a tournament, so I prefer kind of calling with most of the range. I don't know what bluffs you can come up with. I mean, this is a good candidate, but I'd rather something like King Queen off. Anyway, he's called. We see King King Deuce.
He does have some backdoor opportunities around that deuce of spades. Could potentially see him float here. Assuming Roman's going to see bet range on this board as well.
Right, he doesn't expect to make any better fold, right? But he just knock out some nonsense equity, hands like 9-10 suited, things like that. But I just aren't going to really bluff at you at any point.
See what sizing he's chose on the flop. And we see players size down on these board textures. He does go for the 1/3. And
Christopher's going to carry on here, right?
I believe so.
1 spade, he's got.
He does. He's like, you know what, James and Henry, how about you guys just let me take care of business? And
well, poker's such a game. Obviously, there's arguments both ways. You're out of position against a good player who's got the chip lead, and you're a big stack. Do you really want to be? Is he the guy you want to battle with?
Yeah, I had
a little bit of respect there with a 3-bet.
Had a similar issue on the opener final table where I just kind of had to avoid the chip leader at all costs.
Yeah, for those of you unaware, Henry was at 4th place in that one.
Yeah, absolute butcher.
Out of 1,000 odd, right? Over 1,000 players?
Yeah, well, I think it was like 1,158 or something.
Around there, yeah?
Yes.
Around 1,158.
Bang on.
Approximately,
Bang on.
yeah. You're not really sure.
No, I
How
mean,
much do you cash for? Like roughly like 28,228 or something, yeah?
Yeah, don't ask me about the numbers because I do know them to the dot. Chris, 65 bigs deep.
He just looks like a PLO grinder.
He does, don't he?
He just... they don't get phased.
When I first met him, I was just like, after about an hour of playing with him, I just told him, "You're just a GTA bot, aren't you?" And he was like, "Yeah, pretty much."
Going at 4.5.
And I see him mixing it up as well, playing these, you know, no limit hold'em tournaments. Obviously, great value to be had here.
And Jeremy, of course, peeling with the suited king in the big. Heads up. Jack 4-4. And again, a bit like the hand a moment ago, this is kind of a ball, but expect Christopher to bet near 100%, I guess. Jack 4 small. The big blind doesn't really often hit that, although of course has more 4x.
And gets there on the turn.
Was he deciding to check 10s back? I mean, it's one of the better hands to check back, isn't it? You know, the underpair doesn't have too many overcards to worry about, although in this case it has come.
Yes, like you mentioned, obviously, Jeremy does have all of the 4x out of the big blind. I was expecting to see Christopher c-bet range on the Jack 4-4 board, but hey, what do I know? And Jeremy will win at Showdown.
You expect Chris to try and squeeze a little value out of this one? I mean, it's hard to imagine your beat at this point, the way this one's played out, would have thought.
Was he gonna bet like 1/3? Yeah, 4K. Gets snapped off.
And kind of surprising there in my mind that Jeremy did decide to check river. You think it kind of looked like Chris was going to check back a lot. He's raised pre, he's checked 2 streets. If he was going to bluff, he's probably bluffed by now, right?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like when we check river there, we're missing value from ace queens, ace 10s that are always going to check back on the river with that much showdown value. But fortunately for him, Christopher gave him 4K's worth of value. You get a lot in some of the PLO cash games where battled with some of the Russian and German regs, and you know, you get to showdown where you check a river that you should bet, and they're like, "Oh, you expected me to bet for you, did you, pal?" But it did work this time for him.
Got a beautiful, ever-present set here, and a nice little crane in the foreground. But no, it is a nice setup here, isn't it? King's Casino, this permanent feature table setup.
Yeah, it's been absolutely packed the last few days. Cash game's been running pretty much 24/7 across all stakes, from, you know, like 2-2 PLO, 1-3 Hold'em all the way up to, I believe they had a 100-200 no limit Hold'em game running the other night.
Spicy.
Yeah, can't wait till I'm rolled to to play in those games.
Well, Theodore with just 2 chips in his hand. One of them is a 25K. Alex not to play 10-9 suited from the cutoff, which is interesting. 15 big, certainly a candidate.
Candidate to just rip it in. Gorky's got a really interesting spot here. 22 big blinds. He does just go for it. Says dealer, I'd like to wager all of my chips, please.
And is going to get it through.
He's going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Chatting to his table mate, said I had aces. Doesn't realise that everyone at the table is going to know what each player had.
Yeah, it does. Feature tables do add that little bit of dynamic. You know, obviously knowing in the future what our delay here is about 40 minutes, they're going to know if they were bluffed, if they weren't bluffed, this kind of stuff.
I've seen so many streams, man, where I've been in the commentary booth and someone just straight up lies about the hand that they've had. I'm like, mate, what are you doing? Like, everyone's going to know in 30 minutes time that you just made up the hand that you had. But it does add to the spiciness of playing on stream. And a snap jam
from Maxim.
19.5 big blinds.
I mean, a snap jam's just never it, is it? It's never strong.
I mean, he's so excited about his hand that he hasn't even put his hand on the reader
This is
yet.
like an ace-jack. This is just like a ace-jack all-in.
Hopefully we'll get to find out. Doesn't look
We'll
like
never know.
it. Let's just give him credit, you know, let's just say he had pocket kings.
The Russians are getting all the pots here. Quite a big turnout of the Russians here in Kings.
Yeah, obviously you mentioned, how long ago? It was only like 3 weeks ago in Sochi. Yeah, so, you know, they were obviously impressed with the festival that was held there by WPT and decided to make the trip to Rozvodov Kings Resort for this one. We mentioned before, but you know, you really don't get many 3Ks with this type of prize pool during the year. So I'm not surprised to see people show up from all over the world to take part in this one. See a couple of some of the UK regs as well battling out. Saw Tom in the mix, Tom Hall.
Tom Hall. Someone who's helped us both out with commentary before, I understand. He loves it in the booth. I'm not sure we can fit him in here this week.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe it's snug for 3.
No, but I'd be happy to step out and let you guys have some fun at some point. If he, obviously, I'd like to see him make a deep run in this.
It'd be nice to see him on the feature again. I was fortunate enough to do the commentary when he made the final of the Millions UK. I believe it was Millions UK, yeah. I mean, he's been on our feature quite a few times. Obviously, he was, you know, one of those guys who's grinding the Party Poker Live leaderboard.
Was he going hard at it, was he?
A couple of years ago, yeah. So just he has so many Party Poker Live dollars that basically he comes to more Party Poker Live events than anyone, I think. He just built up so many dollars. Wow, what a flop this is for Grigori. Pair and a flush draw.
After opening off 25 bigs from the hijack.
And again, he's going to bet it. This is kind of one of these weird spots, isn't it? You don't. Betting doesn't really achieve too much, but
I bet 20% pot on it. Obviously, got the king high to fold. I think he's going to be a fun character if he. If he finds a double, this man's going to be some fun.
Yeah.
Shout out to everyone watching across the board, James. I think we're on about 15 different platforms at the moment, so we are going to apologise in advance if we miss out on any of your comments on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever it is you're watching from. But we do appreciate you guys joining myself and James for this one.
Yeah, we're gonna. As Henry says, try and keep a loose eye on the chat. See if you do want to get involved far away. But apologies if we miss it because our attention is mainly on this table here.
I love how when we were looking at the trophy earlier on, you didn't point your name out to me on it. That's, you know what, fair play, mate. Because
I think it's probably worn off by now.
I feel like if I had just met someone and I was looking at the big Champions Trophy in the moment, oh yeah, there's my name just down there. Hashtag thin brag.
It was a while ago. There's like a statute of limitations on these things. You can't brag after a certain amount of time. All right, Maxim then. Not jamming this time, just opening up the king jack under the gun. Jaromir peeling jack 10 suited in the hijack. And Roman in the big 8-5 off. Now, this is a hand he wants to take 3-way.
Interesting to see Maxim open under the gun here against this lineup. Got some very tough players behind, obviously opening off a short stack. Maybe feels that he's going to be given more credit from this position. 16.5 out there. And Roman does flop best.
There we go, Maxim is fine out. See, which I kind of like on this board. I mean, Jerome's not supposed to hit this, is he? In 7K bet.
Well, one would argue this is a ball that favours a big blind range. But Maxim saying...
For sure, yeah. I mean, Roman hits us a lot. But
it's like, hey guys, I have all the aces, kings, queens.
Right, yeah. He's opening off 20 bigs under the gun. He's not supposed to have too many hands like this.
Roman in the tank with top pair. May just decide to run it at this stack depth.
Yeah, I think that's the decision here, isn't it? Protect a little bit in situations like this. Yeah, there we go. If you don't expect Maxim to fire turn as a bluff, then this check jamming seems pretty reasonable.
There's a little chuckle between the two there. Maxim gonna Hollywood for a few seconds before I assume his cards find the mark.
I was trying to work out the equities there, but I see we're using folded cards in this one.
Yeah, I believe so. It's something we've been debating for about a year now. Been trying to sort out, but
yeah, I was like, I don't do a lot of studying, Henry, but I'm pretty sure he's got more than 15% equity here, but but he didn't because lots of his cards were folded. So again, if you're just running this is the WPT main event here at Kings.
I believe we've got some free rolls to announce as well for the next couple of days. We'll be releasing the passwords for them later on today.
Yeah, as always, there's a stream free roll, one on Saturday and one on Sunday.
Have you ever fired up one of the free rolls whilst doing commentary?
I did once. I think I gave it a spin.
Good man. Love to see it. Gonna make sure I'm in the mix tomorrow. Over on Party Poker.
Yeah, so we'll give you those passwords in due course for the Saturday and Sunday free rolls. Unfortunately today you get nothing. All you get to do is watch this man, a very recent WPT champion, open up King 10 of diamonds in the cutoff.
Am I right in saying, due to him winning the WPT, so actually he's going to be invited to the WPT Champions event?
That's right.
As well.
Yeah.
That's worth like what, 15,000?
Yeah. So tournament of champions. It's quite a.
That's quite a prestigious one,
quite a cool
right?
tournament, yeah.
It's one thing winning a WPT event, but then to say, hey, I went back and battled against all the other winners and took it down, kind of thing. It's that's a different type of brag.
Well, interesting board here.
Yeah, Maxim doesn't want to see a jack.
Yeah, both players block the gutter, but Alexi, unsurprising to see him fire Ace Queen 9 against the big peel. Yeah, it's always been a part of the WPT. It used to be a 25k, and now it's a 15k. And they've moved it around a bit, but it's back in Vegas these days, and it's cool. It used to be an open event. Anyone could play it, and it was the tour championship. Now it's just the tournament of champions. So the only way to play it is to win in that season.
Yeah.
Or pony up 15k if you've been fortunate enough to win a WPT in the past. So it's,
right. Okay.
so it's a small field. It's very, very interesting concept. And it's weird because it's weird. You think, in theory, it should be a tough field event because it's only people who've won a WPT. So you're talking about people who can play poker, you know.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, you've got people who won WPTs a long time ago, and that's the only tournament they play. And maybe, you know, a long time ago, people weren't as good, and it's very weird. And a lot of the top players in the world haven't won a WPT and would love to play that 15k event, but they can't.
That's really interesting.
You get a real mix.
I was about to say, you know, you mentioned that you can actually pony up the 15k if you've won a WPT before. I'm not sure that's the type of tournament I'd want to be, you know, battling out against recent champions with. You know, like you mentioned, gonna have a rough idea of what they're doing at the table. So
yeah, it's one of those.
Where did you finish?
It's not so bad, the event itself, but you see when it gets deep. But it's a pretty stacked tournament.
Did you manage to sneak your way into the money when you got invited in?
When I played it was back when it was a 25k and it was a open field event, and I did not make the money. No, I'll tell you a very bad beat story if you want. I flopped a full house and lost a runner on a straight flush. And we were playing. It was Hold'em. It was Hold'em.
What?
Yeah.
No. The only rule that I have in the commentary booth is no bad beat stories.
Well, it was actually I got to a fly in that tournament. It was brilliant. I was there. One of my very, very close friends won the WPT after mine. We both played our first WPT and both won them.
Wow,
it was amazing. So we went obviously to the event and played it, and you could buy until day 3, and he was just adamant he wasn't going to play it. Oh, come on, we got to go play. He's like, nah, I'll turn up on day 3. You know, like no worries. He goes, it's so deep. It was so deep. It was ludicrously deep. He was like, what's the point of going to level 1? I was like, I don't know. You never know. Anyway, the argument was you can never win any chips. I managed to catch the biggest punt off of all time.
Wow.
On level 1. Got off to a fly on that one, but that was about it.
I mean, the bad beat sounds like it was probably one of the worst beats in your career. Popping a full house.
Yeah, I mean, it was still pretty early in the tournament. It was Game 3 or something. I mean, it was a very slow structured tournament back then.
Yeah, I love the structure here, by the way. I mean, great value for a 3K.
Yeah, I think when we in Sochi, I'm pretty sure the average remained above 30 bigs throughout. So, I mean, that's I think that's a benchmark. If you're above 30 bigs, average stack in a tournament, that's fair. That's where you want to be at.
Study them 30 big blind rejam ranges. If you run into it, you run into it. Roman doesn't need a second invitation to open from late position. Queen 9 offsuit, going to cut it. Does have a couple of shorties behind him, James.
Wow. Well, Maxim, I mean, it's very odd.
Just wants to play in position.
His mannerism, the way he flicked it in as well, was like, well, I can't do anything else but call. You know? It's like, I would think that's like a Queen Jack suited or something. You know, he's like, oh well, there's no decision here.
It does have the best of it currently. They are going 3 ways to a flop.
Yeah, it's the 3 Russians.
A little something for both Roman and Georgi with the best of it. Middle pair gut shot. Let's check through. Hello, 7 of clubs turn.
Yeah. Now, he's gonna. I bet there's 15k in there.
I must say, I'm a fan of the sizing.
Yeah.
Roman doesn't want to see an 8 on the river.
Yeah, he's just priced in it. He thinks at this point, doesn't he? Yeah. I mean, he might be expecting even his 9 to be good in this situation. I mean,
does flick in the call. Deuce of clubs on the river, changing nothing. Georgie with the check mark. What size do you go here on the river? You go really big?
I mean, he's a little bit bigger, isn't he? It's weird. I mean, Roman just doesn't have many hands, I don't think.
I guess he can have some like 10x that he's checked for pot control against 2 opponents.
Yeah, sure. He can have like 10-8, 10-9 perhaps. Top pair of gut shots.
How's your pronunciations with the Russian names?
Well, I'm fortunate that most of the time when they we use first names only, so it's all right. Most Russian first names are pretty easy to get across. It's the second names that are tough. Yeah, nice to see 4 Russians on this table. Of course, if you enjoy the action from Sochi, there is the exciting Million Super High Roller Series coming up next month from Sochi, where the smallest buy-in event is 25k.
Nice.
That's what we're talking about. No messing around. Let's pump it up.
It's like my biggest live cash to date. Let's just flick it in.
Just flick it in, yeah.
And no gamble, no future.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting. Got kind of the Triton guys come in. You've got the Russian guys come in. You're going to have, no doubt, the Americans. They follow wherever the money goes.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
It will be a pretty special event. That's early next month.
Yeah, Maxim really trying to force it here. Saw him in the previous hand with the King Jack and this, and then the Ace 4. Now opens 7x. The 10-7 suited.
Yeah.
See if he runs into a hand.
All but all in. Georgi, he's 3. Can't play this. Player behind.
Does eventually go into the mark, and Jeremy with a.
I mean, Jeremy can just go with this, right? We're looking at what effectively a 10 big blind shove.
Doesn't like it. Seems pained.
I mean, Maxim's already done like a whole host of weird stuff. He's done like the snap jam of 20 bigs. He's come out with this raise sizing instead of all in. We saw him the last hand just snap call a raise. There we go. Jeremy does come to the right decision. Of course, Maxim forced the call. and pretends to fold, but we'll find out. He is dominated on that 10.
Yeah, big trouble. Going to need some clubs. One of the 3 remaining 7s in the deck to stay alive. Going to be going home empty-handed. Crucial pot for Hanno as well. Bringing back up to the 50 big blind mark.
Well, a pair for Jeremy, but Maxim does flop that gut shot draw.
Always a sweat.
And there it is.
Wow.
Well, he can hit a 7 for a chop. Otherwise, Maxim is getting the full double.
Nice, alive, that man. Back up to 22 bigs.
I'm glad. I want to see some more of Maxim.
Maxime Paniak gets the double. And it was obviously in great shape pre-flop. RNG wasn't on his side for this one. Thanks very much, Colette, helping over on the Twitch channels. Keep everyone in check for us.
I like your pun there, in check. It's good.
It wasn't intentional. I wish I was that smart. Obviously, make sure everyone's needling both myself and James at every given opportunity.
Yeah, of course, we were discussing those 3 rolls, the first of which is tomorrow, 7 p.m. CET. Thankfully, for once, on the time zone we're on, it's nice just to talk in one time zone. So tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. So you'll be watching day 3 of this event. You can play that 3-roll. It's on partypoker, of course. It is password protected. That password is Kings1DE. So Kings, the number 1, and DE. It's the password for that 3-roll. If you want to go get registered now ahead of it taking place tomorrow. We will, of course, have another one on Sunday as well if you can't make tomorrow's. But what better than watching a WPT and getting some money for free, as Roman is trying to get some money himself here, raising 7-8 suited. Maxim, well, he's not going to take any hands off. He's back in the action. He peels with Queen 10, and here we go. Georgi, he's having a little go here. Comes out with the 3-bet on the button with ace-8 off, and I mean, his read of the situation is pretty strong here. He knows Roman's going to be opening a lot of hands with that chip lead. He has been already. We've seen him play a lot of hands, and obviously Maxim is peeling too many hands. So he's made a nice adjustment by 3-betting as wide as ace-8 off on the button, and he's kind of got a stack size that makes it very hard for either of these men to continue. Roman looks like he never wants to give up on the pot 9, but he can't call, and Maxim neither.
So well-timed 3-bet.
Yeah, it's a nice adjustment. Obviously, you've seen Maxim peeling. I mean, I'm going out on a limb, and these guys know each other. They're chatting at the table a lot, so
yeah,
there's dynamic at play here for sure.
Nice little pickup there from Georgi. To 81k.
Yeah. Perfect stack size for that. Really made it hard for Roman to proceed. And
I love how it's just the Russian is chatting. Everyone else is kind of like in a Russian sandwich right now.
yeah.
Got about 15 cameras out there over the tables, providing us all sorts of angles.
Well, this camera's going to pick Christopher raising with jacks. Guessing 4.5. That's what he opened to last time. No, he's actually just gone 4. A little smaller. It's interesting, this the race sizing. Obviously, we saw him open 4.5 with 10s, opening 4 now with jacks. in almost the same situation. It was one seat earlier this time.
That's the exact same spot. I mean, Chris deep enough here to kind of peel out of the small blind. Set mine. Does flick in the corner, obviously opening up the door for a three-way affair. Lexi gonna defend here with 10-8, even off 22 big blinds. See, what do I know?
He does let it go. I mean, Christopher peeling from the small. He's going to be on top of 10-8 a lot, isn't he? He's going to have some of those suited combos, the Broadway combos, and Alexi just deciding I don't need to get involved in this one.
Yeah, going to have a lot of...
Which is fine. Like, see, I mean, I'm sure you're supposed to call, but it's not that big a spot.
And Chris once again going with the lower variance route post flop, checking back on the Queen 9 tray. 2 hearts, does have that Jack of Hearts for backup. Chris down to just 1 out.
And this is an interesting spot, right? Chris has a lot of this board. Queen 10-9. All those Broadway combos have got something.
We're talking about Chris or Chris?
That's a good point. Peeling from the small, Chris. There's a lot of hands here.
Delayed c-bet does take down the pot. 130 players remain. 510 entries in total at the end of late reg.
That was a whopping stack for Roman. 9 buy-ins worth of chips just after registration closes. I mean, that's more than the average for Inside the Money, so I mean, it's a very healthy stack.
Probably be pretty happy. He's like, hey, can I just cash out my chips and, you know, get ICM?
He needs to get that trophy. That's what he's after. After I say that 6th place finish in Sochi.
Oh, it was Roman that came 6th, was it?
Yeah. And again, another nice playable hand for our chip leader. Popping up under the gun. 10-9 of hearts.
And Roman just looks like one of those guys that, you know, the first words that came out of his mouth was no limit hold'em kind of thing.
He looks like a professional poker player. He just looks like one. That's it.
You do get it a lot, you know, and you do commentary and you see these guys. You know, I don't even need to hand and mob this guy. You know, you just know that he's got the resume to go along with the confirmation bias of the way that he looks. Comfortable with opening the 10-9 suited from under the gun. Doesn't want to see any hearts though.
No, that would be disastrous. Christopher peeling with the suited jack. There we go. A little something for each. Chris, of course, checking over to Roman, who I guess it seems like a hands check back with me. Does do just that second pair. Kind of wet board. He's going to want to check back a lot on this board anyway. So nice to have some pairs when we do it. Picks up an open-ended to go with his pair, and that's not really a card Chris can bet, is it, with a jack?
It wouldn't surprise me to see, I was about to say to see Roman check back on this turn, but yeah, I think James going forward, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and let these guys...
I'm with you. I'm a little surprised to not see him check this one back. It's hard for Chris to really call anything worse. And for that reason, he's calling with something better. A river. Brick on this very wet board.
22k out there. Does Roman ever turn his hand into a bluff now?
Right.
You know, it does have obviously a ton of showdown value to go along with this.
Kind of surprised by that turn bet. Maybe it just...
A bit of protection against like the King 7s, King 6s of the world out there that Chris is going to have.
I mean,
also allows him to obviously just check back on almost every river rather than giving Chris the opportunity to fire out a big bet. I don't know, mate. I honestly don't know.
I'm just kind of a bit weird. Maybe a little closer on the flop than the turn, I think, certainly check. Anyway. Roman loses a small one. Ah, look, you see, Alexei was pointing at the trophy. He's like, my name's on that, boys. Wonder if it's on there yet. They put him on.
I thought they kind of did it straight after the tournament kind of thing, or am I mistaken?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how quickly they put it on.
Hello, Pocket Kings.
I don't think it's like, you know, the Champions League where they're etching it in the in the room.
Got the guy waiting on the sidelines, waiting for the heads-up match to finish.
Yeah.
He's just praying that the guy with the shorter name wins the tournament.
Yeah. All right, Georgi raising up the butchers. Is he going to get any action? Perhaps from Christopher here. Ace-10 off in the small. Certainly a reasonable candidate to 3-bet.
Yeah, can obviously put a ton of pressure on the Russian. Playing just over 40 bigs.
And this just feels like... All right, he's getting away with just a call. Interesting at Ace-10 off, obviously. Giving Roman a chance to take it 3-way. Exactly what happens.
Now I'm going to go 3 ways to a flop. 14k in the middle.
All right, a little something for Christopher pairing at the second card. Jack-10-4 checks over to Georgi with those kings. Who's, well, he's got a pretty easy c-bet here, and you can expect some action. Christopher peeling from the small is going to have, as we always say, those kind of like broadways cards. He's gone small. A 3-way.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the sizing. Blocking a ton of the king queen type hands, king jack hands as well, which obviously you're miles ahead of.
Of course, Christopher calls turn, changes nothing on this dry board.
That does give Chris the nut diamond blocker. If a diamond was to roll off, he just
but
goes
he's not playing
with the,
PLO today. Come on.
he could just go with the gangster river jam on a diamond.
We call it the badger.
The badger.
He's got the badger.
13.
Just over half pot. Double barrel from the kings. So now, interestingly, we do block obviously a couple of hands that we're ahead of. Ace, queen of diamonds, ace, king of diamonds, ace, 4 of diamonds. A few more combos out there as well. Chris does decide to just let it go.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to expect Georgi to get 2 out of line, perhaps. He did c-bet 3-way and he fires again on the turn. It's hard to find too many.
Just received confirmation that we will be getting the payouts just before day 3. Obviously, we are aware that everyone that qualified online has locked up a min cash of €6,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing, isn't it? You get 2 buy-ins if you min cash, and then you're going to get a lot more if you win. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, what do you think? What, 360, 400 for first? 1.5 mil guarantee.
I mean,
actually, 360 is pretty big. That's more than like 20%, isn't it?
I'm trying to think.
I mean, like, anyway.
Look back to Sochi. It was, what, 260k Alexei picked up for winning that. So it's going to be a similar sort of number, I think.
I wish I could understand your Russian. I wish.
looking back at that one, it was a small. Oh, there was a tied min cash because there we go. There, 2 guys busted out on the bubble. Remember that? So yeah, it's the same sort of structure. 2x min cash and about the same number of entries. So yeah, we expect a little over $250,000 for first.
I just saw my friend busted last, or got the min cash. Dimitar Danchev.
Yeah, well, yeah, they both busted on the bubble, so they
Wow.
chopped the prize up.
I mean, it's better than a kick in the teeth, right?
Yep.
Seb saying, is it possible this average is misleading because the online entries are included here, right? Can find out for you. Would make sense if the average from online has been included, and therefore the remaining 130 players are slightly shallower than being shown on screen.
Yeah.
Does make sense.
Who knows? At this moment, we've got a sort of table of a bunch of guys over 40 and a couple of guys, what, around 20.
There's one of them.
Yeah, Georgi's had a nice little start here. That 3-bet was nice. Picked up kings, one with them. Now he finds 6s under the gun.
Continuing with the min open. Now taking a slight blow to his stack earlier on, but still pretty comfortable with 33 big blinds. Going to let go of the queen line, as attractive as it can seem. 33 bigs. I always seem to get myself in trouble with hands like that.
6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
Right, well, he's got it around to a man. He's got very dominated Theodore with the 6-3 suited, but just 10 bigs behind. Doesn't want to take on the under the gun open.
Big old sigh being lit out there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him before, didn't we? Fold 15 bigs in the cutoff, and certainly a jam spot. So I think we can make the deduction that Theodore's probably a little bit on the snugger side. He's going to pick his spots a little bit more cautiously. And this is one of the things. If I mean, if some of these guys, have friends watching the stream, they might text him and say, "Look, this Theodore guy maybe is going to play all the time. Maybe that then something that wouldn't happen if it wasn't a stream table, and sort of dynamic where people go after his big blind a little wider."
It does add a really interesting dynamic for sure. Knowing that everyone or all of your opponents are going to have friends or family members, providing them with feedback on how everyone's playing. And it's interesting because sometimes you can actually over-adjust based off of the small sample of information that you've been given, and end up, making an absolute punt on stream based off the information you've been fed. And
well, we're gonna have Chris versus Chris once again. This time, Rasmussen with ace-king suited, gonna be 3-betting this one up. And these guys are pretty deep, and he's targeting the early position raise. So what size he's gonna go for? Something around the 15, 16 or 4x.
6 raise. 12,000.
Oh, he's going for a 3x. Interesting. I'm not quite. Says. I think he announced 12. Yeah, there we go. The bet is 12,000. Quite small this, I feel, Henry. You're targeting a +1 open when they're this deep. Although gets it through instantly. So there we go.
Yeah, no mucking about there from Puets. Says I got caught with my hand in a cookie jar. Jack 9 suited.
I feel like we've got to go bigger with ace king. I mean, we've got to go bigger with our 3-bets though, not just ace king, of course. 3x in this deep.
The beautiful thing about having all the software that we have available now is you can always just plug it after the stream. I'd like to see Christopher run deep here. A regular here at Kings and a fellow 4-card enthusiast. Not that I'm obviously being biased or anything.
Chris, we're going to try again. Jack 9 of hearts last time. This time, 10 9 of hearts.
5 plus.
Come on, this is old school. This is old school. I free bait the last hand, I just free bait the next one. None of this because I've got this hand, because you've got that hand, all that sort of nonsense. Just dynamic. Let's go raw.
Yeah, I thought Chris was going to go for it then. I was like, oh boy, that looks like the face of someone who's about to 3-bet. Make it really interesting. Oh, Max seems like, yes, please.
Straight in with the 7-6 suited. All right, Theodore, 10 bigs, 5s on the button against an under the gun open and a cut-off peel. This is pretty grim.
He kind of just has to fold, even though he's getting an insane price. He said, you know what, let's run it.
Yeah, I mean, pair's a pair at the end of this, and he's just deciding, let's go.
20,000.
And this is just going to be a pretty good spot, because Christopher can't continue, and he's seen Maxim P a lot of hands, so he may expect Maxim to fold some of the time.
I guess Chris could just ISO jam and run it with the 10-9 if he thinks that Maxim's got a lot of flat calls that are going to fold to jams out of the cutoff.
Right, but what are we doing? We're only getting 2 to 1. That's exactly what he's done.
Let's just run it.
For the race, 104,000. Euro please.
And if I was at the table, I would have made the decision already. I think that Max.
What?
What? Yes, I was going to say he has no traps.
Okay.
The value jam with 10-9. Here we go. We're gambling at Kings.
Strap yourselves in, boys and girls.
The fight. This is a horrible spot for the fights as well.
Wow. I did not expect Paniak to just go with the old no gamble, no future.
Trapped him.
Does have, what, 27% of the equity diamonds live. Theodore's just like, he doesn't even know what board he wants. He's like, put the ace king out there, please, dealer.
Just give me a
Something
5.
like that. Wow.
Well, Maxim just flops it. Easy game. Obviously, some backdoors abound here. There's 1 heart.
8 of hearts for a sweat dealer.
Yeah, that's the 1.
Wow.
There we go. Theodore spikes, but Maxim does have that redraw call. 7-6 or ace.
What is this hand, James? 4 of spades on the river.
Well, Theodore with the triple up. Maxim doubles up on the side, so pretty much comes out this pot even and has a little swig of something that doesn't look like water to me. And yeah, Theodore, here we go. 65k, he's in the game. Welcome.
Nice little treble up after that 5 of clubs found its way to the turn. Teach me how to hold in that spot, James.
Well, it was an unlikely 3-way all-in here. I love it.
Love to see it. Maxim putting on a show.
Really, Maxim, I think, yeah, coming out pretty much even in that pot. Christopher, the big loser. Theodore, the big winner. I'm glad. I want to see more of Maxim. He's not messing around.
There's a couple of entertaining characters at the table for sure. Gonna keep this one fun for us. Maxim just like, strap yourselves in, boys and girls, because you never know what I'm going to do next. Couple of quick folds from early position.
Christopher's like, what just happened on this table? What's going on?
Roman loving his current situation as everyone covered by almost 70 big blinds.
Yeah. And those stacks obviously behind changing there a little bit, of course. Maxim the same, but now he doesn't have to worry about Theodore with his 10 bigs behind. Deep, it does change things. All right. Georgi, 3-bet the ace-8 on the button. This time, looks down at ace-10. Does pop it up.
10-5,
A very small 3-bet.
2.5x, old school.
Yeah, I'd much rather see a 3-bet here with his hand combo rather than a flat call. Like to see it.
Right, especially when we know Roman's opening really high frequencies.
Yeah. Roman's going to be opening a ton here. Especially after, you know, another 20, 30 players bust as well, closing in on that money bubble. And
Does that say Jeremy had ace-10 as well?
I believe, yeah.
3 players with the ace-10 off. All right, well, he does get out of the way, and you can't really fault him for that. Feels like a pretty grim spot.
Yeah, going to be tough to flop a pair. Only 1 ace and 1 10 left in the deck. In before the old 4-bet.
Roman, happy to take this to the streets, isn't he? Small sizing.
26k out there. SPR of just over 3.
Georgi with the Badger. There it is.
The best card in the deck. The old ace of spades. I'm gonna keep that one, the Badger.
The Badger. Yeah, I mean, this is just board he's got to fire, isn't he? He's 3-bet. He has plenty of cards he can barrel off on.
7,000.
Yeah, he's got runner on a straight both ways. He's got the backdoor nut flush draw.
Like the size down as well. Queen 4 deuce.
Right, with this sizing pre, Roman's still in there with hands like 8-9 suited.
Yeah.
7-5, all sorts of nonsense that just can't continue here. You flash the ace of spades. There we go, a little bit of change here as Theodore in the 30 big blind mark. He's in the club, he can play.
Oh, Roman's actually got 100 big blind chip lead over second place. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, that was obviously Christopher lost 40k in that hand, didn't he? Theodore triple up. So yeah, Roman's. I mean, at this stage of a tournament, it's not too important. This would be much more, of course, if they were like a deep, like last 2 or 3 tables when there's a lot of ISM situation, you can really apply pressure. In this situation, it doesn't really change much, but still a nice spot to be in. $1K, $2K.
Yeah, I mean, even like with this structure, you know, you sat at the bottom of the pack there like Alexei is, and, you know, some less experienced players may start to panic, but he knows with this hour-long clock, you know, he's got plenty of time, and
you can ride 20 bigs for a long time in an hour clock.
And obviously, he's walked the walk before.
Look at this, Roman opens again and yet again. One of his compatriots finds the same hand as him. He's queen off, and Maxim surely going to jam this one in. Yeah, does do so. It's on this one. I don't think Roman's loving it.
Maxim says run it.
Yeah, I mean he's open +1. And Maxim's so peel happy that when he does jam, it's so annoying. Like 22 bigs, ace queen. I mean you're never folding.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Jeremy, not wasting any time with the 10s. Besides, that's good enough to go. And now Roman will surely fold. He was going to have to call, but.
So hang on, this is interesting. It's saying that Maxim Paniak just flat called.
I think what it's saying is it's saying all in for 6K. There's obviously no with the graphics, so we know he's.
Oh, because he won the side pot earlier on, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's like 44k.
So again, yeah. Apologies, just the error of the graphics there, but yeah, it's about looks like 40 odd K, I think. Or is it? Hang on, is it? Because I don't see that many chips in front of him.
Yeah, neither do I. I'm as equally confused as.
I think it may well be 6K. I think our earlier graphic was incorrect, which does change the situation a lot. So Roman open, he's called all in because yeah, it's only 6K there. I think the oranges are 500s and the yellows are 1K. So that graphic is correct. He is all in for less than the open. And now Jeremy has ISO'd the button. So this is a pretty puke spot for Roman.
Yeah, 30 big blinds, effective.
It's just a spot where Jeremy is never light. Right, it's going to showdown. So you kind of have to just give him the benefit of the doubt and fold, I think.
Yeah, I think ace queen suited. You know, we're kind of just going with our hand.
And the sizing as well. It's big.
A couple of other factors to worry about as well, like stack preservation. You know, we want to maintain our huge chip lead over the rest of the table. Don't really want to give anything away. Although obviously the money bubble is still 60 spots away.
Wow.
That's just flicking the call.
But again, he's only... I'm a bit confused there. It looks like he threw in a...
25k
oh, he threw a
chip.
25k chip, okay. Wow, so he's happy to take it to the flop. I feel like this is just a fold.
Yeah, I'm going to side with you on that one.
Well,
That's
it's not a
come
fold.
queen high.
And
Wow. Don't give anything away there, Roman.
Come on. He's pet 15, or even 24 behind. Roman surely just drops them in.
A bit of a live tail there from Roman. As soon as Hanel was reaching for chips, Roman almost reached for the snap call, probably expecting him to jam with this stack to pot ratio.
Right.
And, now a bit confused because of the sizing. And I think, was it safe to assume that Hanel never folding, or?
Has he just called? Just trying to keep some bluffs in if it's even possible.
I must say.
I mean, surely Jeremy knows. Oh, he does just rip it in, and well, Roman's not loving it because, again, I don't think he was loving it pre, but he has outflopped his opponent. He is going to chop the main pot, but he's going to win a hefty side pot.
Yeah, huge side pot.
Maxim, of course, in for just 6k.
6 of clubs on the river.
Again, that's a weird hand. Again, I'm really not a fan of Roman's peel pre, but it worked out pretty nice. Up to 400k, 10 times starting stack.
Hanel gonna go home empty-handed, and it's been all about Roman so far, up to almost 200 big blinds now, courtesy of that queen high flop in a 4-bet pot actually.
Yeah, it's just a weird hand all around. I really don't. I mean, I said at the time, I really don't like Roman's call pre. What bluffs does Jeremy have? What hands worse than ace queen does he have? Not many. He sort of well, I suppose technically was a 4-bet, but he did it very quickly as well. It wasn't like oh, what am I doing here with sort of like ace jack? This is a tough spot. Do I want to ISO ace jack suited? Well, whatever. Roman called, dropped a queen. They got it in. He has even more chips. Maxim's still in the mix.
Someone over on the Kings Resort Twitch channel asking when we will be in the money. 61 players, I believe, from this final day 2, or live day 2, I should say.
Yeah.
So still a long way to go, more than half the field.
Yeah, again, obviously there's some players who come from online, right? So that field, I don't know if the 123 includes the I think 12 players it is from online or not.
That's a good point, actually, James.
We'll obviously find that out when we get closer to the bubble, so we know what we're looking at. Obviously that, you know, the party poker live and WPT structures of being able to make the money online and then coming straight to day 3. It's very novel, and I really like the idea, but it's a little confusing for us now, not knowing quite how many people are left in. But
yeah, it's not often you get to play a day 2 in your underwear as well, in the comfort of your own home. So I do like the fact that they give the online players that opportunity as well.
All right, Maxim going for it again, 7-8 suited from +1, and oh, Christopher.
Yeah, Chris just chuckling to himself there.
Well, it's like a 6 big blind jam. He's got 8-5 suited.
Yeah, very bad shape if he does make the call. Normally going to be up against 2 overcards. So. In the tank.
But I mean, it's a pretty close spot, right? He's getting like 2 to 1 on. He's got some connectivity. He's suited.
Yeah, I think ace-6. I'm probably just like snap putting it in.
Yeah, he does go for it. Well, I think it's cool. They got 500 back, I believe. Max left himself a chip for the flop. I mean, most likely this one's a chop, right? Both got 8 high. Well, maybe not. 9 3 4. The 7 will be playing. He checks back.
Wow.
Saved the 500. 9 on the turn. Pairs it up, picks up a flush draw, and a 7 on the end. Is Christopher going to?
I mean, he saved himself what? If he doesn't go with 500 chips.
You check? I have nuts, flush draw, and I check.
Wow, Maxim checks it back.
Man, we've seen some weird hands today, James.
Yeah, it's a funny one, that.
Chris just admittingly knowing that he can never bluff with 8 high there, and he knows he has no showdown value, but one of them ones he just has to give up.
But like you say 500, so.
He have ace 8. Yes.
Aha.
He had ace 8, did he?
They're talking about, I think they're talking about the hand where Georgi 3-bet the button after Maxim peeled. When Roman opened, Maxim peeled, and Georgi 3-bet ace 8 off. I think they've just found out that he was at it. The beauty of stream table.
Folds round to Georgi. Gonna let go of the ace 10. Oh no, he does open with the ace 10.
Come on, man. Georgi ain't folding the ace 10.
I was gonna say.
He's here to play. Alexei just, I don't think he's barely played a hand. He's so happy just to sit on that 20 big blind stack. And once again, we have the same hand against the same hand. Just for ace 10 suited from the small. Well, it was ace 10 off the last time. He elected to flat from the small. Looks like this time he's going for the 3-bet. Kind of surprised he's doing it this way around. I'd have rather 3-bet the ace 10 off and peel with the ace 10 suited, but let's see. Healthy sizing over 4x out of position. And Georgi just has to let the ace 10 go, right?
Yeah, Georgi's been one of the more active players at the table as well, so I can understand this 3-bet from Chris out the small blind.
I mean, I would have 3-bet the last time and got in trouble against kings, and I would have flat this one, so interesting Chris going the other way.
Typical of us cash game players to 3-bet the offsuit combos and flat the suited ones.
Yeah.
He's going to take this one down pre. Chris off to a pretty good start so far at this feature table. Slowly building. Got our favourite player at the table in the big blind.
Yeah, Maxim. Good luck stealing this one. Adjustments to be made when Maxim's in the big, I fear.
I believe he's got about more than 20% of his stack invested in the middle. That big blind ante.
Right, and blinds. I think gone up this hand. There we go. 1.5, 2.5.
And quietest player at the table opening from UTG.
Go. Ace jack suited, certainly an open. And as you say, obviously we've only seen him play the one hand, that was 5s. And we've seen him fold a couple of spots, so I think the players will be pretty aware that Theodore is fairly snug. Although the situation has changed so much, right? Early on he's playing 10 bigs. People can't play many hands with 10 bigs.
Yeah.
Now you've got 30, people are going to play more hands in theory, so.
That is true.
But if they've been fed the information about the hands, then they may be aware he's a little snug. All right, let's see what Christopher does with ace 10 off against this under the gun open. Against Roman or Georgi, I think he'd be doing something, but against Theodore, I'd like to see him just fold this. Yeah, there we go.
Just lay it down.
That is very player dependent.
I mean, did he even look at his cards? Maxim loves it.
All right, well, he peels with Jack 4. About 20k behind.
Doesn't want to see a Jack high flop, that's for sure. Chris would have flopped top.
Theodore with a backdoor royal draw. He's going to c-bet.
Quite a dangerous board to c-bet on against that stack depth, but you can see Maxim was just jack high. Gonna take it down.
I guess he's thinking it is quite a dangerous ball, but at the same time he's like, well, I've got 2 overs, I've got some backdoor draws.
Yeah.
If I have to go with it, so be it.
The blinds have gone up.
Only just though. Small
Only
jump,
just.
2.5. It's reasonable.
Insane structure.
Yeah, that's always a, people focus on, in tournaments, it seems to me people focus on what are the starting chips and how long are the levels, but a far more important aspect is how quickly the blinds go up. Like, it's all well and good having hour-long levels, but if this went 1.5, 3K from the 2K, if there's a 50% jump, then it, but this small jump.
Yeah, it's pretty insane on the opener FT. Just like going from 25 bigs average to like 17 bigs to 11 bigs.
Right, the jumps are pretty big.
Yeah.
It's far more important.
Pewett's opening from +1. The king 10-0. I wouldn't play a hand against Roman, not with that stare down. It's quite intimidating.
Yeah, king jack off seems a pretty good candidate. The 3-bet, remember we did see Christopher raise fold from +1 before. Just a pretty small 3-bet. It was a 3x. So.
Yeah, I've been thoroughly impressed with Roman so far.
And he's gone for just under a 3x. Again, obviously, Christopher now just off 40 bigs, a little shallower. And of course, being Roman, you can just 3-bet a little bit smaller because you're so intimidating. Who wants to play a pot against that man?
I think the most intimidating stare down, in my opinion, is Alex Foxon at the moment, or Stevie Chidwick.
Yeah, Stevie just looks like he's staring deep into your soul. Look at that, Roman with 3 times the amount of Christopher in second.
Yeah, Stevie just looks like he always knows what you've got as well. It's like, how can I play a hand against someone that knows my exact hand all the time?
Yeah, I mean Foxon's just so intimidating, such a big guy.
That's true. That is true. It's like,
and it's funny because when he's not staring it down, looking like he could just crush you with one swipe, he's just like a super nice, friendly, chatty guy.
It's like, how do I beat the guy that looks like he spends an equal amount of time in PO Solver and the gym? You know?
It's actually, I did commentary on a final table. It was 25k in Barca, one of the Poker Millions high rollers, and he was on the same table, on the same final with Kristen.
Oh, really?
Of course, so they're partners. And it was brilliant. The first hand they got it, he gave it a stare down. Staring down the other half.
Imagine if she just turned around and said, Alex, grow up, mate. I've seen that stare before, you know. Oh, brilliant stuff. Obviously a WPT champion himself.
Yeah. Recently won a 5 diamond.
Yeah, that's the one you want to win as well, isn't it? Back-to-back GPI Player of the Year as well, I believe.
Yeah, he's that. I mean that field is a pretty tough one with the re-entry aspect now in the 5 diamond. It's huge field and very stacked. But I think he was in for 6 bullets himself. I think obviously a bit of a debate came up.
Yeah,
a bit of a debate ensued after that event about the re-entry aspect. It's interesting. I mean, it makes the prize pools big, that's for sure.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe he's up there on the leaderboard as well this year in terms of earnings.
Yeah, I mean it's such a big event. Yeah, was it 1.7 he got?
Yeah.
So I mean that just dwarfs the rest of. Obviously there's a few big ones, LAPC and stuff, but the 5 diamond is the.
It's the one you want to win.
Yeah. But I think it was over. I can't remember how entries. There's so many entries now this year. Let's have a look and see.
But Badulin, the discipline lay down of less than 20 big blinds. Has to let go of the king, a queen out. Shout out to all of you currently tuned in across the board, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch or Facebook. Appreciate you joining us here King's Resort for WPT Germany main event in partnership with Party Poker Live.
Oh, we're obviously talking about Alex last year and the year he's had. He hasn't started too badly this year. Already over $1 million in cashes.
Yeah.
1 month in. It's pretty special. Australia treated him well. Over $1 million cashes there, and picked up 100k in Nottingham, millions UK. But yeah, in this 5 diamond win, there we go, 600 entries, 400 odd re-entries, over 1,000 total. It leads to a pretty tough final table. So yeah, one of these guys, or not one of these guys perhaps, but someone in this field is going to win this event, and they'll be off to the area for that Tournament of Champions, and they'll be taking on Mr. Foxon, who is in there once again, courtesy of that win.
Got battle of the blinds here. It looks like Georgi doesn't want to get pushed around in the tank with the Jack 4-0 after limping in.
I mean, it's just under a 4x as well, isn't it? You can't play this, surely.
Maybe you think they're going for the limp re-raise.
I love it.
Taking it to the streets.
Have some of that, mate.
But I've got good enough removal. I block ace jack and pocket jacks. Pow.
I love it. This is brilliant. Taking absolute garbage, using it as a bluff. I like it. You know, this is a. Oh, this is brilliant. Gets it through, of course. Christopher can't continue with ace-6 off.
Yeah, and Georgi off to a really good start on this feature table. Just going to try and find out how much he joined us with, but I'm fairly sure he joined around 60k at the start. Yeah, he joined us at 50,000, up to 120k now.
Bossing it. Pretty much when every pot he's played.
I mean, when you make moves like that, force to be reckoned with. Looks like we are going to have a new player joining us in seat 3. So it looks like some chips have been brought over.
Yeah, it's weird. There are chips there, and didn't get dealt in. Oh, it's in the small blind. There we go. Yeah. Well, then you just guessed, you know. Buy the button.
Just joins the table and he's like, button straddle, boys.
Oh, Chris was not at the best of start. Oh, sorry, this is the other Christopher, of course.
This is the other Chris, yeah.
There's too many Christophers. He's doing fine. He's open ace-6 suited under the gun. Maxim just flicks in a chip in a way that only Maxim can. Peeling off, what? 7 big blinds. I love it.
This is brilliant, man.
Solve that one. I mean, he's in pretty good shape. He's going to get this to the flop with a very live hand.
Yeah, and opens the door for Doolin, also short stacked. Just 12 bigs behind. Gets to see a flop, getting a great price. Oh boy. Wow. I say oh boy. I like to say with the open ender.
Yeah,
Chris bottom pair.
Bottom pair, backdoor flush draw, Maxim with, well, 3 to a straight flush. And they all want to see a turn here. None of them want to put chips in though to see that turn, so I expect this one to check through.
A lot of spicy turn cards as well.
I mean, I can see Christopher wanting to bet this because he just knows Maxim's peeling so wide, even off that short stack. Maybe he does decide just to have a little stab.
Spiciest turn card, 10 of hearts. 1 time, please, dealer, for maximum entertainment value.
And I'm going to say Maxim can't call. Ah, and he agrees for once. Alexei. Oh, does he just jam here?
It's a really weird spot, right? Because, you know, Chris is going to be c-betting.
Right.
Like, with a lot of overpairs and, you know,
right. He shouldn't be c-betting light, but the Maxim dynamic changes it, right? From a standard situation where Alexei does decide to just peel and turn a pair, which puts him in the lead. And really bad card for Christopher to see, right? The hands he could still beat, like 8-10, 9-10, 8-9, all improved.
Does check through. Alexei is going to win this one at Showdown, unless Chris somehow managed to bluff him off the hand.
Yes,
It's an interesting one, as you said, James. You know, like the 10-9s, the 9-8s type hands, losing to 7x as well. And although we have some like fake showdown value, do we just try and get them 7x's of the world to fold here by kind of just going all in?
And as I say, you can try and make a 9-4, try and make even. There we go. Let's just check it back. It's kind of. It's just a weird spot all around, purely because Maxim's in there. These two are both adjusting to the fact Maxim's in the pot. You're not often in a pot where a guy's peeled with 5 bigs behind.
For those of you just joining us, 115 players remain of a field size of 510 players, anteing up the 3.3k. Is that your man?
It's my man, Sick Dog, James Aikenhead, in the mix on our feature. Now the game will begin. Please say he's still got a lot of chips. I mean, last time I spoke to him, he had about 140k.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got a lot of those white 5ks in front of him. Superstar in the UK scene. I see he now lives in Prague, so this is his local.
I mean, nice life having King's Resort just an hour and 15 down the road.
Yeah.
Come down for all the big events. Had the WPT Deep Stacks last year, had the Party Poker Millions as well.
Just event after event here at King's. Yes.
I think the sickest thing, like for me, you know, as someone that has struggled to build a bankroll from scratch like 5 years ago, you know, just being able to qualify for these huge events with like 100k up top type of fields online for what, like $5.50 I believe over on Party Poker.
Yeah, you can get in for peanuts.
Hotel expenses covered as well when you win certain packages. It's pretty sick way to try and build the roll.
All right, Maxim jamming those 5 bigs in. Christopher,
wow,
decision here, decides to go for the rejam. Interesting.
8 big says run it.
Yeah.
ISO jam.
I mean, obviously, Alexi only with 20 bigs in the small, but the other Christopher in the big does cover him, so.
So Maxim, all in at risk, has been in this position before, and yeah,
it's no worry.
Stay alive.
I mean, you're a fool if you think Ace-10's holding here.
He's like, dealer, just send me the chips now. Come on, stop mucking about.
There's no way Panyak misses here.
I love the confidence, James.
He's not. Do you think this guy misses? He doesn't miss. Here we go. Got a ball. 4 gets both of them in the straight, but of course, Panyak would have the higher one.
He calls it as well. It's like 4 hearts, please, dealer.
There it is, Queen. No worries. Just got a fade and ace. They're all live. They are in the deck.
Barry
still wants the 4. He's greedy.
One time. No dice. Maxim staying alive. Wonder if the Bee Gees are his favourite group to listen to.
you ain't knocking him out in that spot. I'm sorry.
I love to see it. A couple of people asking for the payouts. We will be giving you the payout details later on today. But for now, why don't you head over to Party Poker, get yourself registered in tomorrow's free roll, so that you don't forget.
1K free roll, 7 p.m. CET. For those of you watching on the stream, it is password protected. The password is it Kings or King? I mean, obviously Kings 1DE, I believe. Make sure I get that right.
Correct, yeah.
Kings 1DE.
I'm going to be flicking it, man. I'm just going to try and not get too distracted whilst doing the commentary, but you know, I want to kind of put the people that are usually needling me in the Twitch chat in the bin, at least on one occasion.
All right, Maxim all in again, ripping it under the gun. 12 bigs, ace-5 suited.
Yeah, I feel like even if he runs into aces here, he's just going to somehow win the hand. Oh, it's... No, Theodore hasn't ISO'd.
Just Roman to get through, and there we go.
Спорт, матушка. Не хотел хорошую поднимать. Да, думал, какой хороший. Я хотел плохую, честно. Ну да.
Yeah,
Пришлось, думал, выключать.
there we go. Remember that massive lead. Aikenhead joined the mix, 47 bigs. Very comfortable. Maxim doubled up, but is still the shortest, 14. Alexei, kind of where he's been all day, 20 bigs. Looking to get something going. Yes. We are playing 1500, 2.5k blinds here, second level of our coverage, but I believe the 6th level of the day these guys have played.
Yeah, came back today at 12 o'clock. I believe on stream it's, yeah. What? 6 o'clock? How long delay? 6:30?
We got, yeah, like I think we've got like sort of somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour delay.
Yeah, with the dinner break, 6 levels in. So you mentioned your next stop is going to be the Million Super High Roller. Are you actually going to be flying out for that one?
Yeah, off to Sochi, which is a pretty amazing place if you haven't been.
Never been, actually.
Yeah,
Never
it's
been.
cool. Very, very. It's kind of like the Vegas of Russia. Where the casino and resort is up in the mountains, where they built the area for the Winter Olympics a few years ago. So it's not in the city of Sochi; it's up in the mountains, and it's just kind of an absurd place.
Yeah.
Everything's immaculate. Everything's so nice up there.
Hotel and casino together, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful hotel and casino. Yeah, a lot of action. And you know, people. It's a little awkward to get to Sochi, but not really. It's like a one flight change, and people, I think, sometimes we're so fortunate, you know, being able to travel to all these countries visa-less and effortless, and you do have to get a visa to go there, but it's not that difficult to do. They make it very easy for you, and it's certainly worth going to. And the action there is pretty loose. Speaking of which, Maxim is going to continue, having defended ace-3 from the big flopping wheel draw. Theodore, he's got some cards he can barrel here.
Well, that's not one of them. Yeah, spades on the turn. Wouldn't surprise me to see him slow down, and that would give Maxim the opportunity to somehow take it away on the river. Unless, of course, the river's like an ace or a queen.
Well, let's see. That's a pretty good river card to bluff for Maxim. He does just that. Can't see Theodore do anything here. I mean, what do you have to put him on to call here?
Quite literally ace-5, ace-3.
Yeah, and you have an ace. There's no way you can call this. Nice little play from Maxim.
Yeah, Maxim now up to 20 bigs after being 5 cards away from elimination. Got a bit of breathing room. Average stack, not 70 big blinds. That's with the day 3 qualifiers though, I believe. Makes a lot of sense. Maxim just walking over to his rail and saying, boys, I got one through.
I mean, he's just a character, isn't he?
He's just giving up his small blind as well.
Don't need that one. I love it.
Wow. Loves. Just loves it.
2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
But yeah, good to see James in the mix on this table. Let's see him get involved, although I wonder, are we switching this table perhaps at the after the next break? Tends to be the play.
To be honest with you,
I hope not.
yeah, I was about to say, like, it's always a mix. Always a mix here. Sometimes, you know, we have the same feature table for the entire day, and other times we get a table change. I feel like 15-minute break that we've got coming up isn't really going to be long enough to switch these guys out and bring a new table in. So it wouldn't surprise me to see these guys back at the feature table after the break.
Well, here we have a hand. Alexei opening at 10s in the hijack. Christopher gonna 3-bet the ace-queen, and This one is going to be, well, we're going to run 5 cards, aren't we? Can't see anything else happening here.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Hijack the cutoff.
Raise.
2 good players.
16,000.
Yeah, and this is just a perfect 4-bet jam for Alexei.
7 pass. 8 pass.
Yeah, everyone else gets out of the way. That will happen here. Alexei's going to rip this in. More like 25 bigs.
Run it once, please, dealer. You run it twice, run it 3 times type man? Or?
I like running it twice. Yeah. I'll always give the option of twice.
5 raise. All in.
Secretly, I like it when people say no once.
A sick man, James.
Yeah, he's just going to get a count, but I mean, he's calling this.
Yeah, cut off versus hijack versus cut off, bit of a cooler.
Yeah, you're never 3-bet folding his queen here, just making short. Obviously, the no snap. Alexei's happy with because he knows he's not up against a bigger pair. No, see, this is why Maxim sat out this hand, because he knew he was going to be involved anyway. He knew 10s and ace queen were going to be out there.
Alexei, the player, all in, at risk for his tournament life. He knows all about that.
Yeah. Trying to go back to back. WPT, that'd be a pretty boss thing to do.
So far, so good for the 10s. King 6-4 rainbow. 5 cards to dodge twice.
Oh, some additional. Hitting a set would give Christopher Broadway.
3 of diamonds on the river, and Alexei with the full double.
Yeah, 110k now, over 40 bigs. Sochi champion. Very much in this now. There we go, Christopher down to just 28 bigs. It makes Roman's lead over the other guys even bigger. It's James Aikenhead now, the second biggest stack, just under 50 bigs. This might be the most amount of hands in a row I've seen James Aikenhead fold as well, I think.
Currently sat in second, this feature table.
Yeah, this is just a dream sort of stack depth right for Roman. Everyone's sort of between 20 and 50 bigs. You can really put pressure on them.
Yeah, it's a nice spot for Aikenhead as well. You know, not having Roman on his direct left.
All right.
Although he is going to have Roman opening a lot into his big blind and small blind. Roman obviously be in late position. Roman with the King 9 offsuit. Doesn't need to be told twice when it comes to opening from late position. As we've seen so far this feature table.
Theodore, the ace queen in the small. Could just rip this, right? 20 bigs.
Yeah, versus a cut-off open, and as you
a
mentioned
Roman
earlier,
cut-off
yeah,
open as
Roman
well.
cut-off open.
Yeah, there we go.
All in.
Does say run it.
52.5. 2 pass.
Roman, of course, not going to call with King 9.
7 pass.
Gonna chip up to 63k. That's quite the resume you've got open in front of you there, Dempsey.
Akey, Mr. Sick Dog here.
Wow.
He's he's not really. I was just sort of looking to see his last live cash, and it was the World Series a couple of years ago. He's just not really playing that much anymore.
Oh, really?
Spent a lot of time chatting to him last night. And busy as I say, lives in Prague now. He's got a young family, looking after the kids, that kind of stuff. so really not travelling the circuit, playing that many tournaments at the moment. I know he's just starting to get back into it. He was saying last night. So he has a affiliation there with UK Poker Room. Wearing a badge there, so he's going to be playing a little bit more in the near future. But yeah, also man, he managed to make the World Series of Poker main event final table in both Europe and the US in the same year. Like, which is pretty strong. So November 9 and then in the in between November 9, he made the final of the World Series of Poker Europe.
What a life!
Unfortunately, I think finished 9th in both, but still a pretty good accomplishment. I was needling him last night. He's also the recipient of a pretty horrible one when he was heads up for a bracelet, and it was a televised event, and he's got ace king in against 10-4 for the bracelet.
Oh, I saw that.
And
yeah,
the flop just comes 10-10-4.
I know exactly what hand you're talking about.
Yeah.
What was that back in like 2009, 2010 or something?
Yeah, I think 2009. Yeah. Maybe even 8 or 9 anyway. Yeah, it was a pretty grim one. It was a huge field, hold'em event, a lot of money at stake.
So I've been travelling the circuit for what, as long as you have then?
Yeah, yeah. Aki's been around a long time. We're the same sort of age.
Wrapping that UK Poker Room badge. Nice to see someone from the UK flying out here. I mean, obviously he is from Prague, but we saw Tom as well, Tom Hall. I know I saw, Simon Byrne was final, 18 players in the opener event. It was on my table.
I mean, the spot here is just an easy 3-bet, isn't it? You've got Alexei opening, Maxim peeling as Maxim does. And you find ace king in the small.
Let's see if anyone takes the bait here. I mean, last time, now everyone knows that Gorgi did it with ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, nice sizing.
He might get out of line.
Nobody can peel this. I say nobody can peel it. If anyone can peel it, it's this man. But that sizing really makes it hard for Alexei to peel.
Yeah. Give him the old nod.
I mean, Maxim's giving us up. I know, my man.
All the table English.
Yeah, just let it go. Yeah, I mean, Kings is it's a very easy place to get to from anywhere in Europe. You can fly to Prague, from anywhere pretty much directly, and then it's only just over an hour down the road from the airport. And they run obviously good service here with the shuttle drivers.
Yeah. Also
nice, always a nice car. You always get like some brand new Merc or something pick you up, very luxurious.
Yeah, I've had the Merc at 1 AM in the morning, and it's taken us about 35 minutes to get here.
Those guys fly here.
Yeah.
Right. I love it. Right.
Yeah.
They're happy to rip you here in record time. Yeah, it's just very easy to get to. It's very easy when you're here. Like, the buffet, the spa, the hotel, everything on site. It's just like I say, it's easy.
James
Aki going out for a little puff, perhaps.
Sacrifice his small blind, unfortunately.
Missed the unfortunate timing.
But yeah, also, like, even if Prague's not an option, because I do know there are some locations in Europe that, actually it's quite tough to get to Prague on certain days of the week, but Nuremberg as well, just 75 minutes down the road. And I mean, as a last resort, you've got Munich, which is about 2 hours drive, which is what I did on Sunday.
Yeah, I've done the Munich route before. Like I said, I mean, it's just very easy to get here. Actually, I had my flight out last night. I was joined on the plane by, I think I was pretty much the only person on the plane who wasn't a Leipzig fan.
Wasn't a what, sorry?
A Leipzig fan. They were returning, having beaten Tottenham in the Champions League.
Ah, right.
I didn't realise how close we were to Leipzig, only just over an hour away from Prague.
Oh, I hope Neil Barrett's not listening. Sorry, Neil.
Yeah,
Dempsey with the needle.
They were boisterous on the plane.
And you just keep yourself to yourself, and you didn't want anyone to know that you're from the UK.
A couple of the guys sat next to me, they were good lads. I don't think they've been to bed yet. They kind of stunk of booze. They carried on drinking on the plane.
Pewett's going to defend. Not gone well for him so far this feature table. To turn things around with a 9-7 of diamonds and no dice on that board.
When it's not going your way, you find the Queen 10 for all hearts. Interesting one for Alexei having a heart.
Please do English, because he can understand you if you're talking about something else. Nobody knows.
Dealer just protecting the integrity of the game.
Yeah, quite rightly too, obviously, once cards are out. I don't think anything untoward was being said, of course. I'm guessing there's probably 3 languages allowed at the table, right? English, Dutch, and English, Czech, and German, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Would be allowed.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with Czech or German players, you know, talking in their own language at the table. Most of them do also just respect the fact that, you know, during a hand, it's probably best to speak in English.
Well, Alexei check back twice, somehow makes a boat. Not going to get any action there, you'd imagine.
I mean, Chris with 0 showdown and no heart blockers. I mean, may just try and get a cheeky one through and maybe go small, bets like 1/3 on the river. Alexei is going to have a lot of give-ups. You can see he has river to boat. Chris not taking the bait.
Yeah. It's kind of an odd spot, right? Because Alexei doesn't really have any strong hands here, having checked back twice.
Yeah, neither does Chris as well. It's like, what do I try and get value from? I guess there are some Queen X combos out of the big blind that check 3 streets.
Right,
for pot control. And a snap fold.
He went, yeah, I like that 2/3. He went bigger, just don't really have too many hands.
How many platforms are we streaming on at the moment? Like 13, I think.
I have no idea.
About 3.
Multiple languages in play, of course, as well.
Yeah.
Not that I want to send you guys away from us, but if you would rather watch in German or Russian, both are available, I gather. But please do stay with myself and Henry. Well, look at the Russians. They're all on top. Leading the way here in Czech.
God knows what's going on over on the Russian stream. They must be
yeah, they're loving it.
loving life. Got our boy James representing us for the UK.
Yeah, Team UK.
Chris. Denmark opening things up with the ace-queen suited.
I mean, you've got to have a Scandi at the table.
Yeah,
It's
of course.
not a European poker event.
Yes, Maxi.
He's in there. He's got 6-4 suited. He's going nowhere. Flicking in the 2 bigs.
Theodore.
Right, Georgi, ace-6 in the cutoff. You can flick it in. Perfectly fine hands. Take 3-way. Go nut hunting.
Badulin. They're recently doubling up. Now afford to join the party. 6-5 offsuit.
Yeah, 3 players with a 6 and a raised pot. You know, a game on your hands here, and everyone missed this one. Jack 8-3.
Yeah, I believe there's only 1 ace left in the deck as well, if I'm not mistaken. Theodore, I believe, folded ace-6 offsuit from the hijack.
I mean, Christopher can't continue on this texture. And really hard to see anyone. I mean, Georgi does have backdoor spades, but yeah, I like this. I mean, he hits it the most, right, when it's checked round. It's very plausible he's hit this board. Certainly makes some better hands fold. And, you know, he has a little bit of equity with that backdoor flush draw.
All about the backdoors. And going to pick up a little one here.
Yeah.
Oh, nice one.
And, I mean, there's, you know, at that stage of the tournament, it's a raised pot 4-way. It's not a small pot anymore. There's nearly 10 bigs in there.
Up to over, whoa. Yeah, just, I mean, an amazing start for Georgi. Came into this feature table with 25 bigs at 1K, 2K. Finds himself with 60 bigs at 1K, 2.5K. Playing just above average. Love to see it. Has been one of the more active players at the table. Closing in on that money bubble as well. About 40 spots away or so. I do believe we have a break coming up as well, James.
Yeah. End of this level. I think we've got a little bit of time to go. All right, here is Sick Dog. My man with the 9s in the cutoff.
Is that like an online screen name, Sick Dog, or is that
Nah,
just
it's just
like
a nickname for him because he's sick. He is sick, this one. His online screen is actually pretty good. It's aspirin, given his ache in head.
Okay, all right.
Took me about 7 years to work that one
I'm
out.
liking the creativity.
Yeah. But no, he's just a sick man.
I'd feel pretty intimidated if, you know, James was on like a final table and his whole rail was just shouting out, "Go on, Sick Dog," and you know, you're playing against him. So, looks like Alexei wants to get out of line here on the Queen Jack O. Great 3-bet spot. Knows that James is going to be a lot wider than he actually is here with the 9s.
Yeah, cut off open from a strong player. He decides just to flat Queen Jack from the small. Well, gets the big to fold anyway.
I'm going to go heads up to the flop. Alexei out of position against a very competent opponent.
Queen
Flops best.
Yeah, Queen 7-8 though. I mean,
it's probably going to be a one and done for James. Alexei is going to have all of the king queens, queen jack, queen 10 type hands out the small blind. Maybe even ace queen O at certain frequency.
yeah. See, I would expect him to sort of be more likely to 3-bet a hand like queen jack off and king queen off. So I wouldn't expect him too often. But yeah, maybe not wanting to 3-bet ace queen and be kind of in a horrible spot if he was jammed on. So yeah, obviously does have some queens. And like you say, James, kind of a board he probably feels he has to fire. Can get called by some weaker holdings, although it does of course block the straight draws. A nice turn card for both players as they pick up straight draws. Obviously James is being open-ended.
Yeah,
And this one, yeah, pretty confident goes check, doesn't it? It's 29k in there.
Proves the 5 outs rather than just 2 on the turn. Yeah, and I agree with the c-bet. James, you know, just getting protection from some of the ace 10s, king jack, king 10 type hands as well.
Right.
And always going to check behind on this turn card. 5 of hearts on the river. So let's say with the check mark, 29k in the middle.
Now, question is, how does he want to play the river? Oh, he's gone for the check. I kind of like the bet there. There's quite a lot of missed draws, like the flush draws. And James can have certainly some 10x here, the way this one's played out. C-bet is straight draws.
You mentioned the missed flush draws. They are going to have to bluff it on the river, though, after missing.
Aki's. Let's try and squeeze a little bit of value here, I think. He's thinking maybe he's up against
12,500.
a weaker pocket pair, perhaps, some 8x. I mean, you know, and he himself can represent some missed draws. Would have expected perhaps Alexei to bet queen.
Yes.
So kind of value cuts himself a little bit there.
Yeah, sizing wise.
And nines there are quite important because obviously there's only one combo of 9-10 suited left, and that's would have popped a straight and flush draw, so he doesn't put his opponent on that. So very hard for Alexei to have a 10 when you're holding those two 9s.
Yeah, only jack 10 suited really makes sense.
I like the value bet, and so unfortunate this time that Alexei elected to check what is effectively his worst queen. Can't have anything worse than queen jack there.
Yeah, and also interestingly, you know, that hand being shown down, James going to pick up on the fact that Alexei's flat called queen jack-o out of the small blind.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't give him any queen jack offsuit combos from the small, but now knows that that is the case.
Back to our man.
Maxime
got the queen 10 off.
8 raise, 5 high.
It's opening off his 15 bigs.
1 plus. 2 plus.
Hiki with the 5s in the hijack. What he doesn't know is how Maxime plays at this point. I don't think you can really do anything here, can you? He's coming in blind, but someone opening off 15 bigs. You've got
No, the red are not there.
He does let go of the pair.
You see how much it hurts him to fold?
Is that why you call him sick dog?
He's just torn up inside.
I'm going to fold round to the small blind. Chris going to let go of the 8 deuce. Chip leader in the big.
But Roman. Haha, yet again, same hand versus same hand.
Snap.
Here we go.
7 call.
15k in the middle. Oh, wow.
All right, let's see how tricky they get.
Oh,
Both
wow.
flop the joint.
Maxim with the free roll with the 10 of hearts.
Got the free roll.
This is brilliant.
Bit of Hollywood.
This is absolutely brilliant.
8 bet, 5-5.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet board.
Roman casually flicking it in with the nuts.
Love to see this. They are going to chop this one up. 3 of spades, 26 in the middle, 25 behind for Maxime.
Oh, brilliant, the little look.
But you couldn't script this. You really couldn't script this.
Roman's just trying to see some chips go in the middle. There you go, what's that?
8 bet, 9,000.
James Bond, eat your heart out.
And I mean, this is where Roman just jams right. It's a very wet board. Your opponent's going to have some strong hands he can't fold that he's going to hate rivers on, and of course he's going to have some draws that have to call. So I don't see any reason to do anything but jam, and that's what he's done.
All in and the call.
This is a spot you're supposed to slow roll.
Hey, Maxime pretty frustrated that Roman has the same hand.
It's pretty hard to get the nuts in Hold'em. To have the chop just doesn't seem right.
Man, I love this guy. Been a real character at the table so far today. You know, you got to give credit to someone that can come to a poker table and have some fun with it, even in an event as prestigious as this, you know. 1.5 mil guaranteed, 3.3k buy-in, and he's still managing to enjoy himself at the table. Obviously not taking anything away from the guys that do obviously take themselves seriously. It's their profession.
Yeah, it's important to have fun at the table.
Especially in cash games.
Yeah, way more important, of course, in cash games.
One time. E30. 2 times.
Tournaments I can understand, you know, the hoodies, the headphones. Something you see a lot in PLO is you don't really get many guys with headphones on. Well, at least in the games that I've been playing.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common. Cash is a much more sociable aspect. Your longer session, you set people on, and you're more likely to play the same people.
Yeah.
So yeah, you do have, you obviously generate conversations more naturally. People you know better. But yeah, I'm still kind of I mean, in tournaments, I like it more people talk. It's just let's have fun. It can be a little bit boring sometimes. Get conversations going. Obviously, it can be difficult in tournaments around Europe with language barriers and whatnot.
Yeah.
As opposed to in the US, where pretty much everyone in the tournament's going to speak English fluently.
My flatmate has tried or has been teaching me the complete opposite. He said the only person that he speaks to at the table is the player on his left.
Butter them up.
Yeah.
Maxim defending King 9 from a big, but it's Georgi flopping nut flush draw 2 overs, who's going to see bet and expect to take this one down. But yeah, that's the old one. Just be nice, buy a drink for the person on your left, and that's all that sort of nonsense.
It's so funny deep into day 2.
Wow, I said
Maxime
one
actually.
big blind bet, very small, the minimum bet, does get a call from a hand that's drawing very thin.
Does pick up a gutter ball on the turn.
As does Georgi. It is interesting that he went that sizing on kind of a wet board.
Yeah, king would be a very troublesome card for Maxim. I don't really see him.
I like it. Bets now. Obviously, having bet so small on the flop, Maxim has a lot of hands that are going to give up.
I don't see Maxim folding now after picking up a gut shot after floating with king high.
Right. If you call the flop with no pair, no draw, and you pick up a draw, and your name's Maxim, you ain't folding. Although with only 28k in a stack.
Yeah, it does eventually decide to let it go. But yeah, I was going to say, on day 2, deep into day 2, one of the chip leaders of the tournament sat to my right, and I was the only person that had him covered. And immediately, as soon as he sat down, he asked me my name and tried shaking my hand. I was like, all right, pal. All right. Nice try. Those are the chip counts.
Yeah, look at Alexei climbing up, having won that another pot against Aikenhead. Recent champion up to 135k. Maxim down the bottom where he's been pretty much for most of the stream, but he's having the most fun, I think, at this table.
Yeah.
And the other man having a lot of fun is Georgi, as you say. Started short, now up to 60 bigs. Roman, of course, staying at where he's been for these last 2 hours atop the counts with a monstrous stack for what is halfway through day 2. Has a comfortable day 3 stack there.
Once again, for those of you just joining us, World Poker Tour Germany main event, 1.5 million euro guaranteed prize pool, 3.3 thousand. Oh, 3.3 thousand? Is that a thing?
You're not lying.
3,300 euro buy-in. Joined in my home away from home commentary booth by James Dempsey, the the founding father of British commentary. Although you're not that old.
No, yeah, I was going to say.
Making you sound like you're from the Stone Age.
And plenty have gone before me. I don't know. I'll have to come up with something. All right, here we go. Christopher against Christopher once again.
That's about the 5th time today, isn't it?
This one going to be a little easier. 23 bigs against a +2 open.
Do we just jam here at this stack depth? Don't really have many 3-bets.
It's weird.
Of 23 bigs.
I think given that Puitz has raised for that Jack 9 suited earlier in a similar spot, I think we might have some 3-bets here. So I'd like to see him go a non-all-in sizing for that reason, but at the same time, of course, it'd be pretty standard just to rip it in. But he looks like he has gone for the non. Yeah, I like it purely because of that raise fall earlier with Jack 9 suited. And Roman with ace queen behind. Well,
oh wow.
He's gonna be 4-betting this, you'd imagine.
Oh boy. Roman hasn't really put a foot wrong so far today.
And I think this is one of the ones where he just goes very small, like 25k, because it signifies he's never fallen to Christopher, but does give him some maneuverability if someone else jams.
Yeah, that's a really good point actually.
And he's just going to do that with range that continues here. I think he has no hands that flat.
It's giving Chris the old stare down.
Yeah, I mean, Roman obviously, it just seems so comfortable at the table, doesn't he? He's obviously plays a lot of live poker. Looking for something. But yeah, just given that Puitz has raised folded a couple of hands.
You know, you might let this one go, James. You might let this one go. Slightly different situation. EP open. 23 big blind stack, 3-betting.
I mean, I thought he was going to let the ace queen go earlier, but this time I think he's got to go with this one. I think. But look at this.
There you
were
go.
Right. He does find the fold.
Good man. That's why he's got all of them chips and made the FT.
And he picked up on something. I'll stare down.
Back home.
Theodore having a little think. Not quite sure why.
TV times, James.
Yeah,
TV
he's got to get all the TV time, hasn't he? He's not been too involved. Well, I'm surprised at that fold from Roman, but good fold it was.
I believe we're going on break in about 5 minutes time. Players going to take a short 15 minutes away.
The good thing is we haven't heard anything, have we? So that means we're staying with this table. We'd have,
I
think
believe
by
so.
now we'd have been gifted some information about our next table. So let's hope, because this is a lot of fun. This one. The Russian guys certainly. The Russian guys always seem to have the most fun at the table as well.
Yeah,
I do like playing with them.
Had an interesting cash game table last night with a few of them. Quite fun, just like blind potting and forcing everyone to put a button straddle on. Love to see it. Did actually end up getting stacked by one of the Russian players in a 3K pot.
Oh, that's nice. Was this a 5-5?
Yeah, 5-5 with a straddle. Up against the old 8-6 4 deuce.
Ah.
Classic.
Got some coverage there on the low cards.
Yeah.
Never see that one coming. Speaking of low cards, Ryman with the deuces.
Yeah, and with Alexei being so deep here, I wouldn't be surprised to see him flick in a call to try and set mine.
Let's try and get something going. Does have position. Maxim, well, there's no way he's folding this hand. Absolutely never going to happen.
Oh, solve this one, as you said earlier on, James.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Of 10 bigs.
And this is the kind of, when Roman peels, he doesn't mind this because he's looking to play this as multi-way as possible, right, with the deuces. And now Theodore with King 6 suited in the small. Thinking about doing something, but no, let's let it go. Georgi, King 5 off. He's going to join his countryman. Here we go, finally, we got all 4 Russians in the same pot.
4 Russians came to Kings, and they all played a hand. See who wins this one. Wow.
Jack 6, everyone now with a pair.
And Theodore would have flopped top and bottom. Decides to come along for the ride at the small blind with King 6 of diamonds. Georgi.
Well, Alexei electing to check, and I like it. Second pair, top kicker doesn't really need to protect this hand. It'll be out full way pot. Now, will Maxim just rip it in with his bottom pair? I mean, he's got less than pot. Nah, good boy. Does decide to check it back. Way too scary. 4-way. Take a card, try and improve. Is that a 10, it looks like?
It's saying that Maxim's got 0% equity, but he would win if a 6 rolled off.
Right, I guess the other 6s must have been folded because we're using folded cards, aren't we? So
that does make sense.
Yeah. It's a little, not a huge fan of that, but that'll be why it's a 0. Well, looks like this one's just checking the way down, and then Alexei's going to win it with his jack. Surprised he didn't go for a little bit of value on the end.
It looks like the rest of the players have stood up, James, so it wouldn't surprise me if we are going on that 15-minute break now.
Yeah, right. Looks to be the case. Yeah, I'm surprised. I think Alexei could have tried to get a little value there, but I mean, good thing he didn't, because Georgi was checking out a better hand the whole way.
So guys and gals back home, we are going on break for 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Coming back and playing down to the money. WPT Germany main event. Peace.
Koniecznie. Tak, jedniczka, 400.
Woo! February 2020 welcomes a very new and a very exciting partnership for the World Poker Tour and Party Poker Live. The Club Pierre Charon will be hosting the first ever WPT Deep Stacks Paris Festival. The dates of the series will run from February 20th to March the 2nd. The €1,500 buy-in main event will start on February the 27th alongside a full-on schedule of poker, including a €400 buy-in opener, a €2,500 buy-in high roller, and a €150 buy-in ladies event. You can qualify online on Party Poker and use your tournament dollars to register for all tournaments during the festival. Club Pierre Charon is situated near the iconic Champs-Élysées, and it boasts more than 40 tables fully equipped with the latest RFID technology. This is the largest gaming space in Paris, and we cannot wait to host our inaugural event here. À tout à l'heure.
Don't change until you change. Ooh, something. We're all different but the same. We're frontin'. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
WPT Barcelona is back for 2020 at Casino Barcelona in partnership with Party Poker Live. The full festival will run from March the 27th to April the 5th, and it's going to be quite the memorable week. This is going to be a full-on festival of poker with something for everybody, including a WPT 500, a €5,300 high roller, a €550 bounty hunter, a €1,100 closer, and, of course, last but not least, the €3,300 buy-in main event. The main event kicks off on March 31st and has a €3 million guarantee. You can also play day 1 and 2 on partypoker.com on March 22nd. Party Poker is offering you the chance to qualify online for tournaments on both .com and .eu platforms, so make sure you don't miss out on this opportunity. Also, your tournament dollars can be used to buy in to events during the festival, so you can have the chance to potentially be the next WPT champion. Set right on the coastline, Casino Barcelona is in a prime location to take full advantage of this vibrant city. So even away from all of the poker action, you'll never be at a loss for things to do day or night. February 2020 welcomes a very new and a very exciting partnership for the World Poker Tour and Party Poker Live. The Club Pierre Charon will be hosting the first ever WPT Deep Stacks Paris Festival. The dates of the series will run from February 20th to March the 2nd. The €1,500 buy-in main event will start on February the 27th alongside a full-on schedule of poker, including a €400 buy-in opener, a €2,500 buy-in high roller, and a €150 buy-in ladies event. You can qualify online on Party Poker and use your tournament dollars to register for all tournaments during the festival. Club Pierre Charon is situated near the iconic Champs-Élysées, and it boasts more than 40 tables fully equipped with the latest RFID technology. This is the largest gaming space in Paris, and we cannot wait to host our inaugural event here. À tout à l'heure.
Don't change until you change. Ooh, something. We're all different but the same. We're fronted. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
WPT Barcelona is back for 2020 at Casino Barcelona in partnership with Party Poker Live. The full festival will run from March the 27th to April the 5th, and it's going to be quite the memorable week. This is going to be a full-on festival of poker with something for everybody, including a WPT 500, a 5,300 euro high roller, a 550 euro bounty hunter, a 1,100 euro closer, and of course, last but not least, the 3,300 euro buy-in main event. The main event kicks off on March 31st and has a 3 million euro guarantee. You can also play day 1 and 2 on partypoker.com on March 22nd. Party Poker is offering you the chance to qualify online for tournaments on both .com and .eu platforms, so make sure you don't miss out on this opportunity. Also, your tournament dollars can be used to buy into events during the festival, so you can have the chance to potentially be the next WPT champion. Set right on the coastline, Casino Barcelona is in a prime location to take full advantage of this vibrant city. So even away from all of the poker action, you'll never be at a loss for things to do day or night.
Alright, welcome back, and we are straight into the action, it appears, Henry.
Straight in.
Alexi, the ace-queen. +1. Guess we're playing 1.53 now, the blinds.
And I'm assuming, although we have made a couple of incorrect assumptions so far today, 7.5 bigs. Oh, 7.3 big blinds. Sevens are going to go in the middle.
Now, this one I do fear for him. The Queen 6 was a certain double, but Alexi's just in form, you know, and he's a fellow Russian. They're tricky. They're tough.
And Alexi, obviously, no stranger to winning flips. So he would have had to do that on several occasions. Oh, wow.
Ah, sick dog. Now, obviously going to be ripping in the ace-king here. Little tank, of course, but as soon as he looked at those cards, he knew what his play was going to be.
And facing a +1 open and short stack re-jam. Sick dog playing less than 30 bigs. Ace-king offsuit. Going to go into the middle.
Raise, re-raise.
James is like, I'm all in, pal.
It's funny though that when watching James tank there, I mean, I'm not a huge person in the live reads, but the way he was playing with his chips, it never looked like he was like, oh, what do I do? Like, it always looked like he was going to move all in. It's probably easy saying that, and it's probably confirmation bias because we're watching the cards and know he's going to do that. But
I know what you mean,
if I was Alexi watching that, I would have felt like he never looked like he was torn. It always looked like he was just stalling before jamming.
That's quite interesting, actually, because it's something that I do quite a lot, which what Sick Dog just did. I look at my cards and I know that I'm going to go all in. Maybe I need to practice in front of the mirror, looking more nervous before I do it.
It didn't really see him counting his own chips or anything. I mean, he should know exactly what he's got coming back from a break, but it didn't look pained at all.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Again, I mean, I'm saying this, and we can see he's got ace-king, and maybe he does that with other hands as well. But of course, Alexei makes way. Aki in the flip against Maxim.
Maxim doesn't want to.
Ah, there we go.
Mate, you gotta love Maxim. Well, one of the aces dead.
Well, you see, I said I feared for Maxim, but that was when he was up against Alexei. Against James, I think he's got it. I think he's going to get the double again.
Does need to win this flip to stay alive.
There we go. 8-8-5. So far, so good. Jack, Aki calls for. Might be the dirty way.
Well, 3 of diamonds, an undercard to the 7s. Needs to dodge an ace or a king. Only 4 of them left in the deck. Looks like a 5 on the river. Maxim, now 3 on the river. Maxim does get the double and then some with that dead money in the middle.
Yeah. Obviously, out of a personal point of view, I'm rooting for Aki there, but I'm very glad to see Maxim still on this table because he is the most fun. And guys, we have that free roll. Not till tomorrow night. It's 7 PM CET tomorrow evening. It's password protected. That password is Kings1DE. So if you want to give that a spin, why not register now, just in case you forget tomorrow. Of course, we'll remind you of that all tomorrow. Yeah. Something to play alongside watching the stream tomorrow evening.
Fun sweat. So I believe we've got, what, 105 players left. Thereabouts.
Yeah, we got 100 according to the graphic.
Oh, wow. Players busted pretty quickly here then. I mean,
yeah.
I'm quite surprised to see that number drop so quickly, given this structure.
I would say, yeah, there can't have been that many day 2 buy-ins. I mean, they'd obviously be coming in quite short. You know, if you bought in the last minute, you started with 20 bigs, so they expected a little bit of action. But, you know, after the first 2 hours, that should have sort of calmed down, as it were.
Yeah, I believe there were about 46 day 2 re-entries, thereabouts. We came back today with about 464 entries in total, something like that, around that number. It's funny, I was speaking to a friend of mine who bagged up like 210k for today, and he was saying how he was ready to re-enter if he needed to. I was like, pal, you're coming back with almost 300 big blinds. Like, what on earth? He's like, well, you got to prepare for the worst kind of thing. I'm like, you're mental.
Yeah.
Maxim winning another one. The flopping top pair. Above that danger zone now. About 22, 23 bigs. Imagine if he makes a run in this after. I mean, how many times has he been all in at this table?
It would be great.
Could actually now knock a couple of players out.
Well, there you go, yeah. You're up to 40 bigs. They're third in chips at this table. Getting a little shallower now. You see that group between 26 and 18 bigs. All kind of precarious spot in the tournament. Obviously, we see Aki down towards the bottom, having lost that flip. But he's played enough tournaments, come back from enough spots. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, quite the resume that man has. 21 on the UK all-time money list. As you mentioned, not playing as much live poker nowadays, but has found his way here. WPT Germany main event.
And we'll pop down the road.
He probably didn't even book a hotel room, did he? He just kind of rocked up day 1, bagged up for day 2, went home, came back today. He's like, well, you know, if I bag for day 3, I'll treat myself to a room in the hotel.
I can confirm he was staying here last night. Unfortunately for me, because that meant quite a few drinks were consumed in the bar.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little sore this morning when I first woke up.
You're not 21 anymore, pal.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I keep telling myself. I'm only 25.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, James introduced me to a couple of his friends, obviously from Prague. And they're all drinking in the bar, having a good time.
Interesting spot here, blind versus blind, Jack 8. I'd like to see Alexei raise it up here. He does just decide to call with his gut shot. Ace of spades on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's going to call with all his 8s, most of his jacks, right? It's fine, he can bluff later streets. He also has quite a lot of ace highs as well, right? So this seems now a must bet.
Yeah, I don't think he even needs to go that big. Chris going to be c-betting, or stabbing, sorry, pretty much his entire range.
Yeah, it does decide to check it back, but again, that doesn't mean he's given up on bluffing. He can certainly still bet the river if he elects to do so. I mean,
does give Chris the chance to take this one away from him, though.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue here. But again, I mean, does Chris really have many hands that take this line? I don't think so. So now Alexei, I like to go size that kind of reps, just trying to get some value with an 8 or something like that. This is most likely holding here, right?
Like 1/3.
Yeah.
Oh, like 5k and 15k.
Yeah, maybe you can go even a little bit smaller, perhaps.
And Chris just realizing that he's going to have a ton of showdown value here with king high, still beating all the queen 10, queen 9, 10-7, 10-9, 9-7 combos.
There you go. He has gone that just a fraction under third. But I think, yeah, I like the fold here because I think Christopher would expect Alexei to perhaps bluff some of those hands on the turn. So the double check has given it more credit for being perhaps a hand like an 8. Nice play from Alexei, the champ.
That one down. Back-to-back champ. How sick would that be?
Yeah, that'd be pretty strong.
It's a big statement. If I'm not mistaken, it was his largest live score by quite some margin as well. So he's obviously been in the lab.
Well, I like I played that one.
Those of you who've only recently joined us after the first break of the day, this is the WPT Germany main event live from King's Resort in partnership with Party Poker Live. 96 players remain with a total field size of 510 entries in this €3,300, 1.5 mil guaranteed event.
Bit of a mouthful with that, really, isn't it?
That was, yeah. It was a bit of a plug. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined by James Dempsey. We're tucked away in that little, well, I say little screen, that screen that you see, not behind Gordy, but you see the big screen behind seat 5. We're just tucked in a little man cave.
What is Georgi thinking about here? A bit out of line if he goes for Theodore here. It's a weird one. I mean, Theodore's been so snug. I mean, it's going to work. Theodore with ace-10 off. This is the kind of fun thing, okay? Like, so, you know, everyone knows these days, like, what kind of hands am I supposed to free up? Well, Georgi's obviously just, like, much more dynamic, much more flowy. He's like, well, I haven't done anything for a little while. I'm just going to go after this guy this hand. And his hand's not quite as relevant to him, but it's like it's another way of sort of balancing the range. It's not 3-betting every time. He's just like, this time, I'm going to go after him. And next time, he might have a much better hand to 3-bet with and not do it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen that a couple of times today already.
Yeah,
the ace-10 suited and the ace-10 offsuit earlier on.
It's the old school sort of balancing. Literally just, I haven't done it for a while, let's do it now. Like, and it's still effective.
Yeah, I mean, he's managed to work his way up from, what, 50,000 to almost 200k in the space of 2 hours. Seems to be working for him so far.
Yeah.
I'd love to get Jabricada or someone on the table start really spicing things up.
UK Tom Hall.
You know, when you mentioned that he'd been grinding the Party Poker Live dollars leaderboard, that makes so much sense given his background.
Yeah, it was obviously all
Just
satellites.
his cup of tea, really.
Yeah, he. I mean, he was literally playing every day, all the time. When you just see him, he had his phone out, he's playing because you just had to grind. Obviously, there was lots of bonus incentive in the when they ran that promotion.
It's like 250k for first win or something.
Yeah,
ludicrous like
something
that.
huge. Yeah, and Marty Mattis was the other one. I think Marty may have won in the end, and
he did.
Tom came second, I think.
Yeah, Marty did win it.
But it was funny, you know, like how much they were grinding. I mean, Marty was on the final of Million South America, and he was kind of like, maybe I should be playing the satellites at the same time. We're like, he actually won the event, won $1 million, and I sort of asked him, and he was like, I don't know if I should play some more satellites tonight or have tomorrow off. You know.
Imagine winning $1 million, and the first thing you think about is going back to the leaderboard grind.
Oh, Christopher opens yet again, and once again, Christopher is going to 3-bet him. This time, Kings versus King 10. Now, they're playing just over 20 bigs effective. It feels like a spot where don't really have too many just 3-bets, but we did see him do just that on the orbit before the break with ace queen, so maybe he is going to try and go a little smaller. It'll be suspicious if he did it for the first time. You know, you think, oh, it must be really strong. But given he's done it before, he might get away with a smaller 3-bet, and it looks like that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, it's quite funny when this happens, you know, on several occasions. It's really easy to level yourself into thinking that someone's just going after you.
Right, this is the dream where you're so happy you're on the stream table because you find out what they had. If this wasn't streamed, he would just think, God, this guy's just bashing me.
Yeah, I've certainly leveled myself in cash games before, and, you know, I can't remember who it was that said it, but someone told me once, you know, if they 3-bet you 3 times in the space of 2 hours, they just have it, Henry. You know, don't beat yourself up.
Should we play some cash later, mate?
just fold. They've got you. See if Pewitz levels himself to go and break with this one. Blocking ace king, kings.
I think he's going to find the fold again. I mean, it's almost attractive enough to peel, isn't it? I know they're so shallow, playing 20 effective.
Yeah, it's getting a sick price on a call.
Yeah.
You can see.
He's trying to get a read. You're not going to read this man.
No. Christopher Rasmussen, also known as the PLO GTO bot. That's what I call him.
No, he's doing all right in this game too.
And yeah, I bet the other Chris can't wait to see what he had on stream.
Yeah, it's just been a little unfortunate that. Counts by seat. Yeah, so I'd say Georgi's got a pretty nice seat here, hasn't he? Seat 2 there with 185k. He's got Maxim, who's kind of the most unpredictable player, should we say, on his right, and of course, he's far enough away from Roman there. They're not going to clash as often, and when they do, he's going to have position.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd say that's the most. I mean, if I'm choosing places, I'll take Roman's 400k, and but Georgi's in a pretty nice spot there.
Yeah, 2 times average with 95 left. Quite a nice spot to be in. Haven't really seen anyone get like 2 out of line either, both pre-flop and post-flop. Obviously, Maxim's been getting involved in the mix a little bit.
Yeah, he's been over-involved passively. But yeah, I'd say Georgi's the one who's kind of stepped out of line a couple of times pre.
6,500.
Talking of getting out of line, Alexei saying, well, how about opening with the Queen 4 suited?
Well, it's one of these nice spots where he's got position against Roman, right? Only a couple of hands in orbit where he's going to have that opportunity. And look who's in the big blind as well, so he's thinking, I want to play pots with Maxim.
Maxim obliges, heads up to the flop, 17.5 out there. Quite an interesting one with no spade, but I guess a board where I'm going to see bet pretty close to range.
Yeah, it's no surprise to see him reaching for chips here. You know, Maxim's peeling probably wider than anyone else at this table, and he's just going to have so many give-ups. Again, obviously you're not making anything better fold, but you just liven things up and you just clean everything out and just take the pot down.
Oh, nice little pick up there for Alexei. Closing in on that 50 big blind mark. Was all in at risk earlier on. Managed to win a flip. Hijack versus cutoff. Tens against ace queen. Fresh off that WPT Sochi main event win. Maybe it is the hoodie, James.
Yes.
Maybe it is the hoodie.
I mean, Barcelona just win. Alexei just wins. So I'm going wrong.
Are you a Madrid fan, are you?
You know, I'm a proud Brighton Hove Albion fan.
Born and bred?
I'm not, but I've just been living there for a very long time now.
That's where all the crushers live, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually...
no, Manic, I think he still lives there.
Yeah, Manic lives in Brighton.
Rhino was living there before as well.
Yeah, Rhino lives there. So who's just moved in is Anna Marquez has just moved to Brighton as well.
Yeah, she just left my flatmates. They were living together and now lives in Brighton.
Yeah, she lives just a couple of streets from me.
She's a funny one. We're in the same study group.
You kids with your study groups. Here we go, Maxim. Maxim 3-betting the king 9 off. Have some of that, Christopher. And that was obviously going to get through. No way he's calling ace-6 off.
You young kids always opening from late position.
But it's interesting because Maxim's just been flicking in peels off the peels. So he probably has like the least amount of 3-bets you'd imagine. He seems very happy just to call and see flop. He just decides, king 9, let's go, have some of that. Wild and unpredictable. But yeah, Brighton is a bit of a hotbed. I mean, it has a lot of advantages, doesn't it?
Makes sense,
a lot of people, a lot of players from Europe have moved to the UK for the tax implications, and then Brighton, of course, near to Gatwick Airport. You can fly to anywhere in the world pretty easily from there. So
yeah, pretty dreamy spot. Apart from the drive up to DTD.
Yeah, that's the only thing. But you can get a train. It's easy enough.
Was it like 5-6 hours?
No, less than that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, and it's just a really nice city to live in as well. That's my advert for Brighton, done and dusted.
James with a spot here, 20 bigs, UTG. Ace Queen O. Just says run it, boys.
Yeah. Definitely options there.
Yeah, I mean, don't really want to raise fold Ace Queen, and I guess also it comes down to the price you're laying the big blind.
Yeah.
Now, I think with maybe Ace Queen suited, we can get away, or Ace King suited, we can get away with opening. And
right, and the problem on this table specifically as well, he would have seen is this, you know, it's quite likely he's going to get peeled. Like,
yeah. Play a hand like Ace Queen offsuit out position against.
Maxim's on the button. He can call you. You don't really know where you're going to be post flop against him. So it's easier perhaps just to jam.
Does pick up the blinds and the big blind ante, giving him a few more orbits of a life until he needs to find another spot. No stranger to finding spots, that man. Over 3 million in tournament live earnings.
Yeah,
quite the resume. And we've got a pretty decent table in terms of resumes, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
WPT final tablists, winners. So nice little mixture. So when you first got into poker, you grinding cash, or were you hooked on MTTs pretty straight away?
I think when I first started playing online, there weren't really any sites with MTTs. It was just cash games. And then the tournaments started coming along, and that's what really got me. I loved it. I used to just play tournaments all the time.
Hang on, what year are we talking? It sounds like you're talking like...
late 02 this would be.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was weren't really a lot of options for playing tournaments.
I didn't even know what a deck of cards was in 02.
I remember actually, you know, I played on the now defunct Tribeca network and on Party Poker actually. They were the first ones I was playing on. And Party, all the games were limit. So I was playing those, and then on Tribeca there was some no limit games, and then Party used to have sit and goes as well.
Yeah.
And then and the tournament sort of kicked in, and it all went up from there. There were other sort of Paradise Poker as well. That was a good site, now defunct. They had big tournaments actually. They were probably leading the way in the tournaments. I think they were the biggest site at the time as well, Paradise. And then, of course, you know, the Cryptologic network, all these other sites.
Yeah. So what were you doing at the time? Like, were you in school or you were working?
I was I was training as a pilot actually when I first started playing poker. Really, when I first started making money from it.
Wow.
Really, so.
How did your parents take that when you said, "Hey, listen, I'm not going to be flying planes. I'm going to be
That was quite
taking
good,
planes around the world playing cards"?
Well, my dad was a very very good bridge player. So he played to quite a high standard. You know, had done very well in the game. So cards were always a game we played at home. There was always forms of card games being played. So my dad quite enjoyed it, I think. But I was doing it. It was obviously I was just making money from it. It was alongside, you know, I was paying for my training, so they were all for it. And then kind of finished my training, and unfortunately, it was not long after, you know, 9/11 and the aviation industry downturn. So there weren't many options for jobs when I finished my training.
Wow.
So I just carried on playing poker for a little bit as a stopgap. As Georgi just rips it in from the button. Jack 10 suited, what, 20 effective?
Yeah,
so
20 effective.
Seems pretty reasonable.
23.
Yeah, so there weren't a lot of options for me, so I just carried on playing poker, and as I said, the rest is history. Just obviously I was in the right time. Poker boom, online.
Online and live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't really play much live back then. It's funny now, I don't very rarely play online another way.
This could get 4-bet every second hand.
Everyone's just too good, aren't they? It's so tough. There we go, the haves and the have-nots. 5 shortish stacks here.
Yeah, about 20 spots now. We've lost 6 players since coming back from break. Only been back from break 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Dropping like flies out here. I believe we've only had the one bust out from the feature table, the 10s against the ace-queen earlier on. I mean, I know Maxim's tried going home on several occasions, and
he's not.
He's still in the mix.
He's never losing those all-ins. You don't call all-in pre-flop with 7 high if you think you're going to lose. Let me tell you that. The man knew he was winning. All right. Now, let's see. Georgi's 3-bet him a couple of times. What's he going to do with 7-8 suited?
We're deep enough to justify just flat calling here in position.
I like the flat. It's just, it's almost like I really want to see a flop with this hand.
Oh, wow. It's in the small blind.
And this is just a pretty easy jam, isn't it? It's what, 23? And you know Georgi doesn't have anything good because he's 3-bet a couple of times. He's peeling pretty. His peel means pretty bad hands. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Georgi isn't balanced enough to be peeling traps here.
Yeah.
Just.
Oh, wow.
Wow. And this is how you win WPTs, guys.
Wow.
You wake up with the hand in the perfect spot.
I was about to say, the only person he needs to worry about getting through is Roman, as you mentioned. Georgi not going to be balanced enough to have many traps there, and it would have got through. Now needs to find a 2-outer, or some clubs or diamonds. Alexei moving all in over the top.
Christopher's had a torrid time at this table, and this is just a pretty cold one, because he was going to pick up a nice pot there.
Cold 4 out the big blind, not what you want to hear when you got the 10s.
Yes, this is just cold, but look at that. I mean, Alexei started the day short as well, didn't he? He had, what, like 20k or something?
Yeah.
Half a starting stack now in a huge pot with chips behind.
So, both flush draws live, but going to need some help from the deck. And
wow. All right, we got some interest. He flops the set, but Alexei there, of course, with the open ender.
One ace folded. Queen, an ace, or a 9 needed to knock out the German. 4 hearts on the river, and
yeah,
I guess we spoke a little bit too soon there. Finds the 10-ball corner pocket.
Yeah, all set up hand, but gets the double. Alexei, still pretty comfortable, 74k.
These young German kids, though, they always know how to get there.
I mean, he's been pretty unfortunate on this table,
true,
isn't he?
That's true.
He's been kind of bashed around a little bit, but he hasn't. But he'll feel like he's been bashed around a bit. And he's just been the wrong side of stop. Obviously, he lost that 10-9 suited freeway all in. Somehow got overcalled by a worse hand than 10-9. And now is kind of back to where he was. I think he started at about 150k, so looks like he's he's doing all right again. There we go, 45 bigs. He'll feel a bit of justice has been done. And yeah, as you say, and yet another double up on this feature. Not many bust outs.
Want to maximise that TV EV. Back in the day, all we need to do was pull some gangster bluff against Phil Ivey on TV or something like that, and you get a patch deal.
Yeah.
Or run your mouth, one of the two.
Yeah.
Alexei going to complete from the small.
Yeah, the golden age of sponsorship money flying around like confetti.
I know, it's part of me that does wish I was introduced to poker 20 years prior.
You used to get, if you made the World Series of Poker main feature table and you managed to get on an episode, so, you broadcast on an episode, it was like full tilt with peg going rate of about 12k just to wear a cap.
Wow. What a life.
So you draw the feature table, you're basically out of it. And that was per episode. So you might get lucky and your feature table stretches over 2 episodes, you get 24k. It was ludicrous.
And you get to keep all of it as well.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting subject, Hey guys, sold at 1.2 markup, like 60% of my action. Do the people that bought action then get part of that deal?
Christoph raising up after Alexei's limp.
Yeah, I like to see the 4x with the offsuit combo of 7-5 there. I think he's going to check back all of his 7-5 suited.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't play very well personally with the 7-5 off.
Although if he could see Alexei's cards, he probably would have kept him in with a dominated 5.
Come on in.
Room for the old 7-5-5 board. James sipping on some Aquapana by the looks of things.
Yeah, it was
keep him fresh at this feature table. Hydrated. Wasn't the case last night, according to you.
It was gin last night. Copious amounts of it. We actually ran them out of Hendrix, which I thought was pretty impressive. Kings has a Hendrix shortage.
Courtesy of the Brits.
Yeah,
doesn't surprise me. Christopher with his newly found chips. And the cutoff does have the big stack in the big blind to worry about. Not going to deter him from the min open.
Yeah, he's got a tough seaters, and with these 3 behind him, all very, very good players.
Yeah, for sure.
It almost feels like he's back to where he started. Now, if you can just win a couple of pots, your momentum, you just feel good about life again. You're playing live poker, it's so easy to, as you say, gonna get torn up in your own head that people are bashing you up, things aren't going your way, but just a bit of momentum, just restore the confidence. 6-6-5.
7 check.
Doesn't have a club, does have a 4. And I kind of expect him to check this one back. You've got ace high, it's a paired board, and your opponent is going to be around that some of the time, but no, it looks like he is just going to have a little stab.
4 bet, 4-5.
Now, Roman may feel like ace high is good here all the time, but doesn't have much playability down the streets, does he here?
Yeah, I mean, he does have some kind of connectivity with that 8 around the 6-5. May decide to kind of float one and potentially take it away on future streets, but yeah, the offsuit combo without a club.
I mean, if he had a club, I think he's going to take one off there, but
yeah, for sure. And yeah, nice little one for Chris there for morale.
Yeah, so now you just thought, oh yeah, poker. I remember now. Yeah, I'm good at this game. Absolutely right. You win pots. That's right.
That's why I'm playing a 3K.
Yeah,
so I know how to do this.
Yeah, that's right. I remember now. Yeah, raise and win. It's good.
Shout out to. I mean, I just got a notification on Facebook that we're live on the WPT Facebook page, Party Poker Facebook page, Kings Resort Facebook page, Twitch channels, YouTube channels. Appreciate the company, guys and gals.
And of course, I said earlier, I don't want you to leave us, but if you would rather watch in German or Russian, you can do so. We have multi-language streaming this week. If you're fed up of us nattering away.
Probably know more about poker than us as well, to be fair.
Well, the Germans will for sure, you know. The Russians will know more about punting.
Well, they're not doing too bad at this table. Got to give them credit for that.
Yeah. All right, I'm guessing Christopher's raised this one up. King 10 of spades.
I think he's folded from.
Nah, here we go. Raise it up, 6K.
Okay.
And how many times have we seen this today? The same hand versus same hand.
Roman's like, listen, pal, I know you got a bit of momentum behind you now, but
this is my table, boy.
Just remember who the captain is.
Wow, interesting peel with King 10. I'm not a huge fan of this.
Maxim doesn't need to be asked twice. Defending with the 8-5.
I thought it's almost like Roman didn't want to 3-bet this because it kind of seems a bit obvious. But
oh wow!
Wow! I mean, a clear c-bet here for Christopher. Roman with a clear call, and then I'm assuming Maxim's just going to rifle it in, pairing a flush draw.
Wouldn't surprise me. SPR of less than 3.
And then things get tough here for Christopher again, because if this happens that way, he has to really worry that, of course, Roman's behind him. He'll be facing a 60k bet. That's how I predict this going. Let's see.
So
Roman, I mean,
small.
Roman could do something fruity here himself, even, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't expect him to raise, but he's kind of tricky.
7 raise.
Wow. Here we go, he does. Yeah. I mean, he's got such a strong hand. And now, of course, Maxim gonna rip.
It's quite a small raise as well from
Maxim. His protector is obviously never folding. He's got the cards across the line. And the other chair. Oh, I love this guy. It's brilliant. I mean, this is always an all-in. And this is actually going to make, obviously, life a lot easier for Christopher. He's just going to fold.
Wow, yeah, it does go for it. And Chris is just like, what on earth is going on?
I mean, I was actually really looking forward to seeing him be put in this spot where he's going to call 50k more and have to worry about Roman behind him.
Yeah, it would have been interesting had Roman just flat out the small blind.
As it is. I mean, Chris just folds this.
Yeah, and in terms of stack preservation, I mean, I guess Roman can kind of afford to take this spot more than Chris can against a pair and flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great. You've been check raised and reach, and I mean, they both check raised you. I mean, you just, yes, you can be ahead, but you're putting stack in against Roman a lot of the time.
What does Roman do now?
I mean, Roman's just going to call, isn't he? He knows his man. I don't think Maxim's ever folding a flush draw here. 43k more. You can obviously improve past the other two pairs. You've got outs against those hands. I mean,
I love this guy.
I mean, they've obviously played quite a lot together, the way they've been talking at the table. So.
I'm just like, am I up against like a set of 2s and I'm just dead? And the thing is,
it's entirely possible. I
mean,
you can be dead in this spot.
By the way that he's clicked it to this sizing as well, he's actually given himself a bit of room to actually fold. Like Maxim's actually got fold equity, and he clicked it to like 24, 25k. Kind of have to call it off.
Yeah, he's getting 2.5 to 1. Oh, I like it. We got like a little tank clock. In the tank for a minute.
That's an interesting debate. The old time bank chips on cards. Whether you're for them or against them. That's been in the tank for over a minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair spot, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
He's taken a slightly unorthodox line, top pair, and run into it here. I still think he's just going to call, but again, I mean, he's more aware of Maxim's play. Well, there we go.
He does let it go, and Maxim gets the 2 better hands to fold.
There you go. It's going to feel a bit of a sting. Maxim up to 100k. And Christopher's sitting there going, well, wait, like what hand did he check raise fold with? What was he doing to me? Because, you know, the check raise bluffs on the flop are draws, right? And they're just going to call the all in. So what, I mean, he didn't have a draw and he didn't have a strong hand. So what's going on here?
Well, interestingly, it's something actually I've been studying quite a bit with my flatmate. We are meant to be check raising a lot of middle pairs in that spot, so still has a lot of like 5-6, 5-7, 5-4, ace-5 combos that do check raise. But again, that's for the solver wizards of you out there. I'm certainly not check raising middle pairs just yet. Too money scared. Maxime asking the dealer for her name. It's Diana, one of the regular TV table dealers here at Kings. Maxime with what, 24 bigs, Jack 8, going to go into the muck. You know, 5 years ago that was a open 4-bet kind of thing, but talking of opens.
Maxim peels from the small with 8-5 off. Here we go. The King 6 off in the big. Not really a hand you want to take 3-way. So would have been defending heads up. I mean, in theory, you're crushed slot by the small blind, right? But when the small blind's Maxim, who knows? Bingo for Roman. King 10.
Wow,
strong
is Maxim actually leading out here? He is.
He's just, I mean, this is obviously, you should never be leading ace 10-10 right against the button raise. He's just going to see that so often. But he does it, and of course, Roman just going to call with the effective nuts. Give a flush draw, brilliant. And, well, he finds an 8. He's actually ahead of some hands now, right? King, Queen, King, Jack, Queen, Jack, these kind of things. Maybe even some pocket pairs.
He's range balancing, James. That's what I'm gonna call it. He's protecting his small blind leading range.
Yeah, right, and peeling range.
89 left. I think that means we're only 17 off the money. Do need to still actually find out if
yeah, if we need the 73 or the 61. Roman, of course, now betting when check to. Is Maxim going to level himself here? So he can be up against those Broadway gut shots. Queen Jack, of course, would now be a double gut shot. It's always weird, isn't it, when you take a 0 equity bluff and then turn something.
Doesn't want to get pushed around, does he? And that is something you see. It's quite an interesting dynamic when you do have a young, solid player at the table. And some of the older guys sometimes feel like he's just taking the mickey a little bit, getting too out of line.
Nicely done.
Maxime does eventually let it go.
I mean, the funny thing is he just wins that hand a lot. Like when he bets the flop, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Roman's opening really well on the button. Theo in the big is kind of a, we were mentioning earlier, pretty snug. He just ran into it this instance, but did get the fold once he improved.
So I just found out the 89 being shown on the top left corner is without the online day 3 qualifier.
Right, so we need to get to 6-1.
Yeah, playing down to 61 today, so a little bit of a way to go. 28 players need to bust. That means average stack is almost 80 big blinds. I'm feeling we're going to be in for a long old bubble, James.
I don't know. I mean, it's playing pretty. Everyone's playing pretty fast. Imagine the other tables must be doing the same. You know, guys aren't afraid to go into pots. Speaking of which, this seems like a spot that Roman isn't going to turn down.
Yeah, hijack versus cutoff. May just flat to keep Maxime in, but I don't think ace jack off suits a hand you want to take.
Right,
like in a three-way sandwich.
Yeah, I think suited you peel. This just feels like a mandatory 3-bet.
And Chris getting 3-1 on a call, Queen 10 suited.
Right. Yeah, it's a pretty attractive spot, although say he's opening just over 20 bigs.
We do want to have some flat calls after this stack depth. I think Queen 10 suited is probably a pretty good candidate.
Yeah, I think you're going to continue with wheel suited broadways, right, for this sizing. Plenty of hands you're going to raise fold. Got to peel some, as you say. You're going to peel some really strong hands as well, aces and kings perhaps. Now some jams.
Chris in the tank. Does have all 3 options available to him. I think all of them are absolutely fine, including that one.
I think part of that as well is he's looking around this table, he's seeing some chips fly and he's seeing Maxim do some really weird stuff and he's thinking, do I need to play a guessing game at position against Roman?
Yeah, for sure.
Or shall I just try and find a better spot?
And also, even some of Roman's like 3-bet bluffs there, I could actually have him dominate, like the Queen Jacks, the Ace 10 offsuited combos as well. You know, going to be dominating him pre. And obviously, you've got the Ace Queen, the King Queen suited combos that just have him crushed as well.
Yeah, I think if this was a tougher field, he may have peeled there, but I think that's right on the border for him.
I mean, even if you regged now, like 27 off the money, you'd have 13 big blinds.
Yeah.
An hour-long clock. This is why you fold Queen 10 suited, instantly rewarded with the Ace King. It's like, try 3-betting me now, Roman. Oh boy.
How many times today has Roman had the same hand as opponent?
This is brilliant.
Ludicrous amount of times this has happened.
It's going to be so funny as well because he literally just 3-bet him.
Yeah.
And Chris is going to be like, all right, pal. Have some of this. Chris with 2 live flush draws as well.
Same again. Well, that you can't have gone. Did he go 41?
I think it's 21.
But that's. I think
3.3x.
14 maybe, not, rather than. Fuck, I don't know what's going on here. But yeah.
No, I mean he's never clicking it to 14, is he?
Nah. Well, he made it 16 last time, but I don't know. Anyway, they're all in.
Snap jam from Chris and a snap call from Roman. Chris is actually taking his chips back. And he's like, Dito, don't worry about running it. You know, let's just. Oh, they're going to chop this one up.
I think, yeah. Oh, he's saying something about the chips. I don't know whether he's misclicked or something.
Sounds like it, yeah. Well spotted, James. Picked up like the 25k chip and kind of flicked it or showed it to one of his Russian friends.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. They do look quite similar from above, as it were. Both predominantly white. You can see from the side, you can see the 5Ks have got a red trim as opposed to blue.
Yeah, I think Roman may have had a dirty stack or something. Maybe had one of the 25k chips mixed in with the 5k ones.
Right. So maybe it was 3 went to 21k, and as he was going for. And
yeah, it said 41.
Interesting though that if even that size in 21, when the hand before he's gone, what to go 16, and now he's going 21 this time around.
Is that what he went for? The previous one was it 16? I didn't pick up on that.
Obviously, slightly different, given that this time Christopher was opening off 2 big blinds less, which is important when they're that shallow.
That's a really good point, actually. Very good point.
Or whether he just literally was trying to make it 16 and picked up a 25k as well and put it in by accident, which is also completely plausible.
Yeah.
Either way.
Let me just check my maths. 16 plus 25 does equal 41. So you're talking a lot of sense right now, James.
Yeah. Let's just. There was some form of misclick. He was either trying to make it 16 or 21, and made it 41. Alexei 10s. Raising it up. Roman again with a kind of a spot he could elect to take here against Alexei. Yeah, not going to battle the under the gun opener.
I do.
There's something heroic going for the 3-3 bets in a row, though. I like it.
I do believe there's a big hand happening on the outer table that we're about to take a look at after this one's finished. Just going to play this hand out and head over to table 2.
All right, Aki. Queen Jack stood in the small, certainly. And he's going to want to peel. Again, it's attracted to squeeze when Maxim's peeling, but against an under the gun open, it'll be a little bit optimistic. And Christopher surely going to come along with Queen 8 of diamonds in the big, so we'll go 4-way, you'd imagine here.
This could be a fun one.
And yeah, we got that. I mean, there's a lot of shared cards here.
Strap yourselves in, boys and girls.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of on top of each other in this hand. Poor Christopher's double dominated. And
wow.
There we go, 10-7-4. Top set for Alexei.
Maxime with a double gutter.
Yeah, double gutter. He ain't going anywhere in this one. But I expect Alexei's going to check this flop. I mean, he just checks this flop a lot, right?
Who's the only has one player behind? Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. It's like, do we trust Maxime to do the betting for us?
He does decide to bet. I mean, I think
we should bet here. You know, the big blind and small blind could have like quite a few 7x type hands as well that are going to come along for the ride.
Yeah.
It's actually Maxime in the hijack.
I mean, for sure, if you're betting 7s, I just feel like maybe 10s is a... And Christopher with, well, backdoors galore.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Christopher's still tanking with the Queen 8 of diamonds. But he's getting an insane price, as you mentioned. A lot of backdoors. I think the stack to pot ratio, though, going to the turn is just going to be too low.
Right.
Kind of stick around and then have to stack off on like the 5 of diamonds turn.
And wow. Maxime has the nuts.
Wow. Nice life. That man needs to avoid 9 outs sort of once.
Wow, and he's found the check, having C-bet top set.
So sick.
Kind of surprised that he doesn't fire a second barrel hit. It's just so easy to get it in by the river if you bet.
I guess with him blocking a lot of the stronger holdings that he'd want Maxime to have at top pair.
Yeah.
Makes sense to kind of take a...
Yeah, I just like a small bet and then... Anyway, checks. Faces a very small bet himself, 12.5k. I mean...
Wow, and Maxime has him covered.
Yeah, I feel like just jam here.
Yeah, it
Your opponent has a lot of pair plus.
all in.
You're up against a lot of pair plus straight draws. He's going to get snapped, and he's going to get the bad news. Needs
Wow.
a pair up.
Look at Chris's response.
Look at his face. Alexi's like, really? How am I beat here? Oh, it's not over.
9 outs once, stands up as the King of Hearts rolls off on the river, and Maxime, from having what, 6 big blinds after break, now up to 175,000 chips.
And Badulin, the Sochi champion, is not going to go back to back. He's going to go back to his room.
Nothing he can do there in that spot. Class little touch there by Maxime. Handshake. The knocking out the WPT Sochi champ. And I believe we're going to swivel around to the outer table.
There you go. You're quite right. Elke in the foreground. He's in the mix here, as always in Kings. Another man I believe lives in Prague.
I believe it's gone open to 5.5k from UTG. Call from +1. Call from +2. And all in from the hijack, and then an all in from the cutoff, I believe.
Yeah, well, it's this. Well, Ashot's gone all in from the big.
Ashot, who just came runner-up in the opener event.
Ah, really? So you're in the mix with him.
Yeah.
Chernikov. What's this? 8s against. Looks like a flip. Is that ace-10?
Looks like ace-10 of diamonds. Nice read, James.
Counting the pips. Squeeze all the cards in my time. Jack deuce. I do a lot of PLO flips, you know, you got to squeeze those cards.
Yeah, for the ultimate slow roll.
Oh, safe looking board for Chernikov.
Ace or a 10 needed for the runner-up of the opener event. Ask for Messi, no dice, 4 of diamonds, and Alex gets the full double. It's quite a big one as well. 170k. Ashot actually obviously free rolling this event after winning a ticket to the main event.
And meanwhile, Aki all in from the button, and Cricket gets that one through. Yeah, nice to see, as say, Elke always at Kings, and as you alluded to, of course, won the Colossus. And you're quite right. All those sort of dynamics are different if he doesn't knock out Sean Deeb in the last 2 tables. Sean was, of course, chasing Player of the Year. Turns out, I think Sean needed 4th or something, or 3rd to win Player of the Year. It turns out, actually, he needed a lot. I think he needed 5th, actually, or something. Yeah. Turns out he actually just needs to make the final table because of the miscalculation of points.
Yeah, so sick.
Would never have busted in that hand if he knew that.
So sick.
As you say, obviously, Elke goes on to win the tournament. It's all different.
Wins a bracelet along with it. It's, you know, I was speaking about this recently to a friend about, you know, a certain player at the table taking a cigarette break or a toilet break,
right.
You know, missing a couple of hands. Just the amount of things that go into like winning a tournament that are just completely out of your control. It's just insane. You know,
I mean, yeah, it's even how you fold your cards,
yeah,
where they go in the
yeah,
deck.
literally.
I mean,
someone's tire bursts on the way to the casino. They don't make it in time. And talking about making it in time, waking up with the aces
against Action Man. Now, is Aki going to come out with just the call?
I think versus a UTG range, and at this stack depth, he's probably just going to rip it in. But if he knows his customer well enough.
But he's seen Maxime just clicking buttons,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
He's seen enough now. I'd love to see just the call here.
Also open up the door for players behind to...
He does just rip it in, which is, of course, you know, like how you're going to play a lot of your hands with 20 bigs.
Yeah, 18 bigs. And I'm assuming Maxime not going to dust off after being given quite the lifeline. Spinning up from 20k.
Yeah, a little different to calling off with 6-7 diamonds earlier.
55.
Maxime just interrogating James. Do you want to go home, pal?
Wait, you're right. I mean, obviously it should be a fold, and I think he's going to find the fold. Maxime's obviously just, you know, he's had a little rush now. He's going to guys chill out for a little bit, not get too out of line for a while.
The adrenaline could also go the opposite way to his head. It does. Let it go.
Yeah. I'd like to see a flag there. You don't mind going multi-way with aces when you've only got 18 bigs.
That's true.
Fine, you can just stack off posts and it's no disaster.
Yeah, but you end up looking like an absolute mug if you know big blind defends 10-4 suited and it comes like 10-4 deuce rainbow and you're like,
right.
This table, no bleffato. Never bleffato.
You just knocked that guy out.
I'm never bleffato. I'm not,
James just reminded Maxime that he knocked somebody out the previous hand.
on the nut.
It was a monster pot that top set against not straight.
He's bleffato, yes. He's bleffato out. Bleffato this
Georgi's been a little quiet lately, just hasn't really found any hands. Ace-8 suited, certainly good enough for him to come in.
6, no bleffato.
Alright, Christopher, 6 is 40 deep. It's a spot you can just peel. You kind of have a little bit of protection because Georgi's opened early, right? It's harder for him to squeeze behind. Although, wouldn't put anything past Roman.
Yeah, I mean, Roman
and of course,
in the small blind there.
You got a good chance Maxim coming along as well. Again, 6 is just low enough that you don't really mind playing multi-way. Something like 8s, you'd rather be heads up, I think. But 6s, you are looking more for the set than anything else. And Georgi flopping top pair on ace-5-3, has backdoor nut clubs as well. $9K, the C-bet. Christopher, just one overcard to his 6s, but it is the ace, which is enough to make him fold.
I'm bleffato.
Trying to work out what Maxime's saying. I'm the father, or?
Alright, you heard the dealer, blinds are going up.
Theodore, I believe, in the big blind with, what, 12 bigs. Having to put 2 of them in the middle.
Yeah, he's sort of got that triple up and nothing's happened since.
He got pushed off the ace-10 earlier
yeah,
as
it's
well.
like the one sort of time he's open, you got 3-bet. You're like, is this for real?
So need 4 more players to bust, and we will get that seat 5 filled. Queens for Chris. 15.5 bigs. Bit of a weird spot. I mean, we are meant to have an opening range of 15 bigs, and I think Queens is one of the hands that we should be including in that range.
Right, and I think you're much more incentivized. I mean, in an unbalanced sense. In an unbalanced sense, you want to just be raising queens because you've got Maxim is going to peel way wider than you should. But on the flip side, you're going to jam some more of your marginal hands because you know Maxim's going to peel. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's quite wow. I mean, an interesting spot for Theodore. I mean, what, 6 or 7 bigs, 1 invested.
Yeah,
he does just say run it, and the snap call from Chris. Still Theodore with 35%.
Yeah,
equity.
I mean, a suited ace, you can never be, it's never disastrous. So he's obviously just happy to go with that off the shortest stack.
Theodore, the player at risk, but a crucial pot for Chris.
Well, 1 diamond. That's it. The aces are in the deck.
Ace and an ace only needed for the Frenchman. Wants to be going home empty-handed. No dice. Fist bumps around the table.
Yeah, I mean, didn't really get involved too much in this table. Obviously the triple up, and then never had any hands, never had any good spots. 1 open, got 3-bet. And then kind of a semi-cold deck. An ace in the big. And that's that.
Yeah. Less than 7 bigs.
All of a
Got to run
sudden,
it.
we're going to play some hands 6-handed. Well, 5-handed because Max Sim's just going for a little stroll. Ah, he's back.
Oh, wow. He's not being given his card as well. He's going to be fuming.
Oh, was it first card for deck?
Yeah. He's going to be fuming.
Interesting.
Had that at the feature table of the opener where 2 of the guys were playing 6-handed with like 18 left. 2 of the guys were obviously over on their phones trying to get updates.
Wow.
Dealers started dealing. The big blind was dead. I'm under the gun. I look down at Jack 8 offsuit and I'm like, well, 4-handed, I'm opening this bad boy up. And then the small blind woke up with aces. I was fuming. But yeah, Maxime
Interesting.
learning that one the hard way.
Yeah, I like this. And Georgi just quickly called in with ace-queen in the big against the +1 open. And well, a pretty nice flop for both. Christopher, of course, with a range advantage on this kind of texture and having a draw with backdoor clubs to boot. Georgi's second pair in the gutter.
Probably has a 3-street hand here to barrel with as well, Chris. Obviously, downside is he's unblocking all the pairs. That's good, quite big on the flop, half pot. Expecting triple barrel here.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Exactly. That's not a great card, of course. Blocks his 2-pair combos. And Georgi can have some Jack X here.
Question is, does he go for the double now? Does he try and pull the trigger?
I mean, that's
on the river?
Such a terrible card. Yeah, happy just to run his equity, try and get there, which he think he has he got that? No, 8. Sorry.
It's rivered some fake showdown value.
Yeah, I guess you can beat other 10x, right? That's about it. I mean, a bet here is just trying to make a queen fold, which is pretty optimistic. Yeah, I'd like to see a brick on the turn there. Be a more interesting hand.
I believe Georgi just rubbed a little needle into Maxime there as well, saying free chips.
Yeah, first card for deck, I'm not sure about that one. Seems
You're not a fan?
Last card's fine, isn't it? Yeah.
Those are the updated chip counts. Same story. Roman top of the pack.
Roman has all the chips. That is basically what it should say. Now here's a hand he wishes he had last hand.
Yeah, blinds have gone up to 2K, 4K.
Maxime, King 9 of diamonds. He's certainly going to call. It says cut off, but I think it's button. Because of course we've lost Theodore. Georgi, an ace in the small. I mean, this is way out of line.
Can you imagine if he finds the squeeze here?
I mean, he's thinking Maxime pills a lot, and he wants to take every spot he can, looks like. This is, against under the gun, I think unnecessary.
I mean, 20 off the money, though.
It's going to work. I mean, if he does do it.
Not a bad spot to do it in.
It is going to work.
It does. I mean, be very out of line.
Hey, he's not going to call Queen 6 3-way here.
Heads up to the flop. Young German Christopher versus Maxime Paniak. Going to play the rest of the hand in position with the King 9 and does flop best on the 9-4-4 rainbow board. Chris most likely going to see bet range on this board, especially if he's been given the information of the hands that Maxime's been peeling pre-flop with. Maxime talking about probably making the final table. I mean, it's been quite the character. 30% pot C-bet.
Yeah, hard to see Maxim doing anything but calling here.
You talk about that momentum earlier on, James. I mean, if Chris loses this hand now, lost the previous hand with the 10-8 suited.
Yeah,
after staying alive with the 10s against the queens, it's going to be back down to the danger zone. Although Jack of Diamonds, pretty good card for him to barrel on.
Right, but it's just scary barreling against Maxim.
Yeah, I agree. I know how that feels, barreling against someone that just doesn't seem to fold.
A snap bet for a Maxim.
Assuming he's betting 1/3 here on the turn to check behind on river if he is called.
Right, a little bit of protection.
And we saw him with the float earlier on with the ace-3 where he flopped a gut shot and then got Teal to fold the ace-queen. I don't know if Chris is going to read into that at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to give him many floats on 9-4-4 rainbow, right?
He's still going to have a ton of like ace-5, ace-3, ace-deuce with backdoors. We unblock all the backdoor combos as well, but does fold. It's so easy, you know, like obviously we got the confirmation bias of being in the commentary booth and seeing the cards, but when you're at the table and you're playing against an opponent like Maxim, it really is easy to level yourself into thinking this guy's just at it.
Yeah.
Certainly found myself in that spot before. A quick dealer change as the WPT trophy in the background. Good luck fitting that one in your suitcases. But then again, winning 250,000, 300,000 euros, you know, you probably don't mind paying that extra 50 euros at the airport for excess baggage.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is huge.
What have you done with all your trophies? Good for the parents or friends or?
No, I've got actually. It's a bit embarrassing. I've got a couple at the local casino.
Yeah.
I mean, a little cabinet there.
Nice. Just
So
a reminder.
you get a mini one of that.
Yeah.
Fortunate enough to win. I say mini, it's still massive.
I bet you didn't even put it in a suitcase, did you? Just took it onto the plane, like under your arm.
Actually, you get it in a big. It comes in a big case. It's pretty snazzy. And I'm pretty sure they just mail it to you. Can't remember. I think.
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sick if that's the case.
Yeah. Just got this big box arrive at home a few days later. That's not true, because I remember breaking it the night I won because this is brilliant. Some of my friend made some excuse that he needed to go get something from the room or something. I went up to my room when we went out to a club, and he's just come back down with the trophy.
Oh,
so
Christ's sake.
we got it on the table in excess at the win. Like he's brought the trophy down. Like,
oh man.
And it got dropped, and it got a little damaged. So yeah, definitely did have it, and I think just throw it in with the luggage.
Sounds like you've got the type of friends that have probably hurt your liver over the years as well. After your wins.
Okay, Georgi opening, Christopher tank here with Queen Deuce. I mean, I think we just got to fold Queen Deuce.
Yeah, it might be getting to that time where we have a little bit of excessive pre-flop tanking as well.
Yeah, he does decide to call. I mean, you're obviously getting a great price, but just, I don't know, Queen Deuce. Do we need to defend this? 8-8-4. Expect Georgi to see bet here.
Yeah, interesting to see Chris defend there off that stack there for sure. And the one big blind C bet.
Yeah.
Gets the job done. People getting away with murder at this table, James.
Yeah, it's...
Though he did have the best hand.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We have not. It seems to me today, just the way things have gone. There's not been a lot of. There've been a couple of big clashes. Obviously, we saw top set against Straight a second ago, and we saw that the sort of King 10, 8-5 hand where it came 10-5 deuce. But in the sort of opener big blind PL defender, there've not been many interesting spots come up today. Seems like it always seems to come a board that favours the opener.
Yeah, for sure.
Nearly every time.
Yeah,
I think they're the most fascinating pots I always find, like a late position open, big blind peel, how people navigate down the streets on certain runouts, but we just haven't seen those hands.
Yeah, the C-bet success rate has been very high so far today. Chris opening off 25 bigs, UTG, ace queen O. Gonna fold round to the small blind.
Ace queen O, you're such an online guy, aren't you?
Well, the reason I go with the O, in fact, no, I'm going to stop what I'm about to say because we're live on stream and made that mistake before.
Now you've got to say it, you know. How do you PG it up?
We're talking about the Queen Jack offsuits of the world and the King Jack offsuits of the world, you know. It's just saves me getting trolled. Those of you only just tuning in and wondering what on earth I'm talking about. We're live from King's Resort. It's the WPT Germany main event in partnership, obviously, with Party Poker Live. And we are about 19 spots off the money. 6,000 euro min cash. 80 players remaining.
It's weird. I've just seen, of course, Sharpball joining the table there in Alexi's vacated seat. I'm racking my brain. I recognise him, but I can't think where from.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, man, when you've done as many streams as you've done, you know, there's just going to be so many familiar faces. We're like, where did I see that guy? And then you hand them mob and be like, oh, I remember, I covered that like 2.5 years ago, kind of thing.
I'm pretty sure I played with him.
I recognise him from a cash game, but I'm not sure where.
Yeah, I think I played cash with him. That must be it. But he came 19th in the World Series of Poker Europe main back in October, so a little close call there. He's trying to. Yeah, which is I guess you were in that event, right?
No, I was in Bali. Took the month off.
What a life, eh? I see you were just perusing the chat there. There's like a little debate kicking off about the last card, first card.
Maureen just saying that TDA has other rules for at your seat.
Yeah,
Kings.
I mean, this must be a King-specific stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure, given that it's the WPT and it's Matt Savage, that they would use TDA rules and everything. But I know some WPTs are they're all a little different in the sense that, you know, WPTs in the US would be fully TDA. Over here, they're going to be a little different. I mean, it's a minor thing.
Huge 3-bet sizing from Salom here. Maxime opening UTG.
Yeah.
King 7 suited.
I mean, Max has opened twice. He's walked into aces and kings. He's going to stop opening now.
Very much.
It's a very ace-king offsuit sizing, this.
This is no Blifato table.
I like the idea of angling, you know, making out you try to make it 20. Threw in the wrong chip like Roman.
Get you in trouble.
Justin, of course.
Good. You look.
It's always weird, you know, when you open. So when you join a new table, and you know 3 hands in, you wake up with a legit 3-betting hand, and you're like, now everyone's just going to think, you know, yeah, I'm at it.
Got quite a lot of chips. Can't I?
Yeah.
See, in days gone by, before single pair ante, whether it's big blind, button, whatever.
Yeah.
Obviously, ante chips are the biggest giveaway of an active player, right? If a player comes over and they've got 150k, but loads of small chips, you know they've been bashing away.
Yeah, that's true.
If they've just got big chips, you know the opposite's true. These days, you don't have an instant tell of what someone's like. It's remarkable how effective that was.
I never thought of that. I mean, I didn't play poker during ante those type of anti-days.
Yeah, it's insane. Like you just come to a table, oh, that guy's got all the anti-chips, so he's just playing every hand. That's it. It's just the easiest tell.
Wow. That's interesting. You could deliberately just like buy anti-chips off people for when you get moved to a table.
Or try and sell them when your table's about to break. Because if you come from another table with loads of anti-chips. You know, and it was almost a giveaway as well. Like, do they have no big chips left? They probably just lost a big pot. Like
Kangos for Chris.
Yeah, doing the rounds.
17 bigs.
8,000.
He's been studying them Nicky P ranges. Opening off 17 with the kings rather than going for the jam.
Christopher, he's thinking every time Pewit has opened, obviously Rasmussen has been involved. This time he's praying he does. He's thinking about it, but he's going to let this one go, surely.
Yeah, I think ace-9 offsuit's just a little bit out of line. It's not the worst 3-bet in the world, for sure.
But, I mean, you can't really 3-bet 4 at this point. Right,
I mean,
sub 20 bigs.
The sizings that Chris has been using up until now, though, for his 3-bets have been relatively small.
Yeah, I mean, just let it go. You can't do anything sub 20.
Got Maxime in the big blind.
Yeah.
This could be a fun one.
Already got the call counted out.
Oh, wow.
Ah,
Let's
a
see what
playable
it is.
hat. Asking for very low.
22k in the middle. SPR of less than 3. Wow. I mean,
yeah, this is a tricky one here for Maxim. He's flopped a very strong hand.
just telling Chris I didn't look at my cards.
4-bet, 4,000.
Oh, it goes really small.
8 raise, 8,000.
The snap min check raise. Now, I mean, these are the spots, like I say. Solve this, because against Maxim, this could mean all sorts of stuff.
Solve this,
I mean, I
boys
guess
and girls.
we've just got a call, right? We got the king of diamonds.
This is some next level.
I mean, you're going to continue here with so many hands. This is one of the better strong ones. Kings with the king of diamonds.
What do you do with like ace queen here? You just like
right, but
just
I mean,
hating life.
You still have to continue with those as well, right?
Yeah, I know. It's just so like Maxime's just so out of line.
All right.
It's gonna be sick if like the 4 of hearts rolls off on the turn and Maxime just piles. I think Chris might just pile, just to avoid playing complicated turns. I honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. And also to get like max value from like the Jack 9, Jack 8.
Oh, he's coming out like this. He's going like 16 or something.
For a raise, 6,000.
Click it back.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, 60. Okay. He has just ripped it, and now Maxim's put himself in a spot. Now this is the problem with playing in this kind of funky style, but it's fine as long as you think your way out of the spots. You can put yourself in tough spots if you're good enough to navigate them.
Yeah.
And I mean, if he folds here, then he somehow got away with kind of getting cold decked on 10-10-7.
Yeah, for
and just
sure.
losing 2 big blinds post.
That's a good point, actually.
I mean, obviously he can get bluffed here. Christopher can have flush draws, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you're blocking
again, I think
like
they're
the
just
ace,
cool.
king, ace, queens.
I think the flush draw is just cool. I don't know. What jams does he have?
It depends what flush draw it is, right? Like if it's like ace, king of diamonds, ace, queen of diamonds, they're just cool. If he's got like, I mean, is he ever opening like Jack 9, Jack 8 suited from the hijack? Probably. So I think them ones pile.
Right.
Maybe at the rare occasion like the 6-5 of diamonds, also going to go in the middle.
I'm not a fan of this from Christopher. I think I'd much rather see him flat, or even just click it. Just click it back on Maxim. Because I know that's kind of funky as well, but
Maxime's asking the dealer what's happened to Christopher because Chris has closed his eyes. This is brilliant. Whoever chose to have Maxime on our feature table knew what they were doing. He's been quite the character, I must say. Trying to get the quietest guy at the table to talk to you as well. Reminds me of a similar situation had with David Peters and Martin Cabral about a year and a half ago. In the tank for over 2 minutes now. You can see one of his aces actually dead. Doesn't want to let this one go, does he, James?
But
No, he
I think he's gonna. Just, it's really hard to give your opponent bluffs.
Feel like he might. He's showing the dealer his hand. Could level himself into going with this here. He thinks because of his min click, you know, he's kind of just incentivized Chris to go with the bluff.
Oh, hovering a chip. He's going to call, is he now?
Wait and see if that thumb and finger open
There
up.
we
It
go.
does flick in the call.
60,000, please.
Does make the call.
He's got one chip back, of course, so we're not all in yet. Oh, he's saying he didn't
boy.
call.
Oh boy.
50-50. This, no.
Oh boy.
Oh, wow.
Maxime gonna get himself in trouble here. I mean, you're on TV, pal. You can't.
I think he was, he was trying to say is if the chip falls that way, I'm going to fall. If the chip falls that way, I'm going to call. But I mean, he lifted up a chip, dropped it over the line.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a call. It can't be anything else.
You can't do that on TV, pal.
Я вот так беру монетку.
Potentially get away with it back home in your local casino, but I mean, you're at a WPT main event at King's Resort. You've got the whole world watching. Don't want to be putting them tricks at the table. Yeah, the floor just saying that's not check call.
Я кидаю монетку в ту сторону или в эту сторону.
So, I mean, it could be great news for Christopher. I mean, it'd be so sick if he finds backdoor hearts, an 8 or a 7.
Right.
And Chris actually ends up busting 18 away from the money due to Maxime messing around. Deuce of spades on the turn.
He checks as well. It's brilliant.
King's good 4 outs to dodge. And this is going to create quite the dynamic at the table now, James, if Maxime loses this hand.
I mean, he's sort of saying he did, but his arm was fully outstretched in the middle of the table and he dropped the chip. It can be nothing else. And obviously he was complaining, now he's more complaining, he's found out he's behind.
8 of clubs, and Chris gets the double. I think we need to strap ourselves in now, James. This could get quite spicy at the table. Maxime fuming. Just take a randomizer to the table. Have you seen, I've got a little dice. A little die that I take. If you want to do a 50-50, roll it. If it lands even, you call. If it lands odd, you know, you fold. Don't get put in that spot then. So we've got 10 tables of 8 left, and we've got a full table.
Yeah, I mean, that was... I mean, you just... you can't reach out, drop a chip in the pot, and then say, oh no, I wasn't calling.
I was prepared for it.
And, well, Pressure for double. Chris finds an open. Ace-10 plus 2.
For the race, 8,000. 5 plus. 6 plus. 7 plus. 8 call.
I believe we've had the payouts come through. We'll get those updated for you guys in the commands on break, which is about 20 minutes away. Just to let you know, guys, know what they're playing for. 270,000 euros for first.
Not too bad, that. Not too bad.
Nice little payday for the week spent here at Kings.
We've got a little something here. We've got a little something. Chris opened. Jack 3 deuce rainbow. He's going to c-bet. And well, Maxim, 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Don't expect to see him fold. He does call quickly. Michael with second pair, no backdoor flush draw, but and probably this is a bit of a weird split. He probably isn't aware of the table dynamic, although he did just see that last hand go down.
Yeah, recently joined the table.
And for a bet of 8k, does decide to continue.
Has both players covered. 7 of spades on the turn, has the best of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of a boring card, isn't it? Nothing's going to happen here. Oh, hang on. Maxim's in the pot. Nothing should happen here. This should be checked through.
Not in Maxim's world.
And this is great. He's going to win the pot here. Michael can't continue.
It's gone pretty big as well by the looks of things.
I mean,
yeah.
Wow.
Well.
He's like, I was looking for clubs, I found spades, I'll rep it anyway.
Yeah.
End of the pot. Michael's gonna. You can't continue. You got. I mean, you might be thinking, oh, he's got a hand like ace-4, ace-5 of spades. Even, you know, like 4-5 with spades. All right. Maxim winning another pot he wasn't supposed to.
Teach me. Teach me how to do that.
Well, Tim Magazian, of course, still atop the chip counts, although now sub 100 bigs as things get moving here on day 2. James, the only real short stack, of course, Chris was just on 24 bigs, but everyone else 30 and up, which is going to make it very interesting as we get closer to our bubble. A lot of poker to play on this table. Chips, I mean, like the 2 stacks that have just come in, you know, Sharble coming in with 340k. And of course, Michael coming in with a fair amount there himself.
Yeah, I mean, James only needs to, what, double up twice, and he's like 3rd in chips at the table, 2nd in chips.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Well, here is one of those quote-unquote short stacks. Open off 25 bigs. Maxim's found 2 cards, so he calls. Yogi, of course, going to peel the suited king in the big.
Covering both his opponents. Apply a ton of pressure post-flop. 18 away from the money.
I've been impressed so far with Yogi.
Yeah, me too.
Pretty well.
He's spun it up really well. Maxim.
10, 7, 8. 2 of these players aren't interested. I'm imagining Maxim has the best hand here. I haven't seen the cards yet, but I'm going to go on a limb and say he wins this pot.
Well, the dealer just asked him to put his cards on the reader, and he completely ignored him.
I mean, it's Maxim. He's a maverick.
18,000.
I think that's pretty big. 2/3.
Right, but a flop texture where big bet sizes make sense, right? 10, 7, 8,
yeah,
2 clubs,
true.
a lot of draws out there. Not quite the same as, say, like 7, 9, 10 perhaps, but still, you're going to want to go bigger on that texture.
We will never know. On to the next one, I believe the players will be going on break shortly.
Well, I've just see this little message we've been sent from our Russian counterparts over in the commentary. They're saying that Maxim is a very successful businessman from Russia in the perfume business, in fact, and that yesterday evening, so after making day 2, he flew to Moscow to sign some papers and then flew back today.
That's
so
pretty
that's just boss, isn't it? I mean, they're not fax machines or stuff like this. I don't know, but that's the kind of boss we're dealing with here. Just popped back to Moscow last night, signed the papers, fly back this afternoon, flick it in, run up a stack, and he's been obviously consuming a few drinks along the way. There we go. He's a boss. Trouble opening ace queen.
Yeah, and I believe Charles was just saying to him, speak in English at the table. Maxim said straight away, said, how much are you playing?
Oh, he's brilliant. All right, Georgi, Jack 10 that stood in the small. This will, of course, be a call.
Yeah, it's quite interesting against one of the only people at the table that cover you, but he is going to come along for the ride versus the 2.5x open.
I think he's got top pair there. 10 of diamonds.
Apologies for the graphics, guys.
10,500.
It looked like a 10 high flop, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it was 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
There she is.
Oh, you really have done a lot of flips in your lifetime, haven't you?
I'll tell you a story about 10 diamonds in a second. So watch how this pot plays out. Check calls, but it's not 1.5k, I can promise you that. I think it was 10.5k. 1.5k would not be a legal bet at this point.
Yeah, I think the c-bet's absolutely fine with the Queen of Spades. A lot of turn cards that we can barrel on.
Snap checks back. River looks to be a low card.
Action on the Russian.
Imagine with any top pair, but whatever the river is, he's going to fire, try and get a little bit of value. I mean, when someone snap checks back, they don't often then bluff the river, do they?
Yeah, very unlikely.
You've got to bet your own hand here. Yeah, gets it through. Yeah, the only reason I supported the 10 of diamonds straight away is because in a lot of the games I play in, 10 of diamonds is a very key card for us.
Okay.
Because it means the next hand is a bomb pot.
If it's dealt on the flop?
If it comes out anywhere on the board, the next hand is automatically a bomb pot.
Wow.
Which is so spicy. So everyone's always rooting for the 10 of diamonds.
Is that down at the rendezvous, is it?
It's there. We play a few games around the area, like both in the casino games and the private games. We do the 10 of diamonds as a bomb pot. So it's fun. Just like when you're out of the hand, you're just buzzing when 10 comes out. There's nothing better when the 10 of diamonds is the...
I don't know what games you're getting invited to, mate, but it sounds like I want to be involved in them.
When the 10 of diamonds comes and it just makes your hand as well, and everyone goes, "Way!" It's brilliant. Yeah, so I'm always on the lookout for it. Every time I see the 10 of diamonds, like it's an instant reaction, even in games where it's not on.
The only game that I've ever played that is kind of out of line is where, I don't know, you sat next to like 2 buds or something, and you all pick 2 cards from the deck, and every time it comes on the flop, you get like 20 quid. But every time it comes on the river, you get 100 quid.
Right.
But you have to call out your card. Always go with deuces.
The livest card, right?
The livest card, yeah. It was so funny, one of the first times I introduced that to a friend of mine, he was like, Ace of Spades and King of Hearts. I was like, yeah, good one, mate, you're drawing dead. And then he just ran golden. James with an interesting spot here against Maxim.
It's just the rip in it, 15 bigs. It's just the rip.
If he's got it, he's got it.
Yeah.
So be it kind of thing. James has been at this table long enough now to have gathered all the information he's needed.
When the man's a bit steamy and he's drinking a lot, This is like a rip and hope to get called spot. Maxim. Queen 7 off.
Doesn't waste much time for marking his hand. Bit of leg room for James. 19.5 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, when you get to that sort of stack size now, right, isn't it, Henry? He's just gonna keep him one on that tournament clock, and you've got 2 times starting near the money. You're just thinking about cashing at this point.
Yeah, James is probably going to still need to find maybe one more spot, I would say.
Oh, I mean, yeah,
bubble.
we're still quite a way away from the bubble, but it's just that at the moment he's thinking, right, how do I cash this tournament? You've gone from trying to necessarily accumulate to just preservation. And min cash worth 2 times the buy-in. All right, ace-8 in the hijack. Michael going to join in.
Couple of rejam stacks behind Chris and James. Also 2 big stacks behind as well that have us covered. Don't know why, but when Lubis raised there and pulled like the face, it reminds me of Dur's face whenever he was like running a bluff. It's like looking down, mouth slightly open kind of thing.
As soon as the chips went in, Georgi just reached for a clump of 5Ks and he's got king 4 off. I mean, this is again, he hasn't done it for a while, so he thinks he can get away with one. I'm not saying he's necessarily going to follow through here, but he's thought a long time about it.
So, hey, listen, pal, you just joined the table, you're not allowed to have a hand.
And here we go. Boss.
Wow.
Absolute boss.
Wait, someone's been in the Pio streets.
Again, it's just nice little sizing, just over 3x. And they're, what, 50 deep? So he doesn't have I mean, maybe a little larger.
Love to see it.
But I mean, again, this timing spot on. Michael with just a hand that doesn't want to peel at all.
Yeah, and Gorgi up to almost 250k. Join this feature table with just 50,000 chips.
He's
3.5 hours ago.
I love it. He's just a dynamic guy. He's just like, I haven't done this for a while. I've got 3 bets some of the time. Let's just go this hand. And he's like 100% success rate in his 3 bets as well.
Yeah, that's true. The ace-8, the queen 10, and now the king 4. Talk about range balancing. He's read that book, mate. He's completed it.
A good friend of mine, Tyler Patterson, always says, "It's not any hand. Sorry, it's not every hand. It's any hand." when you're playing these kind of guys, So
Maxim getting involved yet again. This time with the trays. +1. Open to 8.5, I believe.
I mean, Georgi wants to play this hand, but Maxim's off, what, 20 bigs?
No, he's more. The graphics are actually showing us 85,000.
Yeah,
he's actually 150 deep. Almost 40 big blinds.
So he may well like to play this against Maxim. He knows Maxim's chips are available. He's coming out for the 3-bet. All right.
Wow. I mean, you got to give credit to Gorgi. You know, you could just look at this and say it's just always been good timing, but he's picked his spots wisely. Maxime
Again.
doesn't care. Like, listen, I can flop quads, boys and girls. Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, obviously the graphics will take a little minute to work this one out.
26.5 times 2, 53, plus the 10k in the middle should be 63,000 in the middle.
Flop looked like it may have hit both of these guys. I thought I saw a no slider. I do saw a 3 on there.
Wow.
I did see a 3 and a 6. Yeah, I thought I spied some pips. So
how do you see that? You've got glasses on as well, man. That's why I need my glasses.
Just pips, mate. Just got to count the pips.
What on earth is a pip?
You know, like the little dots on the card. You know, so like a 3's got none on the side. You know,
yeah, I need to learn this. You need to teach me.
You just need to. You need to do.
You've been playing this game for too long, mate. That's your problem.
You need to either do some more PLO flips, or you need to play some baccarat. Like, baccarat will teach you.
I'm not sure I want to play. I don't want to play that game. Wow. I guess we're playing PLO flips tonight. I'd love to see Maxime just call here.
I mean, surely he's going to, right? It's driest board ever.
Looks like he's reaching for raising chips though. Yeah.
Is he min? And then said, I don't understand. And Georgi's like, what the hell? I've got to continue here for a min raise with a pair.
That'd be so sick. I mean, there's so many action turn cards. 5, 7, 6, 8.
I would have liked to see Georgi check that one back on the flop, given he's not supposed to have a lot of that. And oh, it's kind of a good card for Georgi. Fewer hands Maxim can have. And he comes out with the check class. Making out. He's taken a stab, given up. And just the nicest river ever for Georgi with deuce. I'm sure he's got the best hand now, but it is in fact, of course, Maxim with the best. Does he just rip it here?
127 in the middle. Saying don't bluff. That's what you want to hear when you got a full house, when your opponent thinks you're bluffing.
Obviously 4-5 is a hand that may have got there, but aside from that.
Annoyingly, we block 7-5, 7-8, 7-4, I mean. I love that from Maxime, actually, asking Georgi if he's got ace-king. Puts him on ace-king.
Right, it's gone pretty small here. I think 32 is getting called, isn't it?
He said 4-5, which means 4-5 in Russian.
Got that knowledge.
I lived there for, lived in Bulgaria for a long time. So I actually can read and translate Russian, but I just can't speak it.
Wow.
Hashtag weird flex. Great sizing. It's the old bet check bet line though. It does make the call.
Yeah. Against Max, I think you just got a call.
And a huge pot going Maxime's way. Up to over 250,000 now. Player's going to be going on a short break in about 15 minutes time. Same story here, this feature table. The young Russian Roman with the chip lead. Maxime asking if he can straddle.
I think he's got it.
Wow, he's actually straddled to 10k. That's insane. This is a 3k tournament.
I think he's put in 6k, so it would need to be 8.
Wow. Obviously, guys and girls back home, those of you that might not know, it counts as a blind raise. So if someone was to just call, he would have no action. And look at this. I mean, this is music to Lubus's ears. Extra 8k dead money in the middle, and you got ace-king.
And obviously the effective stacks all divide by half here, because we're effectively playing 4k, 8k this time.
Yeah.
Nobly part of table.
Man, I hope someone manages to grab an interview of Maxime whilst he's here at Kings.
Nobly part of table. E3 2 times. Only
Wow, that's a big open. 30k.
Oh, wow.
And Georgi behind. Well, this is just obviously a jam.
What a time for Maxime to...
I mean...
This is ridiculous.
This open is way too big, right? It's nearly 4x effective. And
this is such a sick spot for Georgi as well.
right,
I mean,
but it's never aces or kings, is it? So you can't be in bad shape. It's just a fist pump shove. It feels a bit grim to suddenly be a free bet jamming what is supposed to be 40 bigs.
Yeah.
When you're pretty close to the money.
It does an ounce all in.
And I mean, Michael should be hating this really, right? Because Georgi just has. I mean, he has this hand and he has what, like
Queens plus.
Right. I was gonna say yeah, jacks plus, tens plus maybe, but like obviously Michael's never in like a dominating shape. Ace queen just folds, I think. I mean, he has to call, and it's again he's calling off this stack that he came in with such a comfortable stack. He's calling off his stack so close to the money, but I mean he's got ace king and he's made it 30k.
Chop this one up, boys and girls.
Yeah, no drama, unfortunately.
Unless the dealer decides to put out a dirty flop.
Yeah, well, all the suits are alive. There we go, hearts.
Wow.
Can Georgi do it?
Always nice to free roll on the flop. I'm going to chop this one up. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Always a sweat.
So.
What a weird hand, James.
Yeah, I'm just thinking how that plays out if Michael just opens a normal sizing. That makes it 16k or 18k. Georgi 3-bets him, comes back to Michael, we can just rip it in on Georgi. Now Georgi's in a horrible spot, having to call off with ace king in it.
Yeah, and he made a very good point. The effective stack being 20 bigs instead of 40 bigs.
Well, it was 40 bigs instead of it was 25 instead of, and then he just opened double or normal sizing, so made it even more bizarre. This is what happens when Maxim's at the table.
I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw someone, you know, put out a straddle in a 3K.
Near the money.
Pretty insane. Can't wait to speak to James after this as well. Just be like, what was that like, mate, playing on that table?
Yeah, he's got involved in that flip, obviously, against Maxim, but other than that, hasn't really been involved too much. Right, I was going to say, there's no way Maxim's folding this. Raffet suggested he had.
It's against Chris as well. Lost that hand against with the ace-7.
Listening to the same song for like 20 times in a row. Just listening to what you're talking. It's like freaking annoying, brother.
Oh, wow. Frustration being shown by Chris. And that Maxime's getting on his nerves now. And
I think he's a little bit out of line here, because I don't think Maxim's, but bar the incident of the chip and the trying to argue it wasn't a call.
Yeah.
I don't think he's doing anything out of line here. You're allowed to talk. It's a heads-up pot in this instance. He hasn't done anything out of line.
And I also think, if you do class yourself as a professional poker player, like giving away information that you're agitated by something one of your opponents is doing isn't going to benefit you. It's just going to benefit them. But
also, more importantly, here's a recreational poker player that's like getting smashed, straddling. Why would you want to combat that? This is the guy that basically pays your wages.
Yeah, for sure. And Maxime getting the best hand to fold. I mean, nice to see Maxim apologise, but I don't think he needs to.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the complaint was. Whether it was about Russian being spoken during a hand, that then he'd be within his right, I think. But if it was,
no,
he just said you're freaking annoying. And
yeah, he said hearing you say the same thing over and over again is just getting annoying. I mean,
you can think it, but you can't say it to him.
Yeah, I mean, nice to see Maxim apologise, even though, yeah, in both of our opinion, he didn't really need to. Chris maybe just getting a bit frustrated that things haven't necessarily been going his way.
I do see we're getting near the final 72, which would be 9 tables left. When we reach that point, we've been informed that a shot clock will come into play, which is sensible given we'll be, you know, pretty near the money. We're only 11 players off the money at that point, so shot clock coming in once we close down the next table.
Oh wow! I mean, I say oh wow. Charbel's probably gonna get forced out of this pot, but certainly deep enough to call a 3-bet, depending on what sizing Roman goes for.
Right, and Roman targeting another big stack has to go a little bit bigger. You'd think the 3-bets. We'll see.
The fact that Charbel's actually open more than min.
This, I mean, this stuff from Maxim's a little bit naughty. Obviously, they're playing a multiplayer pot. He's trying to stop him raising. He's just messing around. It's a bit unnecessary. Right, he's gone really small. 22. I'm saying I feel like he should go big because they're so deep. But he's actually gone really small, which doesn't make much sense to me. I mean, he's got a really nice hand to play, but
yeah, we've seen him choose some unorthodox sizes so far today in a lot of the 3-bet pots that he's played. I think he's just giving the benefit of the doubt, say he's mixing it up, keeping.
I want to see if that is actually 22. Yeah, it looks like only 5 white chips out there, so I mean, it's just wrong to me. You're just going to get peeled. I mean, again, not that there's anything wrong with getting peeled when you're holding ace king suited. You want to play a hand, but you don't define your opponent's range, do you? Your opponent's just going to continue with almost everything they open with.
I thought Maxim was cutting out a cold 4 there.
I don't think he wants to fold 6-7 suited. I mean, this is the hand he tripled up with earlier when he called all him there. I think he really wants to call and play. Well, it's 20k, in fact, the raise. Oh, no, pardon me, no, it's 22, of course, 20k to Maxim. Yeah, I mean, this sizing just can't be right. You've got a 4x, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, so deep. And now we invite this action.
Wow.
Maxim.
3 of the largest stacks.
Cold calling. Now his hand gets a lot harder to play. Of course, Charbel going to call. Just 11. 13k more, pardon me.
3's a party. 74k in the middle.
And as you said, the 3 biggest stacks going at it. The rest of the table, like, what is going on?
Wow.
Wow. Top pair, gut shot, straight flush draw. Bat flop is Maxim.
It's going to lead 22,000.
No, 22, he's trying to work out what the pot is, I think. What's 3 times 22? So, oh, he's just going to bet 2 times 20. That's one way to bet 2/3 pop. Just put in 2 22s. So, 44k to bet. This will win the pot.
22 and 22.
Not the board Roman was looking for, and just like that, Maxim up to over 300k.
He wants the rabbit.
Of course he does.
Ah.
Just staring over at Chris's and James' direction.
Yeah. I mean, this is the table you want to be on. There we go, Maxim.
Wow.
Up to over 300k, just a smidge behind Roman now. Charbel, of course, the other big stack. And then, what, just the 3 shorties, Christopher and James. But not that short.
I mean, he literally had 6,000 chips left at one point at big blind, what, 2.5k? And then he chopped the ace-queen against tens on the queen-high board. So kind of like doubled up a little bit. And then
you're right.
Won the sevens against ace-king, and
6K.
Insane. Chip in a chair. You hear about it, you rarely see it. I mean, it's just such an annoying spot for Chris with the players that he's got behind him to fold a suited king.
Roman and Dreamman, queens. Maxim with bundles behind him.
Oh boy.
I don't see it. Maxim hasn't really done much 3-betting, I don't think, from what we've seen, has he? I think.
Only when he had like 10 bigs, he kind of like 3-bet jammed a couple of times.
But he is cutting out a 3-bet this time, but very small. Yeah, I mean, sizing is just all wrong again. But I think trying to break down Maxim's play is kind of irrelevant at this point. He's just having a good time.
Just clicking buttons,
just smashing around, enjoying himself. So I think focus more on how Roman's going to combat it, really.
Yeah, and this deep out of position against someone like Maxim. I mean, kings, I guess we could justify flat calling. Aces, obviously, we don't mind trapping.
But again, do you trap against Roman? I mean, he's just always going to call your 4-bet, isn't he?
Do you trap with the queens?
I don't think I trap. I think I just... Oh, he is going to flat. He doesn't want to get it in, does he? They're so deep.
Yeah, I mean...
if I've got kings or aces, I'm just 4-betting knowing he's not folding.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But obviously Roman doesn't want to 4-bet here and get 5-bet and just have no idea what to do with what is nearly 100 bigs. Jack 9, 5.
Well, that was something for Maxim.
Yeah. And Roman likes seeing that flop, doesn't he? Happy to take queens.
Now losing to jacks and 9s. Maybe potentially 3-bet pre-flop.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard, isn't it, to give Maxim a range because we haven't seen him 3-bet, as you say, other than sort of the all-ins.
Yeah, I mean, is this one of the ones where you just kind of strap yourself in and click the call button?
Right, he's taking
all the way down to the river.
Yeah, he's just trying to take a low variance route, just call and pull down most boards.
I mean, deuce of diamonds on the turn. You've massively under-repped your hand pre-flop. Just let the man strap himself in and blast off, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, it's interesting. But is this a sort of bet where he wants to... Is he necessarily expecting to fold better, or is he just kind of knock him off the draws?
To be honest with you, James, I don't have a clue, mate.
I think he's doing this thinking he can make Roman fold a draw, and he's going to check back the river. I don't think he's going free with this.
I feel like he's just trying to blast him off the hand, like regardless of range that he puts him on. Believe we are going on break after this hand.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, but what a hand to finish on. Again, Roman just has to call this, right?
I mean, if he does make the call, it's going to be 210,000 in the middle. Maxim kind of, don't know if he's done this intentionally with this sizing, setting up a river jam. And, you know, there's not a lot of river cards out there other than, what? Not even the Queen of Diamonds, because it brings back those diamonds in that you feel comfortable with.
Again, he is going to call. They have to, but as crazy as Maxim's been, he hasn't been foot on the gas, going crazy aggressive. He's been peeling and doing some stuff he shouldn't do, but he's not taken this line once yet.
He hasn't been going 3 streets.
Well,
six
flop flush
spades.
draw gets there.
We unblock spades. 5-6 gets there. 8-7 as well.
He's trying to work out how he's got in this
He
pot.
might block bet this. He might block like 70k. I personally wouldn't block bet with this hand, but it does make sense against a player like Maxim to maybe just block bet. Yeah, nice.
You're spot on there.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think against Maxim that is just like the best play, because you don't want to check and then Maxim just like piles all in on you. I mean, I don't know if Roman knows that he's like got the best hand here, or whether he's just trying to get a cheaper showdown against the better hand.
Obviously, it costs you perhaps 50k more than it would do if you're up against aces and kings.
If he's up against jacks or nines.
Yeah, but
you know.
Yeah, you're never getting raised really by any value hand other than a flush, right?
Yeah, I agree. So I like this. I mean, it's obviously easy when we can see the cards, but if he was up against a hand like aces, kings, jacks, nines, you know, we get to set the price ourselves rather than facing a tough like river spot. And obviously the only hand that's putting us in is normally going to be a flush. I mean, it is Maxime who could probably do this with any two. He does fold, and queens are good. Queens are good. So James, I believe we're going on break.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, but what a hand to finish on. Maxime, like, complete change of tack there. Not something we've seen for him, but it does mean Roman is back as our table chip leader. Myself and Henry, we're back in 15 for more coverage here. Day 2 of the WPT main event.
February 2020 welcomes a very new and a very exciting partnership for the World Poker Tour and Party Poker Live. The Club Pierre Charon will be hosting the first ever WPT Deep Stacks Paris Festival. The dates of the series will run from February 20th to March the 2nd. The €1,500 buy-in main event will start on February the 27th alongside a full-on schedule of poker, including a €400 buy-in opener, a €2,500 buy-in high roller, and a €150 buy-in ladies event. You can qualify online on Party Poker and use your tournament dollars to register for all tournaments during the festival. Club Pierre Charon is situated near the iconic Champs-Élysées, and it boasts more than 40 tables fully equipped with the latest RFID technology. This is the largest gaming space in Paris, and we cannot wait to host our inaugural event here. À tout à l'heure.
but the same. We're frontin'. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
WPT Barcelona is back for 2020 at Casino Barcelona in partnership with Party Poker Live. The full festival will run from March the 27th to April the 5th, and it's going to be quite the memorable week. This is going to be a full-on festival of poker with something for everybody, including a WPT 500, a 5,300 euro high roller, a 550 euro bounty hunter, a 1,100 euro closer, and of course, last but not least, the 3,300 euro buy-in main event. The main event kicks off on March 31st and has a 3 million euro guarantee. You can also play day 1 and 2 on partypoker.com on March 22nd. Party Poker is offering you the chance to qualify online for tournaments on both .com and .eu platforms, so make sure you don't miss out on this opportunity. Also, your tournament dollars can be used to buy into events during the festival, so you can have the chance to potentially be the next WPT champion. Set right on the coastline, Casino Barcelona is in a prime location to take full advantage of this vibrant city. So even away from all of the poker action, you'll never be at a loss for things to do day or night. February 2020 welcomes a very new and a very exciting partnership for the World Poker Tour and Party Poker Live. The Club Pierre Charon will be hosting the first ever WPT Deep Stacks Paris Festival. The dates of the series will run from February 20th to March the 2nd. The The €1,500 buy-in main event will start on February the 27th alongside a full-on schedule of poker, including a €400 buy-in opener, a €2,500 buy-in high roller, and a €150 buy-in ladies event. You can qualify online on Party Poker and use your tournament dollars to register for all tournaments during the festival. Club Pierre Charon is situated near the iconic Champs-Élysées, and it boasts more than 40 tables fully equipped with the latest RFID technology. This is the largest gaming space in Paris, and we cannot wait to host our inaugural event here. À tout à l'heure.
Don't change until you change. Something. We're all different but the same. We're frontin'. We work hard and then we play. Life's a party, so enjoy yourself.
WPT Barcelona is back for 2020 at Casino Barcelona in partnership with Party Poker Live. The full festival will run from March the 27th to April the 5th, and it's going to be quite the memorable week. This is going to be a full-on festival of poker with something for everybody, including a WPT 500, a €5,300 high roller, a €550 bounty hunter, a €1,100 closer, and, of course, last but not least, the €3,300 buy-in main event. The main event kicks off on March 31st and has a €3 million guarantee. You can also play day 1 and 2 on partypoker.com on March 22nd. Party Poker is offering you the chance to qualify online for tournaments on both .com and .eu platforms, so make sure you don't miss out on this opportunity. Also, your tournament dollars can be used to buy into events during the festival, so you can have the chance to potentially be the next WPT champion. Set right on the coastline, Casino Barcelona is in a prime location to take full advantage of this vibrant city. So even away from all of the poker action, you'll never be at a loss for things to do day or night.
on tonight.
Ну это, он, наверное, некорректно показывает.
And welcome back to Kings. We are, of course, still on day 2 here at the WPT Germany main event. And we are, of course, playing down to the money today. And we're not too far from that point, Henry.
Strap yourselves in, boys and girls, because we are getting close to that bubble. And if I'm not mistaken, a shot clock now being introduced for the final 72 players.
That's correct. That's as we understand. You see there, obviously, a couple of players, James, Christopher, kind of just looking for that min cash with 15 bigs. Roman, having won that monster pot just before the last break, back very much in a commanding ship lead. It was looking dicey for a second there, though. He was getting very even with Maxim.
Yeah,
Maxim just taken off again.
Must say, I really liked that river bet from Roman just before we went on break. Certainly showing just how aware he is of the game and the situation at hand.
Yeah, it was a great call from you. That was a possible play. As you say, just you don't want to be guessing, and it removes all that. And I think you're right. Maxim's just not going to bluff him in that spot. Like maybe some wizard might just put you in the bin there, but
yeah, I think he found the perfect opponent to use that line against. And
all right, so if that graphic's right, it says 73 left. So yeah, allegedly we lose one more player, we get a time bank.
Allegedly being the great word to use in that situation there.
Yeah, hopefully that comes in. I mean, that hasn't been needed on this table. Everyone's playing pretty quickly. I think there's been a couple of longer tanks, but they've been completely justified.
Yeah, for sure.
But obviously the bubble is coming up, and we don't know what's happening on outer tables.
We haven't had any unjustified 9 high tanks yet so far, which as a viewer and a commentator can be extremely frustrating. But these guys, you know, playing pretty fit or fold both pre-flop and post-flop.
Yeah, I think it's moved along at a good pace. It's kind of like my argument. I'm not a huge fan of time banks, and like almost like this, just obviously up to now hasn't needed one. There hasn't been people wasting time on this table. There may have been the case on other tables, of course.
You bring just clarifying that you're a bit old school, James. You don't like the shot clocks.
Well,
I mean,
I like them because they're certainly in a lot of events we watch and play in. They are better than the alternative. I have to admit, like they are. But I don't think they're a perfect solution. I don't think we've done perfecting it yet. But like this event just hasn't needed one so far.
No, but they have. I mean, I'm sure you've been in the booth before. I've certainly been in the booth where, you know, you're just seeing someone tank on the room of 9 high, just trying to save face or something. Like, come on, man, we're all gonna see your cards, kind of thing. But I mean, look at this, Maxime opening from the calf and just flopping best here. King 8 trade, couple of spades, and I think the C-bet's gonna just take this one down, James.
Yeah, and I think a little bit being the sort of crazy drunk guy at the table means that like Michael just elects to flat here rather than 3-bet, and that image kind of lets Maxim win this pot.
Yeah, back up to over 300k.
Nobody fought the table.
So,
I apologise. No, sorry, that's 245.
We are approaching that, mate. That's the next story for these next couple of hours. I think will the bubble burst in this
I mean,
block of play. It's going to be pretty close.
I was going to say the pace at which we've actually lost players today. You know, we got told we're doing the stream today. We're told we're starting at 6 p.m. I was like, shit. I mean, they're thinking that we're going to be in the money by 1, 2 o'clock. I was kind of worried that it might have been a 4 a.m. thing, but you know, it's coming up to 11 p.m. now. Wouldn't surprise me to see us in the money by 1 a.m. So
yeah, it's going to be pretty close. I think to the end of the next level will be when it goes. Again, you never quite know, do you?
No, I mean, we could be stuck here at 4 a.m. and I'm going to be like regretting what I just said.
It won't be that long, I'm sure. Especially, I mean,
blinds have gone up after the break, 3k, 5k, and Roman with 90 of them.
Yeah,
91.
I mean, Roman's had a lot of good hands today, hasn't he? I mean, he's started the day, obviously, you see that massive stack, 450k, but he started the day with about 350, or started our stream, I should say, with 350.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's definitely had a lot of playable hands. And look at this, because maybe it's the Babana Georgi just folding here. Earlier he was 3-betting quite liberally.
Must say, been very impressed with Georgi today and his timing, and
yeah,
chose his spots well. A bit of a sick spot here for Chris. If he flops top pair, it's going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, nothing else other than a call here makes sense from the big.
Yeah, against the chip lead. He could, I mean, he has the options available. I don't hate the 3-bet jam out of the big blind against someone who is going to be opening extremely wide, even from +2. And could even get ace-jack offsuit to fold if he does decide to move in. See how Chris proceeds to play this one. It's a 2.2x. It's one of the things I love about commentary. You know, coming from playing online, having all the bet sizes sorted out for you, you've had to learn how to process it really quickly, and he is going to go for it.
And as you say, I think this just makes Roman fold, doesn't it? I can't see him wanting to call off ace-jack for, what, 20 bigs?
Yeah, 9 off the money as well, so this is going to look even stronger than it is. And yeah, quick fold from Roman. No need to give any chips back to the table. In a very comfortable position. I think stack preservation at this point, this close to the money, is just worth so much more than potentially flipping for, you know, a quarter of your stack.
Right. And it's kind of a nice spot for Chris there, in the sense that by jamming, it's almost like a lower variance line, right? Because he just gets fold so often, and if he calls, and he can end up stacking off post in with the worse hand. Quite weird spot. But this close to the money, just rip it, take the equity. As you say, obviously Roman's going to be opening super wide.
Yeah. It's always nice then when your friends feed you that information in 45 minutes time that you actually got a better hand to fold 9 off the money. Or 10 off the money, whatever.
I mean, that's literally the only better hand that folds, right? I mean, some pocket pairs and ace-jack.
I mean, talking of wide opens, Roman just confirming that he's the table captain.
Well,
10 away from the money.
He might think he's the captain. We all know Max is the real captain.
That's true.
Come on.
That is true.
And like, go on, try and put pressure on Maxim on the bubble. See how that works out for you.
It's like 6,000 euros. I'll make that in my sleep, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Folds round to Chris in the small blind. Going to let go of the Jack-7 suited, I believe. I have been wrong several times this stream, James.
I think this may be just like a small tank each hand because we're near the money, but
yeah. Always looking for that tiny piece of edge. EV. Wow. Do we stand to be corrected?
Nah, this is
yet again.
He's never played this hand.
There you go. Chips back in the pile, arms back on the table.
This is just stalling.
Was it going to be the 2 fingers on the cards and slide them forward? I think we're going to see quite a lot of this over the next hour and a half or so.
As I say, hopefully, I mean, it's supposed to be shot clocks coming in with 72. It says 72 left now, so maybe that's going to happen any moment. I mean, this is a little longer than necessary. I mean, I don't begrudge someone like the 10-second tank and then the fold.
Yeah.
Because it's just got to be done, hasn't it? Like, but that was a little unnecessary. Anyway,
Chris is sat there with a short, so he's like, I don't mind someone else tanking.
Yeah.
Heads up to the flop.
Wow, again. Almost very similar to the hand we saw earlier when it was exactly just 10-5 deuce. Maxim, Roman had the king 10 and Maxim made him fold with a pair and a flush draw. This time round, Roman c-betting that flush draw. Maxim snapping, and he's gone pretty big, right? 21, having opened to 11 pre. Oh, bet 12k, there we go. It wasn't 21, and bingo for Maxim. Any concerns he had about being behind?
Oh, look at that, only 1 heart left in the deck, James.
Wow.
King of Hearts no good, obviously. Deuce of Hearts no good either.
That's amazing. Obviously, if you're just joining us, we have folded cards updated in that. So we can see, obviously, in theory, Roman's got a nice flush draw here and he's going to barrel with it again. In reality, he has one out.
Saw the Jack 7 of Hearts folded out of the small blind.
And obviously, Roman is going to double barrel here, especially against Maxim. Like, he just has so many hands because he plays more hands than anyone else.
Roman just avoiding eye contact there, James.
Yeah. Obviously, it's set his own price as well, right, for the river. So by betting, you don't expect to get raised, I guess. But what's Maxim going to do?
Shift in body movement there. Are you a big fan of the old live reads, or you not? You don't think too much of it?
I think there are little things, but I think once people are in a pot, they don't give much away. I think it's weird stuff, like I said earlier, about how people instantly react to the first things they do, like for jamming or something. But I think in these spots, I'm not too much of a... Unless someone's really inexperienced, I don't think people give too much off.
Yeah, absolutely. Safest run out in the world for Roman.
And pretty hard for Roman to bluff.
I'd love to see him check here and just give Maxim, sorry, Roman.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Roman, it's hard for him to bluff this river, right? Because Maxim's calling down with what was 10x, 5x that he might have had. I just can't see him firing out the bullet. Oh.
Blocking the old flush draws as well.
Yeah, but he's going to go for it. Not going to work.
37,000.
I guess it's exactly that, right? He's trying to make him fold the higher flush draws with that bet size, right?
Yeah, I mean, the sick thing is, well, we're blocking sixes, we're blocking eights. I'm not a huge fan of this river bet. I think it's okay to just give up in certain spots. I mean, I know it's not within our blood to play a game as competitive as this and to just concede, but you know, there are certain hands that you do just want to get to the river with and kind of give up. I mean, maybe he feels that, you know, Maxim can still have some ace-3s, ace-4s in his range.
But Maxim might just call with those, right? He's got two pair with an ace. He just... I think he's trying to make him fold worse flush draws at this point, but obviously, instead of that, he has 10s full, so a raise incoming, and it will be a fold for Roman, of course.
85.
Yeah, and Roman. I like to see the snap fold as well, just hand in the cookie jar. Doesn't need to pose in that spot.
And that sort of re-establishes chip parity between the two of them.
Yeah, just 4 big blinds between Roman and Maxim now, and pretty insane when you look back 3 hours ago how many chips Maxim had in front of him.
Yeah, as you say, what was it, 6K, wasn't it?
I think it was like 6K. Ace-queen against ace-queen against 10s and queen-high flop.
He had to spike 4 outs to get half the pot.
That's against her now.
There
you have it.
Yeah, just Russia's 4 bigs separate them.
Russia at the top. Closely followed by Charbel, who we haven't seen too much of so far. We saw him with that huge 3-bet earlier with the kings.
Yeah.
Also came along for the ride with the queen 10 suited, but other than that, haven't seen too much of him.
I'm not sure, but I guess you're receiving new.
And James from the UK, living in Prague as far as I'm aware. Bottom of the pack, but very experienced MTT player. Knows exactly what he's doing with that stack depth. Even 11 off the money, he's not going to be too phased by the pressure. I can't wait to get to that stage where, you know...
Aha! The iPad is in play. Here we go.
Oh, nice. I can't wait till I get to that level of experience as James, where, you know, getting close to the money and I just don't care. I just play my game kind of thing.
There's always a buzz. I think any tournament you play is always fun when you get near the money and you're a short stack and you're under pressure. That's just part of it. Doesn't matter like how small the buy-in is, I think.
I've only cashed 1 tournament in the last 18 months.
At least it was a decent cash, eh?
Yeah.
One tournament in 18 months, huh?
I've only played 3.
Okay, that's a bit fairer.
Only played 3. Hello, Aces in the cutoff.
Aces again.
Talking about James knowing what to do
Yeah,
with this stack depth, I think it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean 12 bigs, isn't it? So it's obviously going to rip any hand he plays.
3 raise, all in.
And there we go. Unfortunately for him, Georgia's one of the hands is going to fold. 20 hands are going to call 12 bigs.
Yeah, 9-8 offsuit, not one of them.
And yeah, Chris just stalling. Well, clock is in play, he's watching the clock. There you go, those time extension chips. I'm guessing we're going, well, they've only got 3 of them. I guess because obviously the end of the day is when we reach the money, so they don't need a lot of them.
My hand is dead if I don't hit, right?
No, your hand automatically extends.
For a time bank.
Okay.
So he's just going to wait for 30 seconds every hand. Okay, we're in full stall mode. See, this is my one issue with time banks. They don't really solve this problem, which is the main problem.
Okay.
I'm not
to be honest with you,
worried about someone taking 3 minutes on a big river decision. I'm worried about the person who takes 25 seconds to fold pre.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, from what I've seen, when time banks are introduced, people then deliberately take that 30 seconds that they're given.
Number, yeah.
It does indeed.
It's like when if you call the clock on someone, you know, they tend to just take the full minute. Right?
Yeah.
And they might have been close to folding it. Yeah, it's
very true. Very true.
And again, obviously, same thing here. Christopher just tanking, same reason. And I don't blame them. I mean, they're just doing what's right.
Yeah,
like,
6,000 euros.
It's the correct thing to do. They've got short stacks and they're close to the money. I mean, this is just the right thing to do. But this is again like, do we need 30 seconds for pre-flop time banks? Probably not. Why not?
And the old 10-second countdown.
and 30 seconds on the river doesn't seem like enough because so much goes on by the river. I like to see it more, you know, like 20 seconds pre, maybe 30 on the flop, and then longer on turn and river.
Yeah, I think we're not far off from having that introduced. I think maybe another year or so. But not only yourself, but a lot of pros have mentioned, you know, 20 seconds pre, 30 flop, 30 turn, and then, you know, we can justify a minute and a half, 2 minutes on the river.
Yeah.
With big river decisions. James picking up some very important chips here. Going to be disappointing to obviously not get called, but hey, if you can pick up, what, 25% of your stack pre-flop, this close to the money, he's going to be happy.
Exactly that. He picked up 4.5 bigs there.
Going to be happy.
We're only closer to 5 bigs actually. The raise was over min, wasn't it? Yeah. So
yeah.
Start the hand with 12 and pick up 5. You're buzzing.
Yeah.
Everybody 3 time bank cards, and tomorrow we start with a 5.
Okay.
But we don't take them.
When you don't use it today, you just give them back to the dealer.
But we still only get 5 tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
5 time bank cards.
So it's not like if I don't use any, I can use 8 tomorrow. No. Okay.
All right, so it wouldn't surprise me then to see Chris and Chris deliberately use their 3 time banks now. Strap yourselves in, boys and girls. We may have some 9-high posturing. But hey, 6,000 euros.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 times the buy, and they've got like 1.5 times starting stack. It's in there. Like, cashing is so big. So important. Can't be overstated.
Ace 10-0 for one of the most entertaining people I've had the pleasure of commentating on recently. Maxime, we found out earlier on in the perfume business.
Yeah. I don't think he's flogging it down the local market either.
Come and get your branded perfumes. £20 a bottle.
All right, well, Chris waits his 30 seconds to remind you of that free roll taking place tomorrow, 7 p.m. CET on my course at Party Poker. It's a 1K prize pool, and it's password protected. Password being Kings1DE. So that's Kings1DE. If you want to play that free roll, that's tomorrow at 7 p.m. And of course, we'll have one on Sunday evening as well, but we'll let you know about that nearer the time.
What a professional commentator that man is.
These 30-second tanks are nice, you know, they can get all sorts in.
People don't needle you for plugging as much.
And go on, whilst our other Christopher's in the tank, let you know that then our next stream, we were mentioning it earlier, will be, of course, the Super High Roller Series. in Sochi, which is going to be great. It's a millions high roller, so it's none of this Mickey Mouse, you know, like 5K or 10K main. No. The buy-ins start at 25K, and they just keep going up.
Can't wait till I can flick in 5K, 10K Mickey Mouse events. Looking forward to that day.
Talking of flicking it in, that's what Roman's done here with King 7 and Maxim. Oh, he likes his 10-eye boards.
Yeah, and for the first time today, Roman is not going to be the chip leader after this hand.
Ah, there we go.
He's been the table captain, and now it's Maxim from 6,000 chips at Big Blind 2K.
Incredible.
To 360,000 chips and the chip lead. 10 off the money. Quite the story. Flew into King's Resort today, and he's made the most of his time here.
Just popped back to Moscow last night.
Yeah, why not, you know? Hop on the old private jet.
Yeah, just a little jaunt back.
Still trying to convince Leon to let me fly over them next time they go to DTD. I've had it like offered to me a couple of times, just, you know, casually in the conversation. Oh yeah, Henry, we're flying to DTD, you know, for whatever's going on there. In Leon's jet, could potentially bring you along, and you know, I'm like, all right, Henry, don't get your hopes up, kind of thing, and
you get slow rolled.
Yeah, then I get slow roll. I'm like, hey, Michael, what's are we flying? Oh, I'm not sure, mate. Maybe. I still don't know. Maybe one day. Maybe if I'd won the opener, then I would have qualified for a seat
for the jet. Yeah, so you know you made it at Kings when you get the helicopter jet double.
That's it, mate. That is it.
That's the one.
We had Helmuth last year, picked up with his family from the airport from Leon's helicopter.
Even Georgi giving a bit of a tank now.
The old Queen Tray.
I'm Popoday.
I love James' response there. He's like, all right, mate.
That's the unlike James. I think he's actually... I think he'd be secretly enjoying it.
I think Maxim and Roman are going to get quite frustrated by this.
Yeah,
you know, they want to play as many hands as possible, this close to the money.
And this is the problem with the structure. So at the World Series this year, in one of the events, we got near the money, and the guy on my right just kept tanking. Like every hand, like tanking. And I was like, look, I know what you're doing, just don't take the piss, you know, like do a little bit. But he was insistent. So I just called the clock on him every single hand. And you know, the floor come over and it starts off as a 13 clock. By the end, he was on like an automatic 10-second clock.
Wow. I mean, fair play to the floor for
yeah, I mean, it was
that.
happening on multiple tables around us. So the floorman was just there. I went to the guy, you know, I'd call the clock on him instantly. As soon as I got to him, call the clock. Once they call the clock enough, then he's on an automatic clock. And yeah, it might have even been 5 seconds at the end. And you know, the bubble eventually burst, and you know, we're sat next to each other, so it's been awkward. But I'm like, look, I don't. Afterwards, he was all good about it. You know, like, look, he was like,
you know, he knows.
Yeah,
you know,
like, I had a big stack, he had a short stack. It's just one of those things.
I love the subtle brag there that you cashed cashed an event last summer with a big stack, nicely fitted in there.
Yeah, I think I punted it off shortly afterwards.
That's normally what I do. But and Maxim
flashes the ace.
Gets a walk.
Aces. 2 aces.
Maxim's been such a blast. There's that big trophy in the background and the screen that me and James are tucked away in.
We're in the TV. Get us out. Yeah, pretty incredible. We're actually in that TV.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, isn't it? Right. The table where dreams are made, millions of euros have been won at this feature table. These guys playing for 270,000 euros.
Yeah, I'm just checking. I'm digging it out, that tournament. I think I finished a whopping 282nd. Boom. Got him. Double my money. Punted it off.
And if you're from the UK like myself, and you do manage to cash with 270k, you just tilted that the euro is doing so bad against the pound at the moment.
Wow, you take it.
You know, 5 months ago, 270,000 euros was almost 270,000 pounds. You can buy a one-bedroom apartment in London for that.
No, you can't.
I mean, a room in a shed.
There we go. You definitely can't buy a one-bed apartment in London for 270.
Maybe 20 years ago.
Yeah. So Georgi raising, obviously.
Yeah,
the tankers are tanking. This is where it's joyous that there's two of us in the booth.
Yeah, I know, man.
These are
Tell
hard
me
to
about
fill.
it.
Like,
Tell me about it.
well, I will tell you about something else. What else have we got going on here? Come on, your little cheat sheet.
My little cheat sheet.
You got WPT Deep Stacks coming up. What's that all about?
WPT Deep Stacks Paris from the 27th of Feb until the 1st of March. First ever major event, actually, in Club Pierre Charon.
The new gaff, the sort of replacement for the aviation, I guess.
Yeah, I'm surprised that closed down. It used to be a good spot for PLO, apparently.
Yeah.
Never played there.
That was the first place I came across the game Courchevel, and I was like, this is a fun game. I don't know if you've ever played it.
I haven't, no, but I do need to study mixed games.
All right. Well, it's, I mean, I don't know if you understand the premise, but it's 5-card PLO high-low, where the first card of the flop is exposed.
Sorry, I have played it. Yeah, I played it during the big rap that was here. We had like
cool.
a private cash game with some of the. It was just like a 2-2 game, but we were like mixing it up with like 6-card and like 6-card Omaha. We had to like expose 2 of your cards pre-flop and stuff like that. It's crazy.
That sounds fun.
Ended up losing like 2k. Wasn't my greatest night. But
Sounds fun though. Playing 6-card and having to expose cards.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to that WPT Deep Stack, got exciting events for all buy-ins.
So this is it's a 400 opener. The main, I guess, is usually about. I have to have a look now. I can't just guess.
1650 buy-in, I believe.
There we go. See, you're
oh, maybe
professional.
no, sorry. Yeah, I think it is, or maybe 17. Could be 17.
Let's have a little look. See here.
Hopefully, none of the bosses are listening to us.
1500. Yeah, I think you were spot on. So
absolutely butchered it.
No, you got it. Yeah, 1350 plus 150. So it's 1500 all in for that one.
For 400 opener, it's got my name written all over it, James. Like, final table, that bad boy.
You're an opener, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite cool. So if you're in the, near Paris, or you fancy go to Paris, it's not a bad spot. Play that little tournament.
I was speaking to Joachim yesterday when I cashed the opener. I was super excited because I thought I was going to have a WPT profile. He's like, no, you have to cash a main event to get it. I was like, oh, come on, man. Like, can't slow roll me like that.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have a word. We'll make them make one for you. How's that sound? Or just have 0 cashes, 0 things, 0 events split. You just 0 across the board.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, what's going on here? So Georgi's opened. Maxim and Michael are both called, and now Maxim's leading a 7-3 rainbow, and Georgi's probably thinking, what is going on here? I mean,
it feels like that spot against Roman earlier on where you just have to kind of just strap yourself in and click the call button, and if he's got it, he's got it. I mean, there are going to be turn cards that we can get away from. Well, not necessarily get away from, but then be able to get away from on the river.
Right.
You know, like a 5, a 4, a 6 kind of rolls off. We're always going to call turn bets, but
it's the sort of hand like 4, 5, 5, 6. Yeah, these kind of hands.
7, 6 type. Oh, well, he's got Queen 3.
It's got a 3 in backdoor club. So let's go.
Well, I'll tell you a card that would make Georgi very happy would be a Queen on the turn, giving them both 2 pair.
And there's no reason for Georgi to do anything flat here, is there?
1 out, 3 diamonds or backdoor clubs. And yeah, absolutely nothing to do other than just call.
Yeah.
That's a flick in the call. Stacked pot ratio gets shallower though, less than 2 going to a turn, and it is a dangerous turn card.
Right. Theoretically, I mean, we don't expect people to have many lead ranges here, but for theoretical bluffs, some of those hands like 4-5 a double gut shot.
Yeah, I don't think we should have any leading range from the small blind on an A7-3 rainbow board.
Right.
But
look at this.
What do I know?
I mean, and this does start to get a bit horrible for Georgi, but we've got ace queen. We're seeing there's no play here other to call again. But now it's a little scary.
You're calling, you know,
and you've got half pot back.
Yeah, like this call is for your tournament life kind of thing.
Right, but I mean, these two know each other. Like, Georgi knows Maxim is a bit of a lunatic. They've been playing together all day as well.
Yeah, from what we've seen, they were talking earlier on. Things have gone slightly more quiet now at the table.
Throws in a time extension, which is, of course, definitely certainly a spot. I mean, this spot is just so different given we're on the bubble, or near the bubble. I mean, we just don't have any better hands than this, do we? We have a set of sevens, I suppose. We can have aces, we can have ace-king, but ace-queen's about as good as it gets here. Can't be folding.
Yeah, I mean, we're just so high up in our range.
Oh, no.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
No.
Bubble time, boys and girls.
Wow, what's
Bubble
he going to show?
time.
Going to show the 3?
I hope he showed the queen. I really hope he showed the queen.
Попросил один раз показать, что издеваешься. Я тебе показал. Так ты покажи, я покажу обе. Я тут дам был. Дама?
That's Dama. He admitted to the fold. See, that's about the Russian I know.
Yeah.
Only because it doesn't sound like Russian.
Yeah, I think that's the same word in French, isn't it, for queen?
Yeah, Dama.
Dama.
Yeah. Dama in Russia. Dama.
So, Maxim putting a bit of distance between him and Roman. Nice to see James not taking the mick there with the old time bank.
Probably just forgot.
10-5.
Aki's like, I know I'm supposed to tank, but I don't really want to.
Just like, my friends wouldn't let it go if I'm tanking with 10-5. Chris, on the other hand. You know, the thing is, the great thing about these WPTs, and, you know, you may look at this and get agitated as a viewer, but there were so many satellites running and, you know, online qualifiers that satellite in for, you know, $10, $20, $30 or whatever it is. This could be a really huge event in terms of bankroll for a lot of these guys. So a 6K min cash, although for, you know, the guys that are playing like 5K, 10Ks kind of thing with infinite bankrolls, for the guys that have qualified, it's quite a hefty payday.
Right, and as we see, even for, you know, people like Christopher, obviously, you know, plays a higher stakes PLO.
Yeah.
Obviously, but he's just aware that, like, 2 buy-ins is big. Like, it's just correct to be tanking.
Yeah, and the annoying thing about Chris is he always wins the big 4-bet pots.
He's one of those
literally
guys,
every time, man. I don't think I've ever won a 4-bet pot against him.
One of those guys.
Yeah. And then every time I speak to him, like, how's he tripping? Ah, break even. I'm like, no, you're not. How can you be break even? You made 20K last night in a 10-10-25 game. Come on, man. Got a lot of time for Chris. Really nice guy. Keeps himself to himself at the table.
All right. Things developing here.
Yeah, this could be a fun one. We could see the jam would get through. Gordy,
it's got to be tempting,
piled
isn't it?
it in. So much dead money out there.
40 out there already. I mean, 47 once you see me has to at least call.
I think ace-10 suited, it goes in. Ace-10 off, just going to defend. 45K in the middle. Gordy is the effective stack.
I mean, this is obviously a spot. If this was 170 left, that was all in all day long. Because we're near the money, he's electing just to call.
Yeah, I mean, never checking with the ace of hearts here.
And an 8, you know.
Yeah.
Can go barrel in. He's going to win this pot, isn't he?
Maxim really vamping up the pressure. But I mean, Michael, the only person that could potentially stick around, just can't because he's got 2 players behind.
Right. And the same reason we're near the money. He's everyone's locking up.
Yeah, and even if we do call, you know, I know I keep mentioning the stack to pot ratio, but we're going to the turn, playing a guessing game with less than 2 SPR. It's just not the spot you want to be in, 9 off the money.
All these whiz kids with SPR and all this to worry about. Well, I'm just... You look at the geezer. If you ain't got it, you're cool. You worry about the turn later.
Well, I found out about that on the final table, didn't I? When I got put in the bin by Svaras, who I'm actually like good friends with now, but he absolutely put me in the bin, blind versus blind with king high, where he just check raised me on the turn with an absolute airball. He's like, "You just don't have it, kid. You just don't have it." In front of all my friends, and my mum and dad were watching as well.
That's just mean.
So Maxim gonna win another pot.
And he showed it.
Макс, чем там тройка была у тебя? Нет, тогда.
That's like Maxim and Georgi talking about something.
3-7 доска. Только что меня оставил. Туздам меня оставил.
He's asking him again what he had when he had ace queen. Yeah. Because he showed the queen, and then Maxim first said that he had ace queen, and now he's told him that he had queen 3 and he had a set blocker. Which is, that's how, like, my Russian isn't amazing, but that's what I translated, and he just basically justified his lead because he blocked the set. I mean, it makes sense now. It's brilliant.
Love it. All right, Christopher's going to tank, but this one surely is being played. The only thing I always think when people are tanking is it gives like a, you know, I'm sure Christopher's a good player, but it almost feels like to someone like, right, I can go after this guy because he's going to overfold.
You know, I would really like to see Chris limp this here from UTG. Right. Off of 22 bigs. I think 23 bigs. It's the type of hand we can get away with limping and call versus a 3x. It plays well in multi-way pots.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to suck so much to open here and just have like Maxim 3-bet because we're just getting put in the bin.
And Maxim might do that because he's tank us off and he's thinking, right, this guy's never calling.
Yeah, Maxim can literally just put him in the bin here with like any two. I mean, obviously opening off this stack depth close to the money, it's going to get a lot of respect.
Let's see what happens.
Maxim asking him if he wants to make the final table. Man, this guy, what a hero. Let's make the call.
All right, mystery cards.
Lewis, I assume, going to get out of the way with ace 9-0. Going to take a little bit of time. Not him, Diana. Maxim's cards. There we go. Can't get away with that one.
All right, got a premium. Georgi Jack 10 in the small. You can't play this one. Georgi's body language just so changed him, wasn't it? He was kind of bossing it around a bit earlier, but he just looks a bit dejected. Maybe a little tired. It is late in the day, of course.
The back was rigid. He was bossing the table. No one likes being a short stack around the bubble. Just going to use up all of his time bank by the looks of things. See what James wakes up with. Wow.
Nice pill here.
Yeah, even off 15 bigs.
Yeah, these are the nicest hands to pill on. They're so polar. You either smash it or you miss. It's just easy.
Only 1-3 left in the deck. James does flick in the call, so a three-way affair. Two shorties against the chip leader. Want to lay me a price on Maxim winning this one somehow?
I don't know how he's going to get out of this one. That might be how. 7-5-7 with a club might be enough for him to start blasting off at.
Yeah, I mean, James isn't going to get sticky with threes even on this board. See if Chris fires out a C-bet.
Yeah, 2 overs, backdoor hearts. I mean, it's just so hard because you don't spend a lot of time in situations like this where you've got Maxim with a monster stack just doing all sorts, playing all sorts of hands. It's really hard know the right thing to do.
Yeah, there you go.
Snap bets it. He's going to win this pot, right?
I love the line that you used earlier on. It's like, solve this, you know, like
this is
solve this spot.
Well, a lot of people know what to do in standard spots, but you don't spend a lot of time thinking about these spots. And James is just... I mean, he also knows Christopher's going to trap check a lot on this board, right, as well, and Maxim's just going so bananas.
Yeah, it would be nice, you know, to see if Chris had like kings here, aces here, if he is balanced enough to check his overpairs in this spot.
I think for sure those ones he would. I don't know whether you know, hands like 9s or 10s.
Yeah,
going to be betting, but I mean, it's just horrible here. He's just got to let it go, and Maxim, who had the worst hand on the flop, is going to win the pot. Aki's face feels violated. And this is it. That's what happens. You got a big stack near the money. You get to do stuff.
What's Maxim doing? Oh, I thought he was writing something on the table then. I was like... Messy stack. Doesn't care. Just 8 away from the money now. 7 away from the money.
Yeah. Average is a nice even 300, but I think that includes the
it does.
The sort of 70 or 80 players we had from online, right? So however many it was. It doesn't really matter. We know what the stack situation on this table, which is all we care about at this moment. Sharble with Queen 10 of hearts under the gun. As you say, been pretty quiet since he came to our table.
Yeah, hasn't really had many hands to get involved with, just the kings and the queen 10, and finds queen 10 again. And limps in.
There you go, you got what you wanted, someone limping. I mean, obviously a different situation off, what, over 50 bigs, but...
Yeah, I think we can open off 50 bigs here.
Right, especially with a tighter image, perhaps, that he has. Yeah, he's gone for the raise. God knows with what. To 10. It's Minder. I love it. Minder over the limp.
Be interesting to see how long it takes for someone to take a stand against Maxime. You know, if you look down at pocket 9s and 20 bigs, are you just piling it in over the top kind of thing, or you know, you're just shriveling into your hoodie and waiting until you're in the money?
I mean, we're still quite far off the money. We still need to lose 10% of the field.
Yeah.
It's, this bubble is. It's almost like the introduction of the shot clock kind of forced these guys to stop. Oh, we should be stalling, should we?
Had that in the PLO Big Rap. Did a 16-hour stream where it's anti-less PLO. And they started doing hand for hand 6 off the money, and yeah, that was painful being solo in the booth for that one. It's very painful. So what's your longest ever stint in the booth? Obviously with breaks, but
yeah, I don't even know. It'd be something like that. Just been a few like that. I had one here that was a long one.
I did the Czech Masters early last year. I think that was like 17 hours from start to finish. It's one of them ones where you leave the commentary booth afterwards and you're like, how do I talk for that long?
Yeah. Obviously, just like James in the last hand, Chris with a easy call here.
He does have Charbel to worry about, who has limped under the gun.
I just don't think we're worrying about Charbel.
Wow.
Too much. All right.
He's taking the spot with 7s with the limper.
But I said, I don't think. Do we expect Charbel to be limping big hands? I don't know.
I mean, I don't think we've seen enough of him to kind of know.
But I think when you've got Maxim in there playing almost every hand, you kind of just raise and hope he calls you and you get to play a pot.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Chris for taking his spot. He knows that it's plus EV jam.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not as straightforward as obviously Maxim just opening, because Maxim has reopened the action against under the gun limp. Yeah, didn't need to do that.
Do you think Maxim may just call this off here out of spite?
Maybe.
Against Christopher. Well,
yeah,
he does
exactly
make the call.
You're right, and I think that's what it is, because of the
interaction earlier on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Chris at risk on the bubble.
Ish.
Yeah. This.
Well, with the percentages, obviously
60-40.
Yeah, obviously that's taken into account for the cards. So we just have to assume all the aces are live.
Well, well, well.
Here we go.
Never easy.
He's asking for the card that ends it.
That's not it. An ace or a 3 needed.
Well, it's needed for Maxim. It's not needed for Christopher. And, well, his face says it all. That'll be a double up.
99.
Well, looks like he is.
Nice double up there for Christopher then. Start playing again.
What a huge spot to take.
Yeah, when you're getting called there, you're not expecting to be dominating.
Jack of clubs on the river, securing that double.
Yeah, now
A little smirk out the corner of his mouth there.
Over 40 bigs all of a sudden. Start playing again. And he's got a nice seat, because look at the 3 behind, the 3 to his right are all pretty short.
Yeah.
He's going to get a lot of. It's going to fold him a lot. He's going to have a chance to open quite a lot of hands, I'd imagine.
Yeah, he's also got Christopher in the big blind when he's on the button as well. Nice spot to be in.
Yeah. There you go. That double up. Putting him on 42 bigs. Maxim, of course, still the chip leader. Merely a flesh wound for him.
74 big blinds on the bubble. Must be nice.
Yeah, long streams. I remember here the millions here. It was a really long one where we when Isildur won.
Oh, you were doing that way?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was because they got heads up around 11 PM and it finished about 5 AM.
No way.
It was monstrous battle. Yeah, it was really impressive. It was. They started about 85 bigs deep, very even in chips.
Wow.
And within 10 minutes they were all in. And I was like, oh my god, this is going to finish early. And Isildur was left with 10 bigs versus like 160 and came back to win.
Wow.
And it was Pavel Plusev playing him, and the 2 of them obviously really high level, and it was just great to watch.
Yeah, I remember the bluff, and I remember the hero call, and it's one of the sickest.
Yeah,
it's one of the sickest bluffs I've ever seen. It's one of the sickest hero calls I've ever seen as well.
Right, I think the call is just amazing, just because you've got to think everything that's on the line. The title, the €1 million, the fact it's Isildur as well, just chasing a live title. Everything about it was, and just the hand itself was a really cool hand.
Yeah. I remember looking like having the hand broken down as well. It's just so sick.
Yeah, but yeah, I was as soon as it finished, I was driving to Austria.
Okay.
And I was like, we got heads up at 11. I'm like buzzing. I'm out on break, and they're all in real time. I'm like, oh, it's brilliant. It's going to be over soon. End up playing till 5 AM.
And then you had what, the 5.5 hour drive?
Yeah,
to
5
Vienna.
hours to I was going skiing in St. Anton. So it was yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't want to call you out here on stream, but you were like a professional skier,
no,
right?
No,
or
no,
like very high level.
No, not. I mean, I can ski for sure, but no, not a professional or anything like that.
Am I right in saying that you were a stuntman in a Bond movie, or is that just John Duffy pulling my leg?
Good old Duff Dog. Yeah, that's John pulling your leg.
Okay, right. No, it wasn't just John who told me that. I think Neil told me that as well. Maybe even Ludo. They're like, oh yeah, James, you know, did that skiing scene in James Bond, and I was like, really? They're like, yeah, it was like James Bond's stunt double. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
Oh, I should have let you carry on with that one, but I'm not that mean.
I may have told that story to a few people, so if you do have someone come up to you and ask you for an autograph or something, you know, or a bit of James Bond memorabilia, that's on me.
That'd be pretty cool, though.
Who was it? Was it John that told me that?
That's exactly something John would say.
Yeah, it might have been, actually.
There's no doubt John would say that. Because he'd be loving a moment like this where you bring it up and I feel really awkward.
In front of like 3,000 people watching back home.
Trouble flicking in the call from the big after the tankers make way.
Heads up to the ace high flop, and let's take a guess at who's going to win this one.
I think Charbel's going to win this one. I think Maxim's going to fire once to this and just give up.
19.
You want a 10 ball on it?
Well, no, because it'll probably just come like a 10.
Bet's 2/3. Just under. Does flick in the call, 68k in the middle. Checks dark. Undercard to the 8.
Does Maxim give up? I think he's given up. This is a one and done spot. Even for the great man.
My 10 euros are still there for the taking, pal.
Oh no, he's counting them out.
My 10 euros are still there for the taking.
Oh, this guy's just the boss.
Put your money where your mouth is.
You win, you got it. Like, this guy's just a boss. I mean, he's
like,
just
you want to call on an ace high flop, like 7 away from the money? All right, bud.
It's just pot it. I mean, and this is just great. This is awesome.
Oh yeah. Chris just laughing in the background there.
I mean, he says all this and then like throws in a time match. Once this conversation happens, he's always folding.
Wow!
Wow, this is like next level. That speech play, you just think he's always folding, right? That's so weird to come out of that speech and then call. You show me, I'll show you, and then call.
Oh wow! Wow.
Plan B.
Just get there.
Whatever he does now, he wins the pot. But is he gonna?
I mean, it's riveted so much showdown value. The old pump fake reaching for chips here. Charbel's already checked.
Has he got showdown value here? Do we think Charbel ever has worse than an ace? I mean, he does in this instance, but there aren't many hands.
8's no good. 184k pot going Maxim's way.
That was amazing speech to then call.
Yeah. Maybe it was the speech that gave it away. I mean, Maxim said, yeah, sure, one time I'll show kind of thing. I don't know. Don't want to read too much into the speech play, but...
I just never heard that speech from someone who then calls. Like, on the... or maybe on the river, but not when there's future streets to come. That's...
Charbel going to be pretty grimmed by that river, but I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like Maxim would have found the third trigger, the third barrel, I should say.
I don't know. I think after that speech, how can you bluff? I don't know. It just feels like, all right, under the gun with the aces. This is what it's all about. You got the lunatic on your left, just won another big pot. He's probably going to snap fold as soon as you raise.
7 raise. 11,000.
Got a suited jack.
Oh, he's reaching for the 25k chips as well. He just wants to play hands, and I can't say I blame him.
Oh, I love him. And this is where someone with 100k comes a cropper when they pile this one in.
Yeah, it'd be pretty grim if one of the short stacks behind does wake up with a hand this close to the money. Gonna run into the goods. Michael Lubas just using his entire time bank.
Well, here we go. Exactly that kind of spot.
Yeah, and Gorgi saw Chris take the spot with the sevens earlier on.
Right, and this is, you know, this is almost a better spot, right? Roman's going to be opening a lot of hands. Maxim just, well, because he's peeling Jack 4. I mean, he didn't take the spot with Ace 10 a moment ago when he was in the big blind. Is he going to take this one?
Flat.
Ah, yeah, that's of course also an option.
Have 19 bigs behind. I mean, he's not really got the best stack depth to go set mining with, but
I like it. Found the fold. And yeah, it's a good decision, of course.
Yeah, Chris doesn't want to be time banking here now with this stack depth. He wants to be playing as many hands as possible.
Right. And maybe this is something that perhaps gives you an idea, like you were saying, about maybe the min cash means a lot more to him here than some other players because he's tanking with 40 bigs.
Yeah. Although saying that, seeing him take the spot with the sevens, you know, one could argue otherwise.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at it. Hendon Mob, obviously, just a couple of cashes here. But I mean, in 1500 events.
And Charbel's called out the small with ace-6 offsuit. Chris really can't do anything wrong by coming along for the ride. Getting 7-1 on a call with 10-9. Like, you're never going broke on a 9-high flop or a 10-high flop. You just either flop the world or you get out of there kind of thing.
I like the fold given this very specific situation that, like, you got a lunatic in the pot.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, a good player's raised under the gun with a lunatic behind him.
And, I'm assuming, I mean...
Well, yes, shit, Maxim's
I
got a combo draw here, come on.
It does, it literally has. 60% of a straight and 40% of a flush.
Roman knows what he's doing, just checks it straight over to him. You've seen him barrel off Queen 10 a moment ago. That one got the showdown. He knows he barreled him with the Queen 3 a minute ago. Roman going in. Check call in 3.
Maxim straight away. Wow. What a tag card.
Here we go.
He's going to go big here as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going big on turns for his eyes. Looks like he's keeping it in the 40s. I mean, he went pot a minute ago.
41,000 is the price to pay.
And I mean, obviously Maxim's playing super wide, but this is still... It's just got to be a bad card in your mind if you're Roman, right? I mean, he does have 2 pair here quite. He can hit 2 pair, although he's playing he's playing all kind of hands, so maybe...
This is like one of the worst boards for aces, even right. With the, I mean, even with the ace of clubs.
In a theoretical sense it is, right? But against against Maxim, maybe not.
Well, I mean, that's a nice little river card. Just like if there was any doubt in Roman's mind that he was behind, he's like, thank you, dealer. You just made my life so much easier. I'd like to see him go really small here.
Yeah, it's like that. 55. Oh, 55, okay, he's gone third. I thought he might check and then have another go, but and he was generally concerned he was behind.
That's the second time that he's taken this line. Took it with the queens earlier on. Although this time, not a block bet.
Right, and this time he has a lot more nuts himself, right? He's check calling ace queen, he's check calling even perhaps ace king, ace 10, ace jack, probably both check call the flop.
Yeah, I mean, if he's check calling aces, then I think it's safe to assume that he's check calling ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he just feels like, even though Maxim's been pretty active and out of line, that he's never, you know, barreling that river. But I think you don't really want to assume against a player like Maxim. Just give him as much rope as possible.
Right.
And if he doesn't take it and you look like an idiot when you table the nuts, then you look like an idiot for 5 seconds. I think most people are going to understand why you would check 3 streets there.
Yeah, it was kind of a boring river. Where was the 3 of clubs?
It's so sick. You got the ace of clubs blocker as well. So grim. That would have been, yeah. It would have been interesting to see what sizing Maxime went for as well if he just went for the lot.
Oh, folded and exposed. What hand are you folding?
Hopefully we'll get to see. Everyone's like, well, Maxime's out the hand now. Maybe I can win a pot.
Yeah, it's a normal pot. Let's see what happens when it gets to Christopher, because he's kind of in a good spot to be opening. And now he's got 40 bigs.
He is opening into the chip leader at the table, though.
Yeah.
Roman in the big blind. I mean, I'm not sure even with 32 big blinds if we want to be tanking. I honestly don't.
Yeah, especially when you've got a lunatic on the table. You want to get as many hands as possible. I mean, when the bubble bursts, it's the end of the day. So that guy is not going to be on your right anymore. There'll be a redraw tomorrow, of course. You want to play hands.
Yeah, I guess that, you know, day 2 bubble kind of thing. Being able to go back to your room, hot shower, bed, rest up, come back tomorrow with as many chips as possible. Can understand, you know, the stall with 30 bigs, but I feel like I would be...
Here comes Aki, 13 bigs in the hijack.
Yeah, pretty grim spot. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I think ace-10 suit is probably the line. 13 bigs, 5 off the money.
I mean, I think you're looking at players behind, right, who have to call. So Christopher has to call tight. Sharbo, I don't think's going to be calling correct, right? This lad here, the other Christopher, I think probably overfolds as well. Yeah, I think you got overfolders behind you. I think it's fine.
Ace-7 going into the muck.
In 30 seconds. Yeah, I like this. As I say, I think Christopher's going to fold tighter than he should. Sharbo will as well, and the other Christopher as well. You're really on your Romans the ones going to call correctly.
Yeah, you're just praying that Roman doesn't wake up with like King Queen off here.
Right.
King Queen suited, King Jack suited, because he's calling. And you know, you're 60-40ing for your tournament life, 5 off the money.
I mean, these guys just aren't calling light.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. James is going to be very aware of that.
Yeah. It's just nice though. You get a nice long sweat out of it at least.
You're just a sicko, aren't you?
You trust me, he's loving it. He's sick dog for a reason.
Oh man, you guys are sick.
He's buzzing right now. Could be over. Now the one he's got to worry about. And the snap fold.
Whew. Always nice when you see that final player hit the fold button.
Yeah.
All in for your tournament life on the money bubble or thereabouts.
Yeah, still 5 away. I mean, I suggested I thought it might happen in the next 2 hours, but I think it's going to take a little bit longer given the not just the pace of bust outs, but the actual pace of play. Imagine this being repeated across the other tables. Now the clocks are in play. So this one may run a little while just yet. Of course, we'll bring it every hand until that bubble bursts. As it is the Russians leading the way on this feature table as they have been all day.
Yeah, and Roman regaining the podium. #1 spot at the podium for now. We're just going to have this for the next 2 hours, James. Well, I mean, how tight can you be?
He's playing this.
21 bigs. Please limp. Come on, Gorgi.
Right, you do have the 2 big stacks in the blinds. It's the one good thing you've got going for you. Okay.
2 raise, 12,000.
All right.
I like the raise for that reason. I think the guys you got to worry about are in the blinds. The people in position are going to play pretty honest.
I think I open min here. Min open, just keep the stack to pot ratio as high as possible.
Right, and
off the stack depth.
You also know there's no hand that Maxim's going to call 10 with that he wouldn't call 12 with as a verso. I mean, it's just basically calling 100%.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or he's playing 100%. He's going to have some 3 bets. He's playing 100%. Would be my guess.
Agree. Chris is having none of it, just staring at Maxim.
10 seconds.
The thing is once someone starts doing it, everyone starts doing it,
right.
And that really is the issue. So I do agree, maybe they should have introduced the time bank chips, you know, 64 left kind of thing.
Or I think this is a spot where you just tell the field they're going hand for hand now, like, and there's no point tanking.
Yeah.
Like an early hand for hand isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, because in that way they don't need
there's
to.
No tanking.
Yeah, I agree.
I think if I was I mean, we don't know what's happening on the other tables. Maybe this is an outlier, but if this is what's occurring on outer tables as well, then I think it's. If I was the tournament director, for sure, I'd just make it hand for hand.
Yeah, I mean, Maxim not even going to look at his cards.
What a baller! It's just laxed out as you like. I mean, oh, this guy's great.
I mean, he's already pushed Gorgi off the best hand before.
Well, Gorgi, I'm guessing has the best hand again, but
there's a spicy flop though. Don't mind checking back here for pot control. We're not scared of an ace or a 9.
Yeah, there's basically no bad cards, are there? And you want to give Maxim a little room, and you want to pot control.
10 seconds.
Because, like, what do we do if he just, like, check raises it?
Right.
9. 9. 7.
Oh, he has called. Oh, no, he hasn't.
Now he has.
8 call.
Does make the call.
Oh, he's brilliant. Competition to get Maxim on every stream.
Yeah, hopefully. There you go, he gets reminded to put his cards on the line, but he still hasn't done it.
The cards on the line, please. The cards, put them on the line. You have to put them always on the line.
All right.
He knows.
All right, we got a gutter ball.
He knows. Only 1 queen left in the deck.
Yeah, and once we bet the flop here, I think Maxim's just check raising all his good hands, right?
10 seconds.
I think we can just bet and just hope he hasn't got, you know, Jack 6 or 10-6.
6, King 6.
I think that's the only way you can be behind her, I think. But I also like check back, let him bluff. I mean, but then when he's check call flop, he has something, right?
One will assume.
So let's just bet and protect. Yeah, nice 30k.
30.
Imagine if Maxim just goes full on kamikaze here and just check piles.
Nah, even he's going to let this one go. It's funny though that the sort of change in the way he's played just as we came to the money, wasn't it? Because before he was playing quite passive.
Yeah.
Took off from that one hand with the ace-5. And then since then has been like really good on the front foot.
Yeah, I mean he gives off like this image, you know, that he doesn't know what he's doing kind of thing, but since we've got close to the money, he has had his foot on the gas, and
yeah,
I mean, yeah, he's managed to fold out a few better hands close to the money. So
I mean, obviously, you know, he shouldn't be peeling with Jack 4 clubs under the gun one to under the gun, but once he's got to the streets, he's played all his hands pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously helps when you turn a chunk of equity as well in those spots, but
and when you river a queen against 8s.
Yeah.
But I didn't think he was going to fire that bullet, but he did.
Gordy with a bit more breathing room. Blinds have gone up to 3K, 6K though. So the short get shorter. James back to that 13 big blind zone.
Yeah. Chris was interested.
See if your live reads bang on.
He hadn't looked at his cards yet, but he was very interested in James's stack. Alright, whilst this hand goes down, I'll have a quickly look on partypokerlive.com, see what else we've got coming up.
The
so we're
passport event, what's that?
Where are we at? We're at double. Oh, that was back in Feb. No idea. Well, back in Feb, earlier this month, but yeah. So we've got that deep stacks. We've got a Grand Prix in the UK. Of course, the Super High World Series Sochi we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
World Series of Poker circuit back here. Then WPT Barca, I mean, that's kind of like everyone's favourite Barca.
What was it, 3 million guaranteed?
Yeah, same buy-in as here, but just doubling the guarantee.
Wow.
I mean Barca always attracts big fields, and especially that time of the year. You know, we're just coming out of winter in Northern Europe, and everyone just pings on down to Barca.
Wow, that looks like a potential.
Is that a Henry stop?
That might be, yeah.
We'll get Henry out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind flicking that in. Yeah, I can charge like 1.25 markup now as well.
Well,
you know,
you can play the opener and charge like a really big markup, right? Because you're a specialist. I mean, the opener there's got $1 million guarantee.
Yeah, it's $1 million guarantee. I just feel like, yeah, boys, charge a 1.75, selling 5 bullets.
It's a WPT 500. That's always been a pretty strong brand as well. Yeah, $1 million guarantee for a 500 buy-in, and
yeah,
3K main with a 3 million guarantee.
Thanks for pointing that out. I'll have to let me try and set my way in.
Even the 5K high order's got a 100-player guarantee. Closer with a 500-player guarantee. It's going to be a big event down there in Barca. And as I say, I mean, it's just a firm favourite for everyone. Bit of sunshine, good food.
Yeah, I'm going to write that on my notes list, actually. I'll look into that. Although, I just get back from Chicago, so... Is it end of March?
Yeah, it's start of March. No. End of March, sorry, yeah, beginning of April. So that WPT 500, for those of you like Henry in the tank on this one, would start on the 27th of March. Meant what, day ones and whatnot. And then the main day 1A would be the 31st of March.
I feel like I've probably left it too late. All the Airbnbs are going to be like fully booked and stuff like that. It's really tilt. I'm going to be on it tonight though.
No excuses. There's plenty of Airbnbs in Barca, hotels and whatnot. Akey under the gun, 13 and ace jack. 4 away from the money now. Someone has bust finally. Yeah. It's a good fold, and what a good fold it was, because this man was lurking behind. Although, no guarantee he would have played the ace-queen. I mean, going to play ace-queen when it's folded. 42 bigs. No, pardon me, we've gone 3-6, haven't we, of course. So, a little shorter than that, in the 30s. But this hand, Henry, this is one of these where he can open, and if he does get 3-bet, he can just 4-bet jam.
Really? Are you that gangster? What?
Yeah, of course he can.
4 off the money.
Yeah.
Ace Queen O. I don't know, man.
He's ripping it. If one of those, he's ripping it when Roman 3-bets him. How about that?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, not these guys. Not here. Like Charbel, I think 3-betting him light, but. It's one of those. You just grin. I mean, grin. You just grip it and rip it. Yeah, Bass is such a great
That
venue.
looks like a 6, though. I'm surprised none of my friends have even mentioned that.
It's going to be a big one.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
That certainly looks like, I mean, so you got a 550 with a 1 mil guarantee, which is just insane. First prize is going to be like 200k. You got a 3k with 3 mil guaranteed. First prize is going to be like 600k.
Yep.
Qualify online, satellites running, you know, up until the event. And I'm assuming them passports that you can win, is that like money towards hotels and flights as well? Or?
I'm not sure exactly how it works, actually. It's obviously a new concept.
Check it out, Roman.
Raised 12,000.
No, he hasn't raised. He's called 12,000. Obviously peeling. And this is the sort of disaster, isn't it, for Christopher? He's opened ace queen up under the gun. The one guy he's worried about, really, Roman peeling and in position.
Yeah, Maxime getting out of the way. Olibus just taking up as much time as possible. I'm getting trolled by my good friend Steve, saying Henry's hooked on tourneys now, lol. Talking about WPT Barca. Shout out to my boy Steve. Hope you're well, pal. Those of you who've only recently joined us and not sure what's going on, we're near the money bubble. WPT Germany main event live from King's Resort.
If you have just joined us and you're wondering what's going on, well, somehow Maxim hasn't played 2 hands in a row. I mean, Akey's hit the rail. He's just on the rail on his phone.
James is just chilling in the background.
That's James Aikenhead. He is playing if you are joining us. He's in seat 3 there. But it's just comfy seats on the rail.
That's brilliant.
Go chill up there with the phone for a minute. As Georgi peels, takes it 3-way in the big with Jack 8. And, 10-8-4. 2 players flopping second pair here. Christopher's just going to give up, surely. I mean, that hits Roman so hard.
Yeah, I feel like this is a hand where Roman's just going to find a way to win, even though Georgi does have the better kicker. 20 bigs effective.
No.
It's going to be tough to call several streets.
Yeah, but Roman's not going to bluff this hand, is he?
Oh, are we going to put money to this again, James?
All right, I've got 10 euros.
Yeah?
That says
€10
Georgi wins the pot.
All right, 10 euros that Roman wins the pot. There we go, booked.
This is easy money in here.
This is just such a print for me. You watch Christopher somehow win the hand now. We're both just like, what is going on? Oh, man. He's just going to c-bet this board. He's like, listen,
he can't.
I got a lot of turn cards I can barrel.
When Roman's peeled on the button, you cannot ever c-bet this one.
45 in the middle.
This is one of these spots, isn't it? Heads up, you might check this back, but 3-way, I think you've got to bet. It's a little vulnerable. And there we go.
7-bet, 25,000.
Wow, he goes pretty big. 55%, 60%.
Georgi gonna call here.
This is the easiest 10 euros of my life, boys.
Because this is the last bet that goes into this pot.
You watch the 7 of spades roll off on the turn, and Georgi just has to like call off for his tournament life with middle pair.
Roman just checks it back. Come on, Georgi, don't let me down.
Easy 10 baller.
Yes, I've just won the pot.
Oh, shit.
You need to get lucky here.
Queen of spades, please, dealer.
Christopher, obviously, easy now for him. Betting a call ahead, but he's going to take us 30 seconds. Yeah, I mean, so whilst he does, I can tell you, obviously we were referencing there the new WPT passport Party Poker have just announced. I can tell you it's you win a $5,000 main event package.
Okay.
And that allows you to play any of the WPTs you want, and then obviously the rest goes towards your travel expenses. So.
That's amazing. And you just have qualifiers for them on Party Poker, do you then?
Yeah, there's a tab on Party if you go on there.
Oh, wow. What a turn card.
Well, you might get a chop. It's your way out of this one.
Yeah. What a sick turn card. Georgi just one card away from most likely doubling up. 4 away from the money. Only way he can lose the hand is if Roman finds a 9 on the river, and we'll have to chop it. 10 or a 4 roll off.
And now Roman can just go really small here, right? I mean, Georgi just has a lot of 10x. It's so easy to get this in by the river. I mean, he's only got a pot size bet back anyway.
Yeah, he's bet like 1/3.
Oh, he's gone the other way.
He's bet 29k.
45,000.
No, he's
45,000.
Yeah, he's surprised he's gone that size in. I mean, you could just reckon the 25k again, couldn't you? And just, I mean, I know it's obviously a super exploit, but just do it. And I'm guessing Georgi here just check jam, isn't it? There's no point playing this any slower, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, you get showed 10s, you get showed 4s, tap the table, GG, boys.
Yeah, but you kind of want to protect a little bit against, if he's got. I know we block Queen Jack and Jack 9 and stuff like that, but let's not mess around at this point. It's only another 45k out there. I mean, a stack. Just shove and.
He's going to use up his full additional 30 seconds.
10 seconds.
And in 10 seconds, his hand will be dead. If he doesn't do something, he does announce all in.
All right, man.
Cool.
Well, snaps, and you see Georgi thinks might be in bad shape, but no, he is in good shape. Just needs to fade with a 9. Of course, a 10 or a 4 for a chop. And myself and Georgi are about to get a little bit richer.
3 of spades on the river. Gets the full double.
Yeah, and has the same stack as Roman. Does change things.
Yeah, no, it's the first time Roman's been in sub 300k today.
Here we go. All 3 Russians are top now. Maxim back in the chip lead, although it looks like he's falling asleep in his chair. Oh, what a guy.
That's the private jet life.
I think he might actually be asleep. Oh, back with it.
He just knows that every hand it's like taking 5 minutes because everyone's tanking. He's like, I might as well take a nap.
All right. Well, it does change things a lot, the dynamic here.
It does. I'm 10 euros down on the day. Haven't played a hand of poker.
My goal is to get you even for the week.
Get me even for the week?
Yeah, you've got a lot to eat into. Got to try and break you.
I've only ever lost prop bets against one commentator. Or against one person that I invited into the booth. I'm up lifetime. You know Picasso, right? Andrew Headley?
Yeah.
He did the most fishy thing ever in the commentary booth. It's 10s against aces, and he gave me 6 to 1 on the 10s, and I just snap book it for 20 euros, 10 high flop, give me the 120, and then he spent the rest of the weekend trying to make it back, and ended up down like 300 euros or something. It's just a classic.
Oh, that's
Pigeon
63.
mistake.
Couple of bust outs. 2 away now. Come on, let's just go hand for hand now.
Two spots away from being guaranteed €6,000.
6 beans. Gives you 2 binds in Barca.
Yeah, you just watch me go to Barca now and just like fire 6 bullets. All my winnings from the opener gone.
Sometimes you just got to do it, you know.
It's just, you know, either go on like a fade or rush, have the whole world talking about you in 3 years' time, or, you know.
If you're going to play now. No. If he doesn't play his hand, then it doesn't matter. Just keep the card there.
You have to show 2 cards.
Play your hand first.
You have to show 2 cards.
I'm not too sure what's
If you
happened.
fold, yeah, then you might as well not show, yeah?
Right, okay.
Just wait for his action.
Right.
If you make passive action.
I think James is right here. Basically, I think Shovel exposed his cards, and Christopher has seen them. And I think the argument James is making is if Christopher folds, it doesn't matter, and they can just mark. But if he does play the hand, then obviously they have to show those cards.
That makes a lot of sense.
Which is, I agree with.
Makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure what the official TDA ruling is, but...
Well, I think exposed cards are just a bit turnover, but I'm with James here.
This card, he's been moving around now. I can say which card. Which card was it?
Yes, but
I think it was flop.
if he
Okay, then off flop for everybody, yeah?
Okay.
And you, sir, please protect your card when you're playing with your
All right.
I mean, that is the correct thing. So card's been exposed. The player said they saw it. You flip it over, but yeah, there is a better way. I mean, it's not. This is one of the things where the rules can be fudged a little bit. As James says, if Christopher folds, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Chris did see it correctly. 10 of clubs exposed. And
smart. Here we go. We're going to start using these because in one bust out's time, it's going to be hand for hand anyway.
Yeah.
He's never going to need these time bank chips.
Looks like he's getting ready to fire the second one in as well.
You're just firing all 3 here. You're with 10 bigs, you're never going to have a situation where you need to think. I mean, he's a good player. He just knows all the spots with 10 bigs. This is going to be a 2-minute tank.
So, Dempsey.
Yes, sir.
WPT Barca. Book an Airbnb with the boys.
WPT Barca. I'm looking forward to that one. I'm going to be. Yeah, I'm down to do that one, I think.
Well, if you fly in a few days earlier, before you cover the main, then you can play the opener.
Yeah, let me see if there's any. That's a lovely shout.
That's a big shout.
Let's have a little look, see if that works. Or am I gonna mess myself up?
So you've got Sochi now after WPT Germany.
I think you're right. Yeah, the final of. Yeah, you're right. Because the 500 finishes on the Tuesday, so that's 3 days before any commentary. I mean, he's kept one time card back. That seems reasonable as well.
You got to make the final table first, pal. But I like the ambition.
Yeah, and then it's like.
If Henry can do it, then I could definitely do it.
They sound pretty easy, these tournaments, to be honest. Like,
I must say, not that I have much experience playing live 550s. In fact, close to none. But I think it's one of the softest fills I've seen here at Kings in a long time. It's just great value, and it's understandable that so many people do come out for it with the big guarantees.
Yeah.
Several day ones, you can fire multiple bullets. Also, I like the idea of, making day 2 and you're in the money kind of thing as well. I think that incentivizes a lot of people to come and play. Look at this. Maxime opening from the cutoff, knows the situation. Queen deuce suited. 8 tray going to go into the muck. Gordy with his newly found deep stack, and James in the big blind. Pretty grim spot.
I mean,
it's just a fold.
So annoying, isn't it?
So sick.
And this is the one man you can't trust to fold as well.
Yeah,
like if you
exactly.
jam, he's just
we just
call.
saw him call off of ace-5 offsuit. What? Like, well, it does take the
Sick
spot.
dog. Sick dog doesn't care. Just rips it in. Yes, James.
What a hero, man.
This is what it's about.
I hope he doesn't get punished for this.
I mean, this is much more of a call than the ace-5 off.
It's very true. It's very
Suited
true.
queen, much better spot.
It does.
Nice,
just
James.
Let it go.
But I mean, yeah, I think I'm with you. I think theory just says fold there, right? With 2 away. But sick dog.
Yeah, now I know where the name came from.
Like, he just, variance, give it to me.
Oh man, you know, I've only met a couple of the people that you know, and only heard a couple of stories that you've told me. I'm not sure if I want to meet any more of your old school friends that you've been hanging out with. You guys just love the pain too much.
You gotta love it. You just gotta embrace.
And calling out cards from the screen based off of the side of, I don't know what you're calling it, from the amount of Omaha flips that you've done in the past. So hand number 100. Doesn't feel like it.
Around 100. All right, trouble popping it up.
And Christopher gonna use this last time bank, I assume. That big blind just a couple of hands away from him. Be interested to be able to see the tournament clock. Doesn't want the blinds to go up before it hits him.
Right.
But I do think we've still got about another 15 minutes or so.
I mean, yeah. Although I guess it's not. I mean, yeah, it's definitely an aspect, but I'm wondering if there's more value from the. I mean, losing 3,000 or 4,000 more, 5,000 more doesn't really make much difference, I guess, at this stage. But I don't know.
And Lupus also in the tank, yet to use a time bank card. May be the case in a minute or two. 2 away from the money. What are you looking at? You're looking at to see what matches are going to be on as well.
Yeah, but anytime you're in bar, so you've got to have a little look, see if you can
go to the old new camp.
Catch something going on.
Go on, what you found?
Well, they've got Bilbao at home on the. Oh no, so that's the 12th. On the 5th, they've got Sevilla away. No, this is doesn't really tie in. I'm trying to come up with reasons, extra reasons. No, they're.
It's not going to quite be beach weather yet, is it? That's the only thing.
Interesting, they've got no match scheduled on the sort of opener weekend. I wonder what is that? Must be a. I don't know. Oh, is it international maybe? In the March international break.
We started playing the hand for hand.
There we go.
Wait for me, please.
Hand for hand.
63, 61 money.
Some sense prevails. Stops the tanking.
Well, hopefully. I mean, I've seen this before where it's hand for hand and people still don't realise that, you know, tanking isn't going to achieve anything.
Christopher's annoyed.
Well, they didn't get to use up his last time bank.
And this Christopher seemed annoyed that it's gone hand for hand. He felt like that was his edge, tanking. I mean, as we say, I don't know why he's on 30 bigs now, as you see. Everyone pretty comfortable, bar James and other Christopher Rasmussen. They're the 2 shorter stacks.
That was a gangster jam from James.
That's why they do in the club.
Yeah, but hand for hand, no one wastes time.
Because the reason why they do is the club.
Yeah, but I'm saying.
James making sense, but no one understanding what he's trying to say. I think James maybe threw his time bank cards back to the dealer or something.
Right,
I'm not sure.
Don't need these.
Just waiting for confirmation from the floor to start the first hand of hand for hand.
Yeah, but again, if you are unfamiliar with that, it is exactly as it sounds. Each table plays one hand, and then as soon as your table finishes, you stop, wait for every other table to finish, and then carry on. So, I mean, it'll slow things down, but actually, it'll have the effect, I think, here of speeding things up, given how long each hand is taking.
One would hope. Forever the optimists.
Especially with the shot clock now, because now you're not having situations where someone has like a 6-minute river tank. Well, that's just not possible. So all the hands should be pretty quick.
Chris has just left the table. He's like, I'm not playing a hand under the gun.
Yeah, it's kind of brave when it's first got off the deck.
And zoom in on those WPT chips. Yeah, I've, you know, I'm in a bit of a weird spot at the moment. Wasn't even meant to play the opener, and then to get the buzz of making a deep run in a live tournament, it has got me questioning whether I'm playing the right game or not. And the 3 mil guaranteed main event, feels like it'd be rude not to. It's not like I can just go to Sochi and flick in the 25k.
You can.
I mean, you can, but
you just won 28, didn't you?
Yeah, but
still 3k in profit.
I know I've been known in the past for poor bankroll management skills, but
The hand we played, like in the 3-bet pot on Queen 9. Where you check shot the river. Well, like, you tell me what you had.
Well, they're talking about hand, but that wasn't on this table, so I don't remember. I don't remember a check shove on Queen 9. So it must have been on a different table or a different tournament or something.
Like, I guess theory-wise it's shitty, but
don't talk strategy at the table, Chris.
on river.
What was it? Were we there for a Queen 9 hand?
No.
No?
No 3-bet pot and a check shove, no. I mean, it may have happened earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Of course, we joined these guys after the first 4 hours, so it must have happened on those early levels.
Wow, look at this from Charbel.
I'm not really sure.
And the big blind just leading out on the Jack 7 tray.
Yeah, got 9 of diamonds. Let's go. And Roman's just got a horrible hand to continue. It's like ace-9 of spades. Wow, fist offered for the little pound mid-hand. Charbel's got some live techers, like that little speech before.
Yeah.
He had the 8s. All right.
Give your opponent the old fist bump and
yeah, then see if he wants to carry on.
Live techers. I'm learning.
That's like the John Duffy.
Yeah,
Since we're talking John Duffy, John Duffy's got the lay it down, son. Lay it down. That's his favourite. Lay it down, son. Lay it down. Then rips the bluff over.
How does he do it? Biggest online MTT of the year as well. Just, you know.
Yeah.
Casual 800k. Must be nice.
Yeah, it was like 870 or something. Just bossing it. The Duff Dog. Millions online. Final tableist.
Will he come 4th?
I think 4th or 5th, yeah. I think maybe 5th. For 870, I believe, yeah.
I love how he was just on Twitter the next day. He's like, listen, guys, if I can do it, you can do it, kind of thing. Get online and flick it in.
Yeah, it was just kind of short. Kind of laddered up a lot.
Yeah, literally, I was raining with like 16 left. He was all in for his tournament life like 3 times up until the final table. And just, yeah, managed to stay alive and ladder up. Story of my life.
Yeah, it's good to see Duff Dog smashing up the online kids.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see him jump straight into the 200, 400 PLO gamer. Tricket's room.
How's it being known?
He just started challenging everyone. Right, come down to Tricket's room, start firing up a 200, 400.
Yeah, we had a, I think was it 100, 200 PLO
Oh yeah, you were doing commentary with Luke Schwartz on that.
Yeah.
That was
they were trying to get John to sit in that, and he was like, "Look, lads, let me have the money for a month at least before I do it in." Like, he was like, "I'm just gonna go play some like 2-5 or something, just relax, enjoy myself."
Oh, fair play, you know, for having the discipline.
There we go. That's what they're playing for.
Craziest stories of people winning tournaments and jumping straight into the bigger games.
I mean, don't get me wrong, John's a DJ, you know.
We all know that.
He plays big.
Trying to save him a bit of face on stream, James, and you just rip it into him.
No. There's none of that. Like, he is a DJ. He actually, how do I say this? He came and played a private game I play in a few weeks ago. Let's say he just made a splash in that one. Like,
just firing shots.
Yeah, he was he was just trying to bluff everyone in every pot. Classic John Duffy move.
Yeah, I've never played with him live. But yeah, I was telling you earlier on break when I invited him into the booth. I was like, "Hey, John, you want to come in and promote Party Poker a little bit, talk about what you guys are coming?" I was like, "Listen, Henry, if I wasn't stuck in this 2-5 game that I'm playing, I would. But right now, I'm going back to the table, try and get myself out the hole."
It's like this is like a 4-tiered wedding cake, isn't it? Like,
it's mad.
I mean, it's just going to get bigger and bigger. So many WPTs each year now. More champions.
Was his 16th season? Something crazy like that?
Maybe no more than that, I think.
Or 26th season?
No, it's going to be. I think it's going to be about 19th, something like that. Or maybe even 20th season. A long time. In the early days of like the names that came out, like Gus Hansen, just smashing them up.
You remember that 9-10 hand against Ace-10? Gus Hansen, where he just pings the 9 ball on the turn. He's like, hey. I think that was like 3-handed WPT final table. What you got for us?
Standing along, I'm going to get this right. Doesn't even say. Oh.
No. Hand number 2 of Hand for Hand.
I don't know. I know it's a lot. It was season 10. I'll tell you what, 2011, 2012 was season 10. So there we go. So we're, what, 8 years past that, so it must be season 18. It's the easy way to work it out. All the cool kids won them in 2010. 11 even, 11. Got it wrong. Can't remember what year it was. Here we go. Roman, under the gun, 10s. Getting back on the horse. So Maxim peels with dominated ace-10. Michael folding ace-jack. No interest in busting. No interest in playing any hands. I mean, he had 30 bigs, which is cool, but...
Doesn't want to go home just yet. I mean, this is...
this is...
painful, to say the least. 7 bigs.
I mean, here you've got a starting stack. And then Mincash is 2 starting stacks. Does doubling up here really change your equity that much?
This is really grim. I mean, you're going to be dominated a lot of the time as well. King, queens, ace, jacks.
I like the fold. There we go. I mean, it just...
I don't... See, this is why I came 4th. And Chris is just nursing that short stack like an absolute champion.
Well, he would have got double up if he called. It certainly seems that way. All right, man. I'm just going to play his hands this way against Maxim, isn't he? Let's go and check call mode now.
Yeah, we haven't seen Maxim adjust against him correctly yet. I mean, he's firing.
Well, he just goes big as well. Yeah, half pot. Right, man, with a 10 of spades. Nice little bit of insurance. Usually you'd say, oh, it's not a good card because you know, you're blocking your opponent having some draws, but we know Maxim can just have anything.
Yeah, I mean, based off of the, what, 100 hands or so that we've seen so far today, he can quite literally have anything in this spot.
It was Jack 4 suited last time he opened under the gun and Maxim peeled.
Maxim does throw in a time bank here. Time bank chip. Or card, even.
All right, I mean, he knows himself. He's gonna, if Maxim does decide to just go crazy post, this is down the streets, it's going to be really tough for him.
Does make the call. 77k in the middle. Into a turn card. That's a spicy one.
Yeah, both players picking up the straight draw. And it means Ryman won't be folding in it.
That means Maxim won't be slowing down as well.
I wonder, is he... I mean... I feel like I want him to slow down, but...
We haven't seen him take a free card yet, like earlier on with the flush draw and...
Wow. This is gonna be fun on the river.
So sick for Roman as well. Like, he's been the chip leader almost the entire day.
And he might bubble. That's what he's thinking right now.
Absolutely insane. 135k in the middle if he does make the call.
I mean, he has no option now, right, with the straight draw. I mean, there would be interesting, you know, a raggy card on the turn and made things different. But this card, I mean, here we go. He has under pot behind, heading to the river, and they both make the straight. Wow. How boring! What a boring hand. Of all the rivers I wanted to see there, that was not one of them. I wanted to see the deuce of clubs.
Let's see what sizing Maxim chooses. Oh, he doesn't even put them all in.
Nah. I mean, right, man, just going to call here, right? Still be beat. Chop it up.
I'm going to chop this one up.
But that would have been fascinating on a brick river.
Interesting to see Maxim use a really small sizing when he's kind of made his hand, but then when he's just been barreling, he's just been choosing like
I think, as I say, I don't
large
think,
sizes.
Yeah, I mean Maxim knows what he's doing. I think he knows Roman can only have a pair there, really.
So they are going to chop this one up.
Second time today they've done it, haven't they? Before it was Queen 10 versus Queen 10. They both fought the straight on Jack 9-8. Chopping this one up with the 10 high straight. Both still very healthy stacks.
Yeah, Chris at the bottom of the pack now.
Where was the deuce on the river, Henry? Come on.
Would have made it. We've had that a lot today, haven't we? We've had a lot of chops. We've had a lot of you know, same hand type thing going on.
And that's twice now we've had Maxim take off, questioning whether he's going to fire the third barrel, and both times the river's kind of
let us down.
Yeah, giving him the best hand.
Yeah, that Queen 10 hand would have been very interesting to see if he had found the trigger, especially with the speech play on the turn.
Yeah.
That was a fun one.
When there is the all-in, then the action is stopped. Exactly. So they get an all-in call situation. Hey, race 14.
Dealer just explaining to the players that if there is an all-in and a call, that the cards must be kept down until action on all the tables has finished.
All right, Georgi now obviously with a much healthier stack, happy to play some hands. Let's see that double up. And Aki, Sick Dog with the 8s. Now, I'm sure Sick Dog was about to jam the 8s until Georgi peeled, and then they go straight into the muck. Maxim having opened under the gun with 7-5 off.
5 call.
Trouble on the button, 5s. And Christopher with an ace in the small blind. Obviously, he's just having to fold everything now. Roman with exactly the same hand, ace-8 off in the big. But if James knew it was going to go this way, he would have flicked in a couple of big blinds with his 8s. Try to flop a set 5 ways.
65k in the middle, yeah. I mean, almost his stack in the middle just by flicking in 2 bigs.
And bingo for Sharble. And look at this. Georgi nut flush draw. Maxim with a pair, so we can only assume he's going to go Bobby. Here he goes. I mean, this goes, what, C-bet here, Georgi flat, and then Sharble's probably jamming. Given given the sizing we saw him take earlier when he had kings,
Yeah,
I think he's just going to try and...
This could be a fun one for sure.
I don't think Sharple's going to slow play when Georgi calls here.
So 93 in the middle. By the time Georgi calls, it's going to be 121.
Yeah. I mean, Sharple's raise is basically pot.
Yeah, and Georgi can't even call with a nut flush. Draw.
No.
So,
I mean, unless he can convince himself that Sharple has somehow got a hand like 6-7 of diamonds or king-queen of diamonds, but seems pretty unlikely to me. Just call with those hands.
yeah, 2 away from the money. I don't think he's ever going kamikaze with queen-high diamonds, right? King-high diamonds.
I think you just have to give him 5s or 3s. It's just he called on the button pre-flop with no hesitation. Just
yeah.
I mean, the hands that you're calling without hesitation. Just
is he ever even doing this with like ace jack?
Right.
I don't think he is.
No.
It's going to be a big pickup for Sharple.
But if Georgi thinks he's up against one pair, he can hero off. As I say, it's basically pot, so he's getting 2 to 1.
Yeah, if he calls and he loses the hand, it's down to 8 bigs.
If you're up against one pair, it's a chip EV call, right? Not necessarily a tournament EV. I mean, the 10 of diamonds is pretty key here. I think obviously blocking queen 10 of diamonds, king 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Like 10, 9 of diamonds, these kind of hands.
Wow, he does flick it in on the bubble.
Gamble, gamble.
No gamble, no future.
Biggest pot of the tournament so far on our feature table.
Wow.
And, well, I think Sharple snap flipped his cards over. Obviously, supposed to keep them down until all the all-ins, blah, blah, blah. All that sort of nonsense, but there we go.
Yeah, just keeping it in front of himself.
No, maybe he hasn't.
Wow, so we see 2 diamonds dead. So only 6 outs.
But that's a lot with all the folded cards out there.
Yeah. Obviously got
pretty
some
rich deck. We know 5's gone, of course, as well. And the pair-ups.
Some funky backdoor straights as well, but this would be a sick way to go. Just 2 off the money, flopping a set on a Jack 5 tray board and going home. See, Georgi has got, what, 13 bigs back if he does lose, so still going to be able to sneak his way into the money.
That's the key there, I think, here. Obviously, like chip EV, it's getting 2 to 1. You've got nut flush draw and overcard. If you can give your opponent enough 1 pairs and even the occasional weaker flush draw, then of course it's a call. But I think given the situation, I think it's a misstep because Sharple just has it. Like,
I think so. I agree with you that he does just have it. Like,
and even like the 1 pair he has is going to be like ace jack.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have a live over against.
Yeah.
I don't think he even peels 6-7 of diamonds pre or.
It's going to be ace jack or like aces that he's just like trapped
aces
pre.
He just rips pre, doesn't he? They were playing so. I mean, he's been playing like a lot of the other short stacks. I mean, he's not even short. Started the hand with just under 30 bigs.
This is a huge pot, James.
Yeah, 453k. It's 11 starting stacks.
Huge pot.
Well, there's only 1 player at the table rooting for the set to hold, I can tell you that much. Everyone else is happy for the flush to get there.
Yeah.
Even the big stacks at this point, like, oh, we can just go to bed. Let's get it over and done with. Roman's kind of like the wind's gone out of his sails.
If Georgi gets there, I think he's going to come into day 3 as probably one of the chip leaders, close to 100 bigs. Huge pot. Always a sweat. There's no one else sweating it more than that man.
All right, here we go.
2 cards to come. 6 outs twice, unless the turn's a king, a queen, a 4, or a deuce.
We have some back doors.
Wow.
Okay, pair up needed. They're all pretty live as well. If we look at the top right, you see the folder cards.
8 outs once. No dice.
That
7 of
cruel.
hearts, a river.
And well, I think Sharple looks pretty pissed off with that.
Wow. He is furious.
I mean, he was about to have a monstrous stack. Instead, it is the Russians continuing to thrive.
Came to this feature table with 50,000 chips at Big Blind 2K. What, 6 hours ago?
Yeah, but whoa, it's more. Sharble came to our table with over 300k, cruising towards the money, and is now out in 63rd, which does mean, of course, we are now on the direct bubble. One more bust out, as you see. Georgi now a chip leader, and the Russians continuing to thrive here in Rozvadov.
Yeah, pretty brutal one to lose. I mean, some arguments to flat calling pre with 5s. I mean, you're on the button, you're in position, can never really go too wrong.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to play the hand. He had plenty of chips. Yeah. Just kind of ripped it in. I mean, that's one of those spots I think, yeah, okay, the min cash is nice, but you've got 30 bigs. You're more than happy to get it in and play a 60 big blind pot when you're a big favourite, and like, as you say, have one of the biggest stats going into the 3rd day of a tournament. It's a lot different than if you were like a 10 big blind stack. You know, doubling doesn't really
achieve much.
Yeah, your equity in the tournament doesn't increase that much. There, you're just buzzing to get that in. You're very happy.
Oh, now it's Georgi's time to vamp up.
Yeah, here we go.
Gas.
I like it going a little bigger as well.
Look at that, getting ace-9 suited.
There we go, yeah,
Roman
knows his role now. He was busting them around for a while.
Maxim, though, he's like, hey, listen, pal.
This is great now, Georgi. Gonna run the show here. 10-5-4, Maxim flops a pair.
What a spot to be in. Georgi wants this bubble to go on as long as possible.
Yeah, and what a seat he's got as well with Maxim to his right.
Maxim getting sticky with middle pair. Can't say I blame him.
Well, that's a pretty wet card. And can't see Georgi firing again here. Is Maxim even going to let him? I see Maxim.
He's asking for change.
So he is gonna. Is he gonna fire some out here then? He's gonna lead, and this is. I kind of like this lead. Right, he has just better hands on this board, right?
That's just so insane. I mean, yeah, he has more. He has more flushes than Georgi,
right,
for sure.
He has some 2 pairs. He has like some 6x, like 6,
That's
7,
all the
6,
straights,
8. Like,
yeah.
It's kind of. I mean, this isn't the hand to do with. I think 5 deuce. If we lose with 5 deuce, we're okay with it. But there we go.
If we're talking about, you know, nut range advantage, then sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not sure the hand selection is what I would go with. It's like we got a hand on the outer table on the bubble.
Ah, the champ. Hussein in with the 8, covering Jonas with kings. Cabral in the mix on this table as well. It's not often you see him before you hear him.
Quite the lineup. World champion.
The champ needs an 8 not to be.
It's like Jonas going to get
he's
full double.
Yeah, 180k pot, so it was a pretty small one, that one.
Cabral.
There you go, you can hear him. Oh, it's not out, he's moving.
Good old Cabral. Got a love-hate relationship. He's on my table on day 1. Looks like we are just waiting for...
It's just hand for hand, haven't we? Got the next hand. Hands taking place elsewhere. We just saw that all in, so we can only assume there's another one going on somewhere. Or they're waiting for... They were also doing a table balance there. Interesting table balance timing. I don't know what's going on. Oh, of course, we're at 62, right? So we got a... I don't know. I don't know why Ensan would have been moving then. That doesn't make any sense to me. The empty seat in the tournament is on this table. Anyway. We go again.
Maxime loves it. He seems like the type of person I would like to go on a night out with. I'm not going to lie.
Georgi raising up queen 9 off now with that chip lead on the direct bubble.
And when you've got someone like Maxime who's happy to defend with 5 deuce off, you know, it kind of takes it away from you that you're the table captain.
Right.
Where, like, even here, like out of the small blind, flicking in with 6-5 suited, he's just, Maxime's just kind of not letting him do what he's meant to be able to do.
But at the same time, I think Georgi probably happy to play pots in position, post flop.
Yeah, for sure. And Maxime's got the hand that he was trying to rep last time.
The 5-6 of hearts. I mean, he's basically got a straight flush at this point.
13.
He's got 60% of one. Don't think he's going to go anywhere.
He doesn't let it go. He knows he's going to get pushed around now.
Got to go and shake his hand as soon as we get out of the booth. Really enjoyed having him at the table. It's been a good laugh.
Yeah, he didn't highlight the day, hasn't he?
Especially when day twos can be somewhat tedious from both in the booth and back home, but he's certainly spicing things up at this table.
Still playing 3-6. Christopher's like, please, can someone bust?
Wouldn't surprise me if they stop the clock as well on the bubble. I know that's what they do in certain tournaments here.
I think I've got a feeling that they'll do. They'll be doing a 2-minute runoff.
Okay.
I don't hold me to that, but I'd imagine that's the situation. So again, for those of you who don't know what that means, they'll pause the clock, but after every hand, they'll take 2 minutes off the clock. It's pretty common practice these days.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Though it does feel like we're taking longer than 2 minutes per hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Of course, hands are going to take longer. All smiles now, isn't it?
Yeah,
Georgi's
kind
laughing.
of shriveled up a bit earlier on.
King of Diamonds has perked him right up. Oh.
Maxime just loves it.
Roman. Dealer's like, someone push me, please. Yeah, Roman kind of was bossing it, wasn't he, for so long. Now down to 250k, obviously still very comfortable, but shut down for the night he is. Very unfortunate. Basically the one out of correction, wasn't it, when he had 8-9 against Georgi's Jack 8.
Yeah, that's where it all went wrong.
8 pairing on the turn was the one card that was going to see him do his money. Very unfortunate. Georgi 2 double ups on this bubble. Well, effective double ups, of course he covered Charbel, but not by a lot. Sick dog holding on.
Yeah, I mean,
3-bet rip for the 12 bigs. Like, he just put them in.
Staying alive.
And we are at the end of day 2 here in Ross.
So, on to the next one. Gotta give credit to Christopher, man. Like, if he makes it into the money with a starting stack at big blind 6k. Fair play, mate.
Maxim popping it up. Georgi.
Oh, wow.
Just put him in. He might just put him in the bin here. Ah, okay, just gonna call.
Wow, okay. Maybe perks of...
I mean, I don't hate it, right? Even though you've got the chip lead, Maxim doesn't care. Like, and he is gonna peel a lot, and you're gonna put in a lot of tough spots. And when you peel, and it comes ace high, you get to have, out of nowhere, a super strong hand that you shouldn't have. And Maxim with a gut shot draw. We know he's betting.
Got the ace of diamonds for backup as well.
Yeah, this is a, as we keep saying, this is a hold on call 3. And Maxim find that 5 like he did earlier to make a straight. Wow. I mean, how do you draw this one up, Georgi? I know what I'll do. I'll peel and turn top 2. Maxim does check it back. Oh my word.
Check it over to him.
Now, is Maxim going to take the bait?
Gives him the rope. Knows that. He just asked him, what did you pay me with?
Right, I mean, Georgi can have some hands, like some missed draws, but surely he bluffs with some of those on the river. So, yeah, nice check there, Maxim. Again,
he's going to get showed the ace king.
Just really good understanding, post.
I mean, he's done an amazing job at, you know, giving off the Joker vibe at the table, and we've seen him maybe unwillingly show how competent he actually is.
Really well post.
Yeah. Like it's a classic, you know, the class Joker kind of thing. Messing around at the beginning of the stream and chipped up since.
Yeah.
Туз 7-4, черный король, ривер туз.
Да, вот это другое дело.
И не блефует.
All right, so he's going to rip it in.
Yeah, it's just an any 2 spot.
Yeah.
Don't even need to look at your cards. Oh, we kind of have to fold like kings.
Oh, James is thinking.
Let's go.
170.
I know, look.
Because I didn't even look.
No. Good call. All in call. No?
Yes.
Okay.
Gogi's like, if you want to take it back after seeing my cards, I'm happy to run it, pal.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, if you're in Gogi's shoes, you want this bubble to go on as long as possible. So we now got Christopher in the big blind, 40k stack. Has to put in 12k.
No, it's the other Christopher in between still, right?
Oh, is he still in?
Yeah.
Oh, of course he is.
Yeah, we've got the 2 Christophers now, effectively sitting next to each other. So yeah, the following hand though, you're right. I mean, he's got less than 3 orbits in him. All right, he's got 40k and we're playing 15k around.
Yeah.
But
what's going on over here?
There are going to be all-ins, of course, because I mean, you know, sometimes these medium stacks like we just saw, like 2 30 big blind stacks, are both going to flop big hands, and they're not worried so much about the bubble. They're trying to win the tournament still.
Oh, looks like
just a little one.
Just a little one. Is that Dan Muraru? I think he just won the pot. Maybe. No, it's not.
There are sort of 2 outer tables. Obviously, the rest of the tables out on the main floor. But we can see Cabrera with a mountain. Looks like he's enjoying this bubble.
Yeah, he's absolutely loving life. And he's got heaps.
Looks like he's facing a bet on the turn. Button versus blind. That's what I mean. You know, the bigger stacks on other tables can play hands. Things happen.
It looks like he's actually covered, or is that a drink in front of the guy's chips, or is it pink chips? It's like a lot of pink chips.
I think it's just the time cards, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, you might be right. Yeah, it might be the time cards. I thought that was like a stack of pink chips there. So no dice just yet. Loving that. We're on a roller coaster. Seven-handed at this table. That's been all about the Russians all day.
Yeah.
Switched roles a few times.
Yeah.
It's Gorgie that's going to come out on top at the end of the day.
Yeah, bar a big whoopsie. It's hard to see him not finish the day as leader on our feature. And what, I mean, average in the tournament's going to be about 300, I guess. What is it? We're doing 1 in 7 pay? 1 in 8 pay, something like that.
Ну я точно знаю, что я не мог плохо сыграть, во-первых. А во-вторых, я не мог блефовать. Я всегда играл хорошо.
Remember, if you do want to continue watching this coverage, we will be back tomorrow, of course, for day 3. Stream's going to start at 1 PM CET tomorrow, so they're going to start playing at 12. So we're going to have somewhere around about an hour delay tomorrow. So it's nice. It means, Henry, that the stream just starts at 1. You can be rest assured the stream will start at 1. It's not like, oh, it starts at 12:30, but they start late that day, so then the stream doesn't come on for 15 minutes. We will be live at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
You know the only issue that I have with that, James?
What's that, sir?
We don't have time for a drink after this stream.
We've always got time for drinks. What are you talking about? We've got 12 hours.
Especially if James sneaks his way into the money here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Christopher with less than 3 orbits in him after this hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a long time.
Yeah.
He's got 21 hands.
21 hands.
I mean,
I'd like to think that...
well, 22, I think, because he could fold the big, yeah, and be all in on... No, he'd be all in the big, wouldn't he? Yes, he's got 21 hands. I mean, that's
yeah, because it's anti-first.
Yeah. But I mean, just, yeah, he's only got 40, and he would need 45, so yeah, he'd be all in on the big.
Yeah, Gorgie just loving life, literally in any 2 spot.
Yeah, the old victory dram.
Look down at ace-10. Like, what do you do if you look down at queens here, man, and you're getting Christopher's shoes?
Queen, queens, you're snapping. You still got 170k. I mean, you double up to 340. That's a lot.
I think there's a couple of people at this table that would fold queens.
Yeah. Obviously, James is just sick. He just calls because he's sick. But I mean,
just clicks the call button. He doesn't care.
You know, Christopher's got 30 bigs there. He doubles. He's got 60. He's got a real shot in this tournament.
Yeah. It's still so interesting how.
I mean, you hate it, but
the different approaches people take to these bubble spots. You know, you get the people that we saw, you know, with 30, 40 bigs were tanking and using their time max, and then the other guys that just wanted to play as many hands as possible. And something I've heard Sean Deeb talk about quite a lot. It's like Cabral winning another pot. You know, on him, like if he was buying action from people, he's like the only people I buy action from are the people that, you know, aren't afraid to go for it on the bubble, and they aren't afraid to go with it 20 left.
Right.
You know, rather than the ones that are just trying to get the ladders. And I think that really is a massive part of being a tournament player. Something, I mean, you must be familiar with on final tables, just taking the plus EV spots regardless of the money up top kind of thing.
Yeah, just separate your mind from how much you're playing for. It helps if you're sick as well. And just love it.
Just sick in the head.
Love the variants.
Like Galfond.
Just enjoy it. Like I was saying earlier, like I'm a run it twice guy, but I love it when they go once.
Yeah.
Like, yes.
See, I'm once or 3 times.
Well, you want blood. You want a winner.
Yeah. Once or 3 times, especially in Omaha when equities run so close.
Yeah, my issue with 3 times is it just takes ages to sort pot out.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you just win all three, right? It's just so tilting when you just like get in with, I don't know, top set, and they've just got like middle pair and a flush draw, and you have to chop it. Like, no, I want some of your money. Run it 3 times. If you manage to ping the flush draw twice, then fair play.
My most epic outdraw a few months ago.
Go on.
We've seen an ace queen jack flop in 6-card PLO.
Okay. Rainbow.
2 diamonds. A guy has, the pre-flop raiser he's got absolute peanuts left behind, and he's like, put it in. And the small blind calls. I've got a set of queens and a king.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, he just doesn't have king 10. He can't have aces, whatever. I'm just ahead here. He's got a draw. I'm just going to ISO. I'm actually a little bit worried about the opener because he just, like a little bit of a lifetime, he's got it. But whatever, I've got a set. Let's just get it in. So I pot it, and the guy tanks for ages and ends up putting it in. And I'm like, cool, whatever, let's go. Like, it wasn't much more. And small blind's got aces, so I'm in a pretty bad spot here with the old underset. I mean, technically I've got a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah.
But the other guy's got he's got king 10 for the nuts with the flush draw.
Okay.
So I'm struggling to scoop this pot. We run it 3 times. First one comes a queen. Pretty good for me. You know, after the guy goes, that's me. I went, it's not you. I promise you. And then it comes spade, 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 and I look down and I've got rag spades in there.
What a life.
Scooped it. Had 1 out, ran it 3 times, and 1 all 3.
Wow. Teach me how to do that.
It was beautiful.
Lubas with a decision here.
Just a rip.
Yeah, I agree. Don't want to be put in a tough spot, you know, by opening 2.5x and then.
Yeah, it seemed like a rip.
He's pained by it. He's got Christopher in the big blind, I believe.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, this is just over adjusting to the bubble.
Yeah.
He's just, that's all he's doing. He's over adjusting. And this is, I mean, Georgi's ripping here, but there's a 30 big blind stack behind you. I mean, I know it looks like he's not going to call with hands, but like Chris is probably going to overfold as well, so maybe it's fine from Georgi. But yeah, just rip the ace king, whatever. Like, Georgi's not going to call you, like.
Yeah. Georgi just also justifying to James that he looked at his cards before going all in with the 9-5. And Lubas asking if he had gone all in, would Georgi have called?
Yeah, just over adjusting. All right, Aki on the beer or the wine, it looks like. Bubble beers. Yeah, but that was a pretty epic get there. The odd run it 3 times and
yeah, I mean,
win all 3. I sort of went. The first one I go, yeah, it's me. Guys, and it came spades there. I think I've got a flush. Sort of peeled back, found like the 7-high flush, and then they ripped off again. Spade, spade, beautiful.
I mean, I over quads the guy, and he only paid me on the river. Just like in 4-card Omaha, and I was so tilted. We were like 3K effective as well. On an ace jack 9 jack board where I can still have aces as the pre-flop 3 better.
Yeah. You just have
and I can still have ace jack, and he just flat calls my river bet, and he's like it's like a €450 bet. It's like, cool, shows me 9s. I'm like, are you serious right now? Like, what is going on?
Wow.
And then he just looks like an absolute hero to the rest of the table.
What a boss.
Asked him if I had a live reading. He's like, yeah, your neck was pulsing. I was like, yeah, all right, mate, calm down.
I was gonna say, this seems live reading. He could tell you're excited. He could tell you weren't aces full excited.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
could tell you were quads excited.
Yeah, you need a difference.
Yeah, the neck, the pulse.
It's so sick as well because he opens cutoff and I 3-bet small blind with queen, queen, jack, jack, and yeah, I mean I have aces there a ton. I have ace jack there a ton as well, and he just flicked in the old flat call. First time I've ever been upset of winning like a 1.5k pot as well. But what can you do? What can you do? Tell you what Georgi can do. Tending to go all in. They may not now that Roman's in the big blind. 41 bigs effective.
Yeah.
Although, I mean,
he's almost playing like it's a satellite at this point. It's like these guys, you're still playing a tournament you can win. Well, I was about to say Michael's missing this hand. Doesn't really matter if he's just going to open fold ace king. He's not playing any hands.
The hand is dead. I thought it was like when last card is button.
No, Chris, you were here earlier.
Last card is on the euro.
Maxim telling Christopher that he's made the money.
It's fun as well, like I say, because it's Maxim, you can't really put him under pressure because it's Maxim, he doesn't care.
What a character.
I mean, he popped to Moscow for a day.
Wow.
Wow. This is just not good. Like, I mean,
he's got 6-5,
but it's just not good. Come on, Georgi.
It's 50 bigs effective as well. This is insane.
This is not a satellite. This is. Yeah, if you're a short stack, 2 buy-ins is big, but I mean, first prize is 80 buy-ins. And Maxim does not care about a min cash. The guy popped to Moscow to sign a contract.
Just hopped on the old jet to sign some paperwork.
And then flies back to
That's
day 2.
insane. Oh, he's talking about the Queen 3 hand earlier on. Wow. Yeah, he is playing it like a Sai, isn't he? Georgi going to come back to day 3 with over 100 bigs, or thereabouts. I do believe blinds are probably going to go up tomorrow.
Yeah, and maybe just playing the bubble out at this level and then pop them up tomorrow at 4-8. Well, actually, I think the blinds may depend on as well on what they if their online days finished first or something. I think they can't skip a level, for example. If they play online and broke the bubble at 2K, 4K, then they can't just jump to 4K, 8K, I believe.
That's a really good point, James.
So it'll go to whichever they finished earliest. But you'd imagine it. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, you'd imagine online they finish later.
I don't know. I mean, you're playing shorthand a lot online, right? If only 12 got through.
Yeah. Guess
interesting. We'll find out.
Guess we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, if they do bring it back to 2K, 4K, it means we've got a long day ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they do with it. We'll find out tomorrow. I mean, that's obviously a peculiar thing, as I was saying earlier, about being able to play into the money online and then coming for the live section. It does create some weird situations like that when people just... We've never had that before in poker. Like we know what the blinds are going to be the next day, but it's certainly something the tournament organisers have to think about. But of course they've done. I mean, they did it in Sochi. I can't actually remember what the...
I think it's brilliant, mate. Like, obviously I don't have any MTT experience. Just been grinding cash for as long as I can remember, but knowing that there is the opportunity to try and satellite into these events or play day 1s online, save the 1 week trip.
Yeah.
If you qualify, you qualify. If you don't, you just sat in the comfort of wherever it is you're grinding from, kind of thing. Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, just being in the money when you arrive at the event is brilliant. Like, you've already cashed for 6K, you're just happy to go.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty sick though, you fly to a venue, you've made it to day 3 of 20 bigs, and then you're out in 2 hands. You're just like, oh, come on.
But it's better than being there for 3 days, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Theoretically. Right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, couldn't agree more.
Obviously, I think I'd always rather play live myself, but...
Yeah, me too. You can't just stare down an opponent and put him in the bin.
Plus, you don't get stuff like this going on this table. Like, Georgi's looking at Roman, like you said, is he going to do it again? He does.
Wow.
I mean, Roman will call him if he finds a good hand. It's just... And he's basically jamming 40 bigs effective heads up.
No, Maxim's in the big blind with 50 bigs.
Yeah, both of them. Wow, this is even worse then. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's actually not that bad with an ace blocker.
I mean,
because it only leaves like 3 combos of aces.
It's only work because he's not running his hands. Don't do this. Please. Remember guys, we have that free roll tomorrow evening as well, 7 PM CET, 1K free roll on Party Poker, of course. But it is password protected. But those fools gave myself and Henry the password. And I can tell you it's Kings 1DE. So that's Kings 1DE if you want to play that. Of course, we'll be on air tomorrow covering this tournament whilst the tournament takes place.
Oh, it should be deep in the money. It looks like we got someone all in. Is it a three-way pot? Well, looks like we've got an all in and a call actually. Just waiting for the hands on the outer tables to finish.
You're right, because obviously the blinds don't have cards in front of them. So the button has called this jam. Obviously all the chips are already in the middle. See the button has plenty back. Not quite sure of the pot size, but certainly it is an all-in call situation. Could this be the bubble?
I don't recognise a player that's all in at risk, unfortunately. Maxim and Gorgi just going at our table. This is the torture moment, isn't it? You've already been called and you're just waiting as the short stack. I mean, I love it. But and you got everyone else like leaning over at your table as well.
For you to bust.
Biggest anti-sweat you can be in.
Georgi and yourself are the only ones rooting for you to win the pot.
So camera zooming in slightly on the table. Just heard someone mention the 2 minutes per hand thing.
Yeah, I think I ran off.
Foreman just making sure that the tables down in the poker arena have finished all their hands before the cards are exposed.
All right, what have we got? It's hard to see. Looks like King 10 or a picture card in the 10 and maybe Ace King, maybe Ace and a picture card anyway. Sorry, sorry, can't be any more precise. King A and Ace Jack, King on the flop.
Wow.
Ace on the river, wow. Well, it got it in bad, but 3-outed in the end, and that is, well, that hurts. That really hurts. That 3-outed's cost him at least 6,000 euros. I'm going to say 3-out. Obviously, he got it in behind before he starts going on. But it's a cruel way to lose. If he just missed, he loses, it's fine. But to just fade 3 outs, 1 to come, that, I promise you, hurts. As you see, 61 now remain. We are in the money. We have an average of 335k, and well, that is the end of day 2, Henry. They made it.
They did make it.
I wonder how Maxim's going to feel in the morning.
What an entertaining table. Yeah, man, it's been an absolute blast to call out the action for you, with you from Kings today.
And that's how it looks. Georgi taking the chip lead from this table. As I alluded a moment ago, play restarts tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Myself, James Dempsey, and my main man here, Henry Kilbane, will be with me as we bring all that action. Obviously, the plan tomorrow is to play as far down as possible. I mean, final table. That's not going to happen, is it? I mean, it's going to be a long day. Big field, of course, here. I imagine we'll bring back two or three tables, but
yeah, I think we're going to need to rest up, come back for a long day tomorrow. But yeah, man, thanks for having me in the booth with you, and yeah, look forward to coming back tomorrow, 1 PM CET, once again for you guys and girls back home. I am going to bed, James.
That seems more than reasonable. Look at that! Look at that! Friday evening in Kings, it's busy, ramping up. The weekend, cash games on the right-hand side of your picture there. More stakes. You sure you're not going to jump in a little bit of cash, Henry? Come on.
No chance. No chance. You know, it's been a good trip. I don't want to be tilted by dusting off a few stacks in the 5-5 game before bed, as I'll be in a bitter mood in the booth tomorrow.
Yeah, there we go. And I see that looks like there was about 9 minutes left on the clock, so they were doing the 2-minute runoff. So interesting to see what level we come back at tomorrow. Well, there we go. That is it for your coverage here of day 2. Please do join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. CET for more coverage of the WPT Germany main event.